nítorí ẹ̀ wọ́n bú mọ́mí Lighton all through bí how many hours just because of this religion.
Lórí platform wa lẹ́yìn.
Ẹni wo ti tán ẹ jẹ́ ká gbàgbé ẹ̀. Ẹ sọ ibi oníkì ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ jẹ́ ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti Yomi tó lọ sí.
Ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ analysis yẹn láti bí petition yẹn mà.
Bọ́dá Yomi tẹ̀ wá
petition yẹn ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ analysis yẹn.
Ẹ kọ́kọ́ wà ló kọ́ gòkè ìtajà
Ó sọ pé ó lọ sí àwọn tí sọ pé ẹ bá bá mills ẹjọ ẹ bá mills ó dáhùn pé mi ò mọ̀ bóyá torí wọn pa tàbí mọ bí network.
Ọ̀yàn tó jẹ́ ìbínú kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ jọ.
Ẹ drop ẹ̀ ní chari. Ẹsẹ̀ ìgbẹ́ sábà fẹ́ gbé
mi ò jẹ́ má bínú mo sọ̀rọ̀.
Okay, no problem.
Níbo ni tẹ̀tí rìn náà? Ẹjọ́ má bínú, I'm really very sorry.
Kí lẹ fẹ́ sọ? Kí lẹ fẹ́ wà fún?
Àìní ń gbà tán ní pé mo
nítorí ta ni
mi ìmọ̀ pẹ́ ti pick mi. No, irú
Okay.
Background ẹ sáré sàn kan. Yes ma, ẹ jẹ́ sáré sàn kan tí n fẹ́ sọ kí n tó wọlé. Ẹ kalẹ̀ mà, ẹ kò
ṣe. Ó yá, ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ nǹkan tẹ́ni ẹ fẹ́ sọ.
So mo kàn fẹ́ sọ fún yín pé ṣẹ́rí people have a lot of respect for you and bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń bawí náà ẹ mọ̀ mo mọ̀ pé ti máa bawí ní kọ̀kọ̀ kẹ́ tó tún máa bawí sí i ọmọ náà ṣọmọ tó ń gbọ́ràn but however like you said abiyamọ lèèyàn èèyàn kàn máa overlook ẹni ṣé bá rí gbogbo àrífín tí wọ́n fún Mrs. Mama Miss Lighton lẹ́ni ó ti pọ̀ jù and all because of her àwọn tí ò yẹ kó sọ̀rọ̀ sẹ́yìn náà máa sọ̀rọ̀ sí nítorí ẹ ṣáà má bínú ẹ ti bawí náà ẹ mọ̀ tó bá gbọ́ ṣá ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kó gbọ́ ẹ̀mọ̀ mú kàn fígọ̀ pé kò ń ṣe ọmọ wọ́n dúró tiẹ̀ àìmọye àwọn èèyàn tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ sí yín torí tiẹ̀ ó jẹ́ kó ń jèrè ọ̀rọ̀ lára yín ṣe understand but a dúpẹ́ fọlọ́run ẹ̀ ti bá rí náà láti ti dẹ̀ fẹ́ sọ mà ẹ̀ jọ mẹ́ má máa sábà gbọ́ nǹkan táwọn èèyàn sọ èní yìí àwọn èèyàn sọ lórí platform Mr. Lati pé bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ pé láéláé pé màmá Jokem ò ní ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹjọ́ mà he didn't say anything àwọn náà dẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ sí i.
Àní mo ti gbé wọn ṣépè kẹ́ tó débi báyìí. Bí mo ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ live show báyìí ẹni yẹn ló kọ́kọ́ wọlé bó ṣe ní Mọ́mí Jokem Mr. Lati insulted you today ó ga o.
No, he did not. Mo wà ń bẹ̀.
Èmi wà ń bẹ̀. Èmi náà wà ń bẹ̀.
God bless you ma. God bless you.
Èmi náà wà ń bẹ̀. Bó ṣe táìpù báyìí mo gbé ṣépè straight ni pé àbà ní live show tí mo wà tí wọ́n sọ pé ẹni ẹ lọ máa dúró wá.
Exactly wọ́n máa so wọ́jọ́ máa sọ́kọ̀
èmi kẹ̀sì mo bọ́ ṣe ń play game wọn ó mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ wá ṣe kínní yẹn wọ́n kẹ̀sì ní kó lọ bú fún so tèmi bá rí nǹkan tó táìpù yẹn tèmi bá lè sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn òun àwa ìyá sáré sí rẹ́pọ̀dì ẹ̀ pé òun ti ní búùfì tó ti sọ ṣé mi wá jẹ́ bèbí á ni.
And it's been a while tí mo tiẹ̀ ti rí so bí nǹkan ṣe rí yín lálẹ́ yìí ni mo kàn ní títí wá wo nígbà tí bí nǹkan ṣe mú ni let me just request and tí mo dẹ̀ wá gbogbo nǹkan tẹ̀.
mi ò máa lè gbà mo wà ní show yẹn sẹ́ olóṣì ni wọ́n fọ̀.
there as well when they were talking you understand so mo dẹ̀
olóṣì ni wọ́n
ọmọ yẹn tọ́lọ̀ bá ní kó gbọ́ sí yín lẹ́nu ẹ túbọ̀ máa bá mi bọ̀ owó wà very disappointing ọmọ kékeré ọmọ ọdún mélòó gbogbo àwọn tó ń ju ẹ lọ tó ń ju ìyá ẹ pàápàá lọ ó dẹ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ṣàkàṣàkàṣàkàṣàkà wọ́n àti òun ṣe pé léèsì oníwò náà fi ju ẹnu ẹ she talks too much ó dẹ̀ ti bá ẹ wí àrífín tó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ kí Mrs. Lighton tó jẹ́ pé gbogbo èèyàn ló ń pọ́n wọn lé mo rántí yọ bó ṣe máa gbé wọn gẹ̀gẹ̀gẹ̀gẹ̀ pípọ̀ mo rántí ọjọ́ tó ń dáwó tí gbogbo ní àdó Madam Jokem náà máa lọ gbẹ̀yìn àwọn ní the height of it all ó dẹ̀ jẹ́ kí gbogbo ó dẹ̀ torí tiẹ̀ tó bá tiẹ̀ wá rú pé torí tiẹ̀ ni gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ sí wọn ìyẹn gan ló tiẹ̀ kó fi ọ̀rọ̀ lè lọ lára ẹ̀ mà bó ṣe wà ló máa wo kọ́mẹ̀ ló máa ṣépè ló máa ewu ẹ ṣàtúbọ̀ máa bá mi tó lọ ń bá ló gbọ́ sí yín lẹ́nu.
first nǹkan tó fi kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú Mọ́mí Jokem òun náà nìyọ.
àwọn ìfẹ́ wọ bí iṣẹ́ ni mà ẹ ṣe mà ẹ máa dé ṣùgbọ́n God bless you ẹ ṣe lọ. Yes, ma.
Gbogbo àwọn yọ̀ọ̀kì yẹn náà tẹ́lẹ̀ ṣòbí gbogbo wọn náà ń gbé Mọ́mí Jokem gẹ̀gẹ̀gẹ̀. Àtàwọn náà ni wàhálà yẹn ṣe kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Alẹ́ yìí máa mú ṣe àwọn yọ̀ọ̀kù láti máa sọ̀rọ̀. Wọ́n ní àpé wọ́n ní pé nǹkan tí gbogbo àwọn ṣe ń bá bọ̀dà láti jà nítorí Karimot pé gbogbo àti tó bẹ̀ ti wọ́n ní torí Karimot yóò bẹ́ẹ̀ lóhun dídí pé bàrà pé torí Karimot gbọ̀ngbà tó dẹ̀ ti kó tiẹ̀ lọ́sìn tẹ́ bá rí tó fi bọ̀dá yẹn dá ní ara lẹ́nìí mà ẹ wò ó kọ́lọ̀ ṣàṣàánú ní.
ẹ jẹ́ ká gbàgbé ẹ jẹ́ àgbàgbé
yes ma.
Mommy Jokem, let me tell you something. Mommy Jokem, we need to
drop me, my fellow me go.
Understand?
Okay, I check.
Sherry, I want to talk with Tony Karimot. Let's share do you. I want to fair do you. Fair do you. Never there.
Exactly.
I want to fair do one. Èmi ò ṣe bú yẹn láìsàn, èmi ò ṣe bú yín, èmi ò ṣe bú everything. So ikọ̀ kan náà ni kò tó ẹgbàgbé ẹ̀kọ́ náà nítorí tó kà ní mọ́ni. Èyí tó bá fẹ́ bú yẹn lọ́mọ bú yẹn náà, I keep telling somebody, if you want to correct somebody,
exactly.
ẹ lè correct ẹ̀ nínú kìíní tó bá dẹ̀gbẹ́ fi sílẹ̀. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ti fẹ́ bú yẹn láìsàn, ẹ fẹ́ bú wọn ni. Fact ibẹ̀ ni mo sọ fún àwọn èèyàn lẹ́nu kò ṣe pé bóyá kí ni gbogbo ilẹ̀ sí come for the woman. A lot of people are full of jealous nínú justice, they are not going to lie to you. A lot of people are full of jealous. Ẹ jẹ́ ká mú síbẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Àwọn tó fẹ́ ṣe títí ló fẹ́ ṣe títí ẹ̀ ní nǹkan tó rí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ní so nǹkan náà nítorí pé ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ni. Àwọn èèyàn wà tí jẹ́ pé òun bá rìn tó jẹ́ pé mo lè má bá wọn ṣe. I have like 3 friends tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ìtókù mi bá wọn ṣe. Mo dé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tí mo bá ṣe lọ mi ìbẹ̀ ti start friend wọn. So ẹ má bàa jẹ́ kí n máa lọ excuse pé nítorí pé yọkan ni ẹ̀yin friend ti ní ẹ̀tì ní ẹ̀yìn ẹ̀sìn nínú tẹ́lẹ̀. That's just it. Ọlá àwọn àlọ́ ọmọ mi ò ṣe gan.
Bọ́lẹ̀ lọ́rọ̀ mi ìfẹ́ discuss ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn mọ́ ẹjọ́ ó máa ń divide show ni mi ìfẹ́ sọmọ mo ti ṣẹ́ni tí má ti lè sọ nǹkan lórí ọ̀rọ̀ pé nítorí pé ó bá comment ṣe tá a bá ti ń flog ẹ̀ a máa kúrò lórí nǹkan tá à ń ṣe ẹjọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kó lọ ẹ máa rí i pé òun ló jẹ́ kí n respond sí kí ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá ṣe physical fún mọ́mí esuflex mi tó bá yẹ pé èyí tó ti ṣe show lásán ni mi ní wo bẹ̀rẹ̀ rárá that's just it. Ẹ continue ma. Ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ analysis yẹn láti bí petition tọ́sọ̀mìtì tọ́lọ́pàá. Táwọn ọkọ̀ àgbẹ̀ sínú publication fún wa.
At least àti rí níṣì pé petition yẹn ò fake. And Mr. Yomi went to the 2 police stations. He went to Banti. I saw him there. And Mr. Yomi, I'm going to fight you. Why did you stress that young man? Carry him up and down. Yeah?
Mr. Yomi, when they want to come up, baby. He's a baby. He's a little baby me. He's the PA.
Activism
Yes, he's the PA. The PA
went there. At least one thing is sure. The petition will now be worked on. And I'm so happy that Mr. Yomi's petition is now, being handled. Thorough investigation, Lori. So, this is the first time we are really having a documentary, evidence of register complaint nípa case. So tó bá jẹ́ ibi tí wọ́n ti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa re-investigate case. And I'm also happy pé case yẹn wọ́n ti lọ reopen ẹ̀ padà ní pàǹtí yẹn. Torí àwọn pàǹtí wọ́n ní àwọn ti close investigation, wọ́n ti jù sí kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ inquest tó ti ń ṣe role play àbí kí ló ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe skit ló ń ṣe. So nísìnyí the police will be forced to look at it again. And also pẹ̀lú nǹkan tí kéèké sọ pé even Abuja náà ò gbọ́ nǹkan kan. It will be nice for Mr. Yomi to also proceed to Abuja to go and register that case so that everybody can move from everywhere. Everybody will live but at the same time. And that's one of the things. Simon pick.
Yes. Thank you, ma. Good.
You can't bribe everybody. You can't bribe every police. You can't bribe every judge. And luckily for them, àwọn tó ń gbàbọ̀dè fún wa ní pàǹtí wọn ló ti change gbogbo wọn. The DCP himself ó ti kú, wọ́n ti replace ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú another DCP. IPO wọ́n ti replace ẹ̀ because the other one nígbà tó petition ni ó ti fi rígi. Àwọn tó ti rán níṣẹ́ wọ́n ti redeploy ẹ̀ lọ síbòmí. So at least now we're dealing with people who are looking at the case all over again. So Adura tó ní nǹkan lòun bá Yomi chat. The burden of proof is on him. And the petition tí Adura náà kọ ọgbẹ́ kó lọ sí
gbàgbé ńgbà kan tá a máa fi ń gbàdúrà ní bíbá ìwé pé mọ́mẹ́sùflẹ̀s ẹ ti gbàgbé tá a fi máa ń gbàdúrà pé kí Ọlọ́run bá wa gbé ọ̀gá ọlọ́pàá tó máa rí físìtì kéèsì yìí wá ẹ ti gbàgbé a máa ń gbà ládùúrà bí.
Yes o àyàwó ẹ̀kọ́ àti gbogbo ẹ̀. So and nǹkan tá à ń rí nísìnyí that's why kí ẹ tó sọ pé kéèsì òun ti wà sure pé at least 90% àmàrí justice ó wà right because nísìnyí tó bá tún kéèsì yẹn wò now they will be forced to do that forensic tó ọ̀fẹ́ ṣe láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣe mọ̀ torí nǹkan tó gbé wọn padà lọ sí police station nísìn ọ̀rọ̀ fóònù ṣe fóònù ni wọ́n post nǹkan báyìí wọ́n post nǹkan báyìí ó ti mean pé investigation yẹn require forensic analysis of that phone tó bá dẹ̀ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń tọpinpin fóònù yẹn wọ́n máa ta bá other phone ṣe ẹni báwọn ọlọ́pàá ṣe máa ń ṣe kí wọ́n ti ń korúkọ ẹ̀ forensic yẹn ni pé tó bá kọ́kọ́ pick gbogbo calls tí ó ń jáde láti inú nọ́mbà yẹn náà àwọn nọ́mbà tí bọ̀ yẹn máa ń pè frequently gbogbo ẹ̀ ni wọ́n máa tún investigate àwọn tó ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ everyday gbogbo àwọn white àgọ́ yẹn gbogbo náà máa gbọ́ lọ gbónú calls wọn bó ṣe wà nísìn tó lẹ̀ ní gbogbo ṣe ń gbọ̀n káàkiri pé àdúrà sẹ́ẹ̀ kò gbọ́dọ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe rí ọ̀rọ̀ àdúrà yẹn nǹkan tó máa fà jáde ó máa pọ̀ tí ọlọ́pàá bá ṣiṣẹ́ wọn because èmi ti bọ́ ọlọ́pàá ṣiṣẹ́ investigation wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí tọwọ́ bọ̀ ẹ̀.
gbogbo wọn máa yàgbẹ́ sára ni o.
wọ́n máa yàgbẹ́ sára ni kò sá
àdúrà bá bẹ́ spíkà.
ṣe rí fóònù àdúrà yẹn alone his phone number àti device ẹ̀ yẹn bóyá DM ló fi ń bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ ní o bóyá phone call ló fi ń bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ bóyá WhatsApp ní o whatever tọ́lọ́pàá bá máa dismember ẹ̀ tó bá wọn bọ́ńdù gbogbo ẹ̀ jáde sí wọ́n máa gbogbo àwọn white yẹn ọ̀rọ̀ tí ò kàn wọ́n tí ò tiẹ̀ sí lára nǹkan tí Yomi gbé jáde yìí wọ́n tún fi rí wọn níbi tó ti ń dáràn míì bò mí ṣe get so ìyẹn ni gbogbo ṣe ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé tí gbùrù bá fa kinní kan àbí mi mo bó ṣe máa ń pòwe yẹn ó dà pé correct mi lásán.
tó bá fa gbùrùgbùrù á
tó bá fa gbùrù máa fa gbòmò káwọn èèyàn máa ń lo kinní ẹ̀rín.
tó bá fa gbùrù
so bó ṣe wà nísìnyí báyìí gbogbo wọn lórun lójú bó ṣe wà yẹn wọn lè sùn because everybody tí bóyá ń pè ló máa tọ̀ sára right now torí ẹ̀ ní everybody ṣe ń fi everything tó ní láyé wọn tó fi ń jà fún àdúrà must not go down yìí project àdúrà must not go down yìí ó kún ní local àlejò ni.
àwọn nǹkan tó jẹ́ kí DJ Bami disappear nìyẹn.
ó fẹ́rẹ́ kéde nǹkan tó wọ̀ ká yóò ti bàjẹ́ finally ṣe ọ̀kẹ́ everywhere nínú.
kí DJ Bami disappear.
DJ Bami ni ó ní highest common factor HCF nínú àbí èyí tẹ́ ṣe mathematics ní àbí arithmetic ní mo kọ́ wa lé.
gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ ló ṣojú ẹ̀.
gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ ló ṣojú ẹ̀ olópọnmi olómọ̀pulẹ̀ olófọjọ́ olófọbọ́ olólọ́ra nǹkan ní chemist olótẹ̀lé nọ́ọ̀sì ológbọ̀kadà olóṣè ìwọ nìkan tán MVP most valuable player ó wà all over the place. DJ Bami yẹn ó ní tiẹ̀ àbí highest common denominator whatever. So ṣẹ́mo at the end of the day nǹkan tí Yomi ṣe yẹn ó ti ṣe the right thing. Now my challenge is Yomi ò lè dá kinní ìṣe. How do we ensure that Yomi has a formidable team that can be trusted to work with him? At least nísìnyí tí ẹni tó lòun partnership pẹ̀lú ó ti fojú ara ẹ̀ hàn nísìnyí so ìyẹn ti wà out of it. Anything tí Mr. Yomi bá ń ṣe no matter what they say to him to all bẹ Mr. Yomi kó forgive o because ó ní láti forgive kó lè má gbàdúrà tiẹ̀ náà but kó má bàa ṣe nǹkan kan mọ́ because tí kò bá fún ní screenshot yẹn as far as I'm concerned ó lè call me out lọ́la tó bá fẹ́ o anyway kò tiẹ̀ lè rí mi mọ́ lórí platform tí ò bá fún ní evidence yẹn a lè wà níbi tá a wà ẹ̀kọ́ sáré lọ gbé Àdúrà ẹ̀kọ́ sáré lọ gbé Dàmọ́lá I'm telling you I stand to be corrected ọ̀dọ̀ ẹ̀ ní kíní yẹn ti jáde ádà ó jáde sọ́dọ̀ Fọláṣadé kí Fọláṣadé sáré pé Dàrúṣà ọ̀kó jáde sọ́dọ̀ King White kó sáré she run around ó ṣàjáde sí one place ṣá àtọ̀dọ̀ ẹ̀ ló ti jáde kò lè convince mi wá ní àwọn íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì ò ń ṣiṣẹ́ íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ ó mọ everything tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ nínú Temis platform ó mọ everything tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú ilé Wùmí ó mọ everything tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí DJ Bami ó mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí Dàmọ́lá ó mọ nǹkan tó íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ló ń ṣiṣẹ́ àyà no longer part of it ṣé everybody ló ní íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì tó ń wọnú wọn tó ń jáde rí ẹni àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ you are part of them you are still inside ó kàn sọ fún ọ pé ẹ jẹ́ kémi lọ ṣiṣẹ́ bí espionage ni pé ẹ jẹ́ kémi lọ máa play along you know how these things happen now ṣe gbogbo aláwọ̀ kí lorúkọ movie kí lorúkọ bodyguard ṣe rántí the bodyguard the movie Anybody can play this espionage thing. You even fall in love with the person, but you're investigating the person. You know, what you're living on for a gun, come in, must stop your share. I'm a passion loan, to move by, no wrong or ni money elbow, mamma, oh my go down. So this girl, she's playing a kind of dangerous game with us. And when you got to read from afar, what that you okay, they don't want to have any dealings with her. But I'm happy we gave her a chance because we found out that okay, you could need motherly love. Feel like we are abandoned and everything. You like for what your mother no say, you know, my she for more. And about to wow shipper, so that be on the top of but at the end of the day, ó dà kó tó wá fẹ́ wọ́ gbogbo alẹ́ because gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń fi gbogbo ọjọ́ ayọ̀ láti how many months ago ṣe ó kàn fẹ́ dàrú mọ́ wa lójú kò lè ṣeé ṣe now. And then we're saying we're not even suspecting you. We didn't even think you had any hand in it. Àwọn kan wò pé well thank God Adura àti bá rí omi chat so go after Adura. Wọ́n ní Demola náà gbé no Adura ló bá chat. Let's go after Adura. Let's go after Demola. Somebody police station, how much ṣàlàyé bó ṣe jẹ́ and all that. Ó dẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí bídó. Ó dẹ̀ sọ pé dandan and láti change mind wa. When should we do that? We have our own minds now. And nísìn adúpẹ́ pé ọlọ́pàá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí investigate. Mo tiẹ̀ like the fact pé ẹgbẹ́ lọ sí command. That's ibẹ̀ ní CP wà.
Mama see in space ẹ̀yàn.
Panti has AIG tó máa wo case yẹn. DCP wà ń bẹ̀ tó máa investigate. So at the end of the day, kini Imade Abuja. Abuja. So by bí a máa ṣe wá bí Yomi máa ṣe lọ Abuja ni discreetly kó dẹ̀ máa announce kó lọ Abuja. Kó ti dé Abuja kó ti submit kan tó mọ̀. But pé kò ní mú kini lọ sí Abuja yẹn, èmi ò rò pé ó yẹ kó dúró ńbẹ̀ yẹn. You understand? Since tó ní Abuja ti lọ. Ó contact QH. Àwọn òwò l'Abuja náà sọ pé wọ́n ti rí kini ẹ̀ sódà ká lọ fi àwọn yẹn ṣe point of contact.
Yes. God bless you. Yes, to contact the PhD.
I'll submit to the
right. Really connect them when you do more IG.
Yes, so that Tabati mú lọ sí office.
Ká má gbójúlé àwọn bàbá Mohbad.
No, bàbá yẹn ò lè ṣe anything. Àwọn tó ń mú bàbá dání, either owó ló mú bàbá dání o, or àwọn kàbá kan mú bàbá dání. We don't care about all those people. But Tabani I fẹ́ go through bàbá àlè rí justice by. Because one ní jẹ́ kí bàbá yẹn rán wọn mú wọn ní rírá wọn gbé. Ṣebí lawyer, okay, how can Baba be in his house 4 days after tí wọ́n ní wọ́n mú Demola? Kó dẹ̀ má ti ní any information.
Ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú
ń tẹ̀ mí. Ó dẹ̀ ló pé bàbá ní òun tí ì lọ bọ̀ òun ti rányàn lọ́wọ́ ọ̀dẹ̀ tí ì get back sí ẹ̀. Wọ́n ti get back sí 4 days. Mọ́mi àdùfẹ́ kí ẹ sọ ìkálẹ̀.
Ẹ̀ka lẹ́mà, mo ní sọ̀bà kí n ṣe kí o tí o jù bàbá ò ní jẹ́ lọ.
Wọ́n ní lọ náà, bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn náà wọ́n yàtọ̀ sí pé yẹn náà ti fẹ́ máa tuná bíi dragon. Ìyẹn ni bàbá yẹn ṣe sáré lọ sí police station pé at least fún ọlọ́bẹ̀ wọ́n ní he was even in the car. Can you imagine? He's even timid, he's afraid. Ìwọ dẹ̀ ló ní kéèsì ìwọ tó yẹ kó máa ṣàyàgbà.
Ìwọ tó kọlu bàbá jàre.
Tí bá máa kó sí ìdí kéèsì bá mọ̀ pé mo jà fún ọmọ mi.
Ìwọ tó kọlu bàbá jàre sometimes just I don't know.
I don't understand. There's something going on, something fishy about his own movement also. Ó dà pé nǹkan kan wà tó ń mú bàbá yẹn dání. It's like some people have something on him. They are either blackmailing him or they have used something to block him. Kò tiẹ̀ yé mi nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Because bàbá mi àwọn máa ṣàyà gbangba pé tẹ bá fẹ́ pa mí ọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ mi ni mò ń sọ. Ẹ̀kọ́ lè pọn wọn fún ọ̀nà akẹ́rẹ̀ rí kí bàbá ẹ̀ tún ṣọ̀tọ̀.
Ṣé o rò pé àwọn èèyàn kan ló wà ń bẹ̀? Ẹni wò tẹ́ni sọ fún wa pé fóònù kì í sí lọ́wọ́ bàbá pé bàbá fóònù kì í sí lọ́wọ́ wọn.
Ṣèbí àmì nǹkan yẹn the first time tó kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa confuse di pé ó ní pé òun lọ sí Bẹ̀rẹ̀kẹ̀tẹ̀ nígbà tí bàbá lọ sí Bẹ̀rẹ̀kẹ̀tẹ̀ òun fẹ́ bá bàbá sọ̀rọ̀ pé Yomi pé kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ Gùgùrẹ́tì ó ṣọ̀mọ́ aside ní pé kó sún sẹ́yìn kò jẹ́ kó rí bàbá yẹn bá sọ̀rọ̀.
Ìyẹn Gùrẹ́tì jagbajagba yẹn náà.
Until tí àmì nǹkan tó face bàbá directly bàbá ní òun fẹ́ bá ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ wípé fóònù ò sí lọ́wọ́ òun ni pé ọwọ́ wọn ní fóònù wà. Àwọn ni wọ́n vẹ́ẹ̀tì kan tí bàbá rẹ̀ wọ́n ti àmì nǹkan kọ́kọ́ sọ nìyẹn then the next thing tó sọ ni pé ó ní Gùrẹ́tì kò respect bàbá ó ń bá bàbá sọ̀rọ̀ anyhow nígbà tó ń rí l'Àbújá ìyẹn ló ṣe but òun náà ó ṣàṣejù at that time because she was really saying a lot of things tí ò uncalled for. That was where she lost it, but she had a lot of good points tó mú jáde because she went into their midst so dẹ̀ rí gbogbo orí kìíní yẹn.
Wọ́n àná máa da ìjì
gbogbo ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ rí sí because everything is playing out. Ó ní àwọn òdùmọ̀sí wọn ṣe anything. Jokem lọ sí inquest wọn ní àwọn lọ́yà tó àwọn rí yìí wọ́n lè gba justice for her because question tó ń béèrè gan ò lè lead wá sí justice.
ṣé ti ẹ̀ right lẹ́rìí nǹkan tó yà mí lẹ́nu nínú.
nísìnyí ojú gbogbo wọn wá ṣẹ̀lá nísìnyí wọ́n á dá sí rough wọ́n tún fẹ́ máa ṣògbójú pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ àwọn tó yẹ kó máa apologize látòrí platform wọn ká máa gbọ́n bí pé a ti ṣe ó pé àmọ́ ní ìgbà ẹ̀mọ́.
àti kówó pọ́blíkì náà ó lè sọ
ọjọ́ tó fẹ́ gba kí orúkọ GoFundMe àti Access Bank wọ́n wá kó sí mọ̀mí Jokem bí ni tí mọ̀mí Jokem di sàláwà abẹ ní fún wọn tó ń dá lọ́pọ̀ oríṣiríṣi lọ́jọ́ yẹn ìgbà yẹn mọ̀mí Jokem kì í ṣe èèyàn burúkú kò ṣe covid kò ń ṣe wá àgbàyà kò ń ṣe
mọ́mí ẹ̀ tún flex ìwé bá pa mí o mo dá ìgbà
ọkọ mi ní kó káláwa lórúkọ ṣebí ìgbà tí mo rí pé nígbà tí mo rí pé àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ lọ ń gbowó wọn ní kiri mo ní òkìkí má tún lọ fowó mi sínú GoFundMe because mo ti already fowó sí GoFundMe before that time mo lọ sí orí Access Bank ni mo san iye kan sí lọ́jọ́ yẹn.
GoFundMe ti ẹ̀ sẹ́ni mi ní ìmọ̀.
gbogbo alásanwó lọ́jọ́ yẹn àtúnṣe ń dáwó kan lọ́wọ́ kí gbogbo ẹ̀ tó fọ́ mọ́ wọn lójú lórí platform yìí. In fact owó yẹn à ń dá lọ́wọ́ ní screen show kọ́lọ̀ títí ẹ̀ tí mo jókè ní ká hold on ṣe rántí.
now.
So we were also connected arrange yẹn báyìí àti bọ́ọ̀lù ká lọ dá sínú GoFundMe yẹn àtúnṣe at the end of the day owó tí wọ́n dá sínú GoFundMe yẹn èèyàn lè fi ṣe very lovely Christmas now and much more. ẹ̀rẹ̀ sọ bí ẹni pé àwọn èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ kí ọ̀pọ̀ justice lèèyàn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa fi hard end money èèyàn máa fi support justice for Mohbad abẹ́rù pé fún nǹkan sẹ́nu láti bá yàn sọ̀rọ̀ kò sẹ́ni bá sẹ́nu anybody sọ̀rọ̀ àrùn ọmọ ló tàyàn tí ọ̀dẹ́ wò pé this man will need money to pursue this case let's support him financially owó lèèyàn máa fi ṣe case owó ni lọ́ọ̀yà máa gbà owó logistics owó gbogbo everything bàbá yà máa feed a máa ṣe oríṣiríṣi àwa ni ó yẹ wá ṣe accountability nísìn Yomi náà pápá bora ẹ̀yin náà tẹ́ ẹ̀ sọ pé ẹ tẹ́ wọ́n jẹ́ kí ẹ tẹ́ bá fún legal team ẹ máa gbé iṣẹ́ pè ní you come for the legal team we come for you how market
àwọn illegal team
àwọn tó fi legal sáyé ẹ̀yin orúkọ wọn máa kọ́ wà tó pè ní kí lórúkọ mi ìrántí ẹ̀ nísìnyí legal náà nìyẹn náà ìyẹn àti ìdíkọ̀ ìlọ́ntà ó ṣe ẹ̀túnṣe òfin bí recently. After that, Odumosu must go. Emi ò ní anything to do with Odumosu because Odumosu here with him no justice. Definitely no justice. He's fully compromised. But even the Shitu tẹ́ ń pariwo nísìnyí torí ẹ̀fẹ̀ Odumosu must go. Shitu nìkan ni Shitu. A whole san tó jókòó sábẹ́ solicitor tó dákẹ́. Tí mọ̀ pé gbogbo wọn ti gbà bọ̀dẹ̀. A son will never take that kind of subordinated position. You subordinated that man under an ordinary solicitor tó ń gbé tó ń kọ pépà nínú ọ́fíìsì. It's not even a play olúwa.
ẹ jẹ́ bá wa fẹ́ rí sí o.
Just for inquest Odumosu ní lead counsel ibo ni solicitor ti ń lead the SAN.
nínú ṣe balabala.
Tàbí kí wọ́n ní solicitor ó ń lead the QC ní àbí kí KC náà máa pè wọ́n ní UKC. Queen's Counsel or something, I can't. A whole high-level council, bẹ́ẹ̀ jókòó sábẹ́ solicitor. Ó dà kọ́ ní pé kéèyàn kan tó jẹ́ general manager kó lọ jókòó sábẹ́ clerk. Kind of nonsense anomaly is that? It's so dysfunctional. They recorded in everybody. Wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ pé no. Ọjọ́ kan ṣe analyze
ọlọ́pàá mu.
Ọjọ́ kan analyze ẹ̀bí tí mo sọ pé no she too coming on board she too ló máa jẹ́ lead counsel because as a senior advocate of Nigeria kò lè wà under Odùmọ̀ṣù gbogbo à ń pàtẹ́wọ́ àwọn náà sọ ń bẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn kan sọ fún mi lórí platform pé àní Odùmọ̀ṣù ní lead counsel mo ní irọ́ kò possible Ṣítù ló máa jẹ́ lead wọ́n ní another platform bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń pàtẹ́wọ́ fún mi wọ́n ní woman kan ó correct wọn ó ń sọ fún ó jẹ́ kó mọ̀ pé Ṣítù ní lead Odùmọ̀ṣù is the kìíní kan adẹ̀rí gbogbo publication the lead counsel to Ọlábà family kìíní kan Odùmọ̀ṣù lead counsel to Ọlábà anything from Ṣítù kó publish anything adẹ̀wò pé kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ wọ́n nínú Ṣítù is for the court Odùmọ̀ṣù is for publication Odùmọ̀ṣù is ìsìnlá gbọ́ pé Odùmọ̀ṣù ní publication Odùmọ̀ṣù ní DNA Odùmọ̀ṣù ní toxicology Odùmọ̀ṣù ní oh my God everything is Odùmọ̀ṣù and we can't see any result in 14 months abi 15 months nothing to show for it DNA zip toxicology private toxicology zip private autopsy zip àti competition àti rí any color petition kankan anywhere. Nobody has seen any petition written by Odùmọ̀ṣù or whatever legal counsel or Baba. Baba ẹ lọ petition àwọn tó ń sọ báyìí. Ìyá Mohbad sọ pé kò báyìí petition àkó wá ṣàlàyé báwo ni wọ́n ṣe lu Mohbad pa. Ó sọ pé tí wọ́n bá ní wọ́n lu Mohbad pa ògbà yẹn but pé wọ́n gun ògbà.
Can you imagine?
You refuse to do anything. You refuse to do anything. This woman accepts a whole lot. Even Wunmi gan ti jábọ̀ in so many ways. Ikú tó yẹ kí Mohbad kú ni ikú tó yẹ kí Liam kú ni Mohbad kú. Ó yẹ kó ti petition kó ṣàlàyé báwo ni ó ṣe jẹ́ pé irú ọ̀ràn wo ni Liam dá tí bàbá ẹ̀ ṣe láti gba kó ẹ̀kọ́. You know? Ó yẹ kó explain ẹ̀. Wọ́n ní pé ta ló lọ́mọ wọn ló ti jẹ́wọ́ fún un. Jẹ́wọ́ how? Kí ọ̀kan sọ fún mi pé mo bèrè pé ta ni Ezoflex bí ọmọ yìí fún ó ti jẹ́wọ́ fún mi. Ó bí pé kì í ṣọkọ mi ni mo bí fún náà. So ta ni mo bí fún tí mo jẹ́wọ́? Those are very very clear points to yẹ kó ti raise with these people nothing. Now QH radio tó máa ń gbé bàbá gẹ̀gẹ̀gẹ̀gẹ̀ tó yẹ kó máa ń in fact is team bàbá 100%. Alẹ́ nísìnyí ó ti call out bàbá yìí pé ọjọ́ mẹ́rin ti lọ ẹni ẹ̀ tí dìde ńlẹ̀ ẹ̀ mọ bó ṣe ń lọ ẹ̀ ti rányàn lọ́wọ́ tí get back sí ẹ̀ dẹ̀ jókòó tẹ́tẹ́rẹ́ ìyẹn ni bàbá yẹn ṣe dìde láti wá lọ sí pàǹtí lẹ́ni kó tiẹ̀ lọ bèrè bóyá rù tiẹ̀ ń bá bàbá yẹn àti lọ pàǹtí rí kọ́ bá lọ detain ẹni ẹlẹ́dì who knows. ẹ̀sà bàbá tó ti gbé lọ sọ tó yẹ pé ọpẹ́lọpẹ́ Ọlọ́run lára bàbá yẹn wọ̀ bá ti bàbá oníbàbá mọ́lé.
Ó ga o.
The whole thing is just a big mess, but at least thank God for Yomi, who is unrelenting. Wọ́n pè lórúkọ, wọ́n ní torí owó ni. Báwo lè yẹn ṣe máa rán NGO tí ò ní lówó láti fi rán ẹ?
Àti ẹ̀gbọ́n ló máa celebrate pàápàá ni wọ́n nígbà tá Adura padà lé wọn ló ṣe lọ celebrate.
Ta ló celebrate?
Àwọn elephant ní house náà ni.
Wọ́n celebrate pé Adura padà délé. Okay, wọ́n ti assume kó máa arrest ọ̀rẹ́ wọ́n fatten ẹ̀ off ni ọmọ báwọn ará Calabar ṣe máa ń fatten ẹ̀ off tó bá fẹ́ ṣe wedding.
Ní àwọn ló ti wà ní irú.
Wọ́n fi sí fatten room mi. Ṣebí mo ti sọ fún yín pé tó bá mú Àdúrà báyìí ibi tí ọ̀rọ̀ Àdúrà yẹn kan tó máa gbé jáde ó máa kọjá ọ̀rọ̀ Mohbad. Ilẹ̀ sọ yìí. Do you know what is in that phone? Wọ́n mà ní fóònù Mohbad mà náà tà fún kínní. Tó bá lọ sí. Even if you have deleted things from that phone, forensic can get everything padà wá.
Yes.
Do you know what is in Mohbad's phone? Not to talk of Adura's present phone. Not to talk of our conversations. Boy, Demola yẹn náà ti fi phone yẹn ní after tó acquire phone yẹn. Ṣebí after that Larry tó ń jó káàkiri lórí internet ló ń jó káàkiri ní ti platform àwọn APK.
Nìyẹn.
Ṣebí Demola yẹn ju Larry tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ lórí platform àwọn APK. Náà ṣe láìsọ tó ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ tó ń polówó.
Tó bá jẹ́ wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ fi lọ gbọ́dọ̀ gbé lọ kọ́ọ̀tù ni.
Àní ti fóònù ẹ̀yẹn gangan even tó bá ní Àdúrà free Àdúrà lè free torí fóònù tó wà lọ́wọ́ Demola yẹn náà ó ní a whole lot wọ́n lè gbé jáde nù ẹ̀. Because since tí wọ́n lè log in pẹ̀lú iCloud Àdúrà ti
gbogbo àná wa mú bú ó ga o
everything jáde.
Wọ́n ní gbogbo àná ń bú ló ń sọ̀kò ọ̀rọ̀.
Ta ló ń ká? àṣé gẹ́ọ̀ yẹn àwọn ìyálé ọ̀kan wọ́n lọ tẹ̀ àti treat yẹ àti treat ẹ̀ gbà tí mo kọjá ń bẹ̀ lẹ́yìn tó tún bú mi mo mi jókè iṣẹ́ gbà ọ̀tọ̀ ni mo ṣọ̀pọ̀ wà. àti pẹ́ gbogbo ìyẹn illegal.
kọ́ọ̀lù ni ò jẹ́ ń gbádùn kọ́ọ̀lù oh my goodness.
ó pé ó kọ̀ yín out ó call everybody out.
ẹjọ́ kí ló ní mo tún ṣe.
No, on this platform, because we all insisted that Adura had to be called in and questioned. And that's not the narrative to over my control one. Which my
people.
Over my control, Lulu every platform now, over my control one business here. So
now
out of here. And she can't come back here. She's gone.
Wọ́n mọ̀ pẹ̀lú ìlú freedom là ń gbé àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké tàbí gan wọn bá lè kọjú wọn.
Ojú wíńdò ló ti máa wo ọmọ mi Jokem nísìn. Kó wọn máa kí wọn nínú DM ni. Kò gbọ́dọ̀ débi tó bá rí lórí platform yìí mọ̀ wọn Jokem àwọn máa sùn ẹ̀. Nothing come back here. Wọ́n tó fẹ́ bá a lórúkọ jẹ́.
Wọ́n lọ sí àkàyà náà yìí wá. Ọ̀rọ̀ ti bà á lójú dé.
Ti bà á lórúkọ jẹ́ náà. Tó dàbí pé àwọn àbọ̀dè fún justice tó rà gbé sára àṣẹ.
Nítorí àsọ pé Adura need to be called for questioning.
And because we showed her love and now she's calling us out. She's even making people feel like ó ti tán lójú wa nísìn.
Wow.
Mọ́ra tó ń disgrace wa tó ń embarrass wa tó ń insult wa. I mean, what kind of nonsense is that? I'm not surprised that she's insulting us, but I mean, we need to just mention it. Mommy Jokem ti parí ẹ̀. So she has defended us, she has spoken about it to her. Let's rest it. Ká padà sórí analysis.
Ìjọba ìdúró nọ́mbà ò lè ṣe lẹ́ni náà ni.
Àti sọ kọjá. Mommy Jokem ti settle ẹ̀.
Ẹni tí ò bá ti sí nílé kó yé béèrè ọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀. Ó máa wá ga o. Ẹni tí ò bá ti sí nílé kó yé béèrè ọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀.
Mommy Jokem ti settle ẹ̀.
Ó ga o.
Kò ṣe bíi ti Sam Larry o, but Mommy Jokem ti settle ẹ̀. You know. So Mommy Jokem, my own analysis for Ale ni pé, well, I'm happy that we are at a starting point towards justice, and we're not going to allow anybody. And then, Mr. Yomi, if you are still around, please try and manage.
Wọ́n ló wà lọ́dọ̀ Pọ̀páríánù pé a tó bá ṣe tán bẹ́ẹ̀.
Manage information as much as possible.
Yes, that is what we are going to tell you.
He needs to manage information. So whatever he has, issues like this woman, I'm going to find him. We want him to be speaking out so that kò ń ṣe pé wọ́n á bá wọn sọ nǹkan lẹ́yìn wọn á dàrú mọ́ lójú. Àwọn dàbí pé irọ́ ló pa ìtòbí is what.
Èmi mà tiẹ̀ láìkí bí Mr. Yomi ṣe ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ ní public tó ń ṣe ìdájí.
Àbí tó bá jẹ́ hard evidence tó mọ̀ kó máa.
Bó jẹ́ mẹ́wàá ni tó ń fún wa ní méjì jẹ́nu ẹ̀.
Thank you. Well, at least kó máa jẹ́ àwọn
ó ga ní.
Wọ́n jẹ́ àwọn bó ṣe ń lọ jàre.
Ó ga ó bàtà ìṣẹ̀mẹ́ ó bàtà ìṣẹ̀mẹ́fà.
Mommy Adufe, I can just tell you that I don't know if you were here. I'm going to play QH radio. And what's ahead. So if you listen to that, you know, analyze it. I mean, QH radio has now decided to tell the truth. Okay, ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ó ti kọjá emotional this year, no sentiments again. Let's be factual, let's be objective. If we are really truly looking for justice, then we must say the right things. We must call to question.
I gbọ́dọ̀ sugarcoat anything.
We must question everything. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ pẹ̀lú this same QH radio ní Odúmọ̀sù lọ tó ní kò sí máàkì lára Mohbad àti gbọ́n ṣe. Somebody that is in London tí ò lè bọ́ta. If tí ò bá ń ṣàràbù ni kò lè bọ́ta yẹn because that woman tó sọ pé kò lè bọ́ta illegal lè trust nǹkan tó ń sọ that one she's just a bloody liar. Ó máa ń sugarcoat àwọn ìyẹn ṣàràbù mọ́ òótọ́ amix òótọ́ àti ọ̀rọ̀ amix gbogbo ẹ̀pọ̀ sínú cocktail gbogbo àdàrú mọ́yàn lójú èèyàn ní mọ̀ tọ́ èèyàn ní mọ̀ rán ọdún ẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe má ti wú.
Mommy Jokem sọ pé èmi ìwé tó bá ti sí ń gbé tó ń lọ tó ń bọ̀. Where you go?
And mommy,
Yeah,
she
man,
can,
she
she's a wandering TikToker. You know, so
Kọ́ọ̀lù ni kọ́ọ̀lù máa ń gbé mi kúrò ni.
okay.
ẹ fún mi lò.
No, èmi náà call. Okay, nísìnyí, èmi náà I had a long call from my.
I saw that.
From my son, so I was.
Mami Jokem, ẹ má bínú ṣe mo pé night le. Mami Jokem, ẹ má bínú tí mo ń jayọ ya pé night lèmi ṣe. Èmi ń sùn ní o bí mo.
Ẹ sọ̀rọ̀.
Mo ń sùn ní o. No, mo ṣì ń gbà. Mo ṣì ń enjoy Mami Esuflex lọ́wọ́.
Ẹ ṣe lọ sí ṣẹ́ẹ̀sì. Báwọn ṣe wà yẹn ọ̀rọ̀ díẹ̀ lọ́rọ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o sọ̀rọ̀ ni. Ẹ má bínú no. Mo ní mo ń enjoy. Ìgbà tó sọ pé tí ò bá sílé, èmi ń sùn gbogbo ìgbà tẹ́ jáde yẹn ni o. So ẹ máa brief wa pẹ̀lú nǹkan tí anyway mo ti get it together náà what is it called QH radio mo ti gbọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń sọ yẹn ẹ má bínú ẹ jẹ́ kí n ní
ó ti dùn wọ́n ó bá ti dùn wọ́n.
It is well.
Yeah, because I mean, we will say that àwa máa sòótọ́ bó ṣe rí. Ẹjọ́ bá dùn wọ́n kó máa lọ forí sọlẹ̀ ni because a lè máa pẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ sọ àgbàlagbà ni wá abiyamọ ni wá. Tàbá lè bá wọn tàbí nu ara wa tàbá lè bá wọn sọ tó ń gbọ́ sí wa lẹ́nu. I was on a long call with one of my children and advice mi ló fẹ́ gbọ́ on something a major decision to take.
That's right.
I we deliberated on it for a while, you know. Looking for me, say, Mommy, you are the TikToker, I need your attention right now. But anyway, you know, I shouldn't operate life to one year old. See,
exactly. I'm mad at both of you.
I want more content, Lumbawa, Shemo. I know you like, you know. Everybody want lie, but I mean, they need our wise counsel, they need our support, they need, you know, they need us to advise them on things that they're doing. And they can trust our judgment. So that I won't be trust judgment.
No, Mama,
kí ló fẹ́ fà yẹn. Kódà náà, àwọn òbí mi wọ́n máa gbé ọmọ, wọ́n máa gbéra wọn lẹ̀ fọmọ, ọmọ máa rọ́bìṣì wọn.
Ọmọ máa rọ́bìṣì wọn bó ṣe
wù. Ọmọ máa rọ́bìṣì wọn lọ́run ní ṣe tiwa bẹ́ẹ̀.
Àmì o.
Ìtọ́nà tí wá sí lọ lọ́run la máa wà. Àwọn ọmọ máa ṣìkẹ́ wa ni wọ́n máa kẹ́ wa.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni máa ju ọ̀rọ̀ kalẹ̀ gbìn báyìí.
Òní fọ̀rọ̀ wá ṣeré wá mọ̀ pé ìyá rere ni àwọn ní bàbá rere làwọn kò ní ṣe àwọn ìyá òṣì ìyá àjára búkà àbí báwo lè ṣe ń pè é. I've learnt a lot of vocabulary since I joined TikTok. Wọ́n ní ìyá àjára búkà or something.
Wọ́n pé yọ TikTok kọ́ wa ní Yorùbá gan Yorùbá gidi dẹ̀ ni.
I know. So I mean, we need to at least we need to continue to stand for the truth. Tabaroto also. I like it. Oto is always bitter anyway. The truth is never really pleasurable. People don't like it, but I mean, it always brings out the right things. If Baba needs to make amends about the way he's carrying on, we will call him out. We'll call him out. Anybody to buy a go down for this case, the whole family. Ìgbà tí ìyá Mohbad tó jáde the other time tán ní ìyá jẹ́ kìnnìkan kò rí bí gbé wọn lé kiri adáwó fún náà.
Ṣé wàá tẹ́bọ̀ mi owó?
Adáwó fún wa àdẹ́gbó wa padà àwọn ìfẹ́ ní wá ní kó dé padà.
Odindi oṣù kan lọ́ fi nà wá lẹ́gbàá owó.
Wọ́n fi nà wá lẹ́gbàá pa fún lówó àdẹ́gbó.
Òun gbọ́dọ̀ fún lówó mo lè padà wá.
Pọ́lísì wa lórí platform yìí ni pé òkè lọ́wọ́ afúnni ń gbé.
Yes.
Bí mo ṣe bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ yìí dí sí wedding méjì mo dín lọ́la.
Màmá o.
Tí ọmọ máa jẹ́ pàtí káàkiri. Títí ọdún yìí máa fi parí from one party to the other ni.
Àwọn olùkọ́ wo.
Ẹjẹ́ fún yín naturally màá ṣe wedding lọ́la méjì. Màá ṣe potluck mothers kìíní kan lọ́jọ́ another wedding on Wednesday. Another wedding, and on Saturday, mo tún ní another wedding.
Mama ke, yawa. Every
Every weekend is locked down. every day there's something. Enjoyment mo á jẹ́ enjoy yes na ọmọ tó bá ṣiṣẹ́ déédéé ó lè kó lásìkò ìgbádùn náà. Bóyá ilé ayé ṣe rí nìyẹn. Èèyàn ti ṣiṣẹ́ náà, èèyàn ti fa gbùsẹ́. Ó ní mò ń sọ pé look, when we were bringing up children, we didn't have time for social media. We had quality time with our children. We took them on vacation. We took them for summer school. We did hard work. We did a lot of things, homework, everything with them. Àráyè máa jókòó sórí TikTok 24 hours. Ọmọ máa sunkún kó má ra attention yẹn. Where is that going to come from? You know. And with one very, very, very busy schedule, pẹ̀lú career tí wọ́n ní, you know.
How can you imagine?
You know, one had to juggle everything and make sure that you manage your time well. There was no time for frivolities now. So money Facebook, you know. If you know my real name, if you go to my Facebook, you'll see pictures of maybe 20 years ago on vacation and all that, on different countries and all that. But that's different. But right now, you need time. So some of these nursing mothers that are all over the place, wọ́n sọ wọ́n pé ebi ti retire ni mo ṣe ráyè.
Ẹjẹ́ àti ẹ̀bẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀yìn ìyájọ́ lè fẹ́ fún wa láìka tẹ̀ discuss tọ́pìkì ní tó mú rí bẹ́ẹ̀ fún wa láyè.
Àjọ ní justice làwọn àbẹ́ pẹ̀lú ètí Yọ̀mí ṣẹ̀fúnlẹ̀ fún wa yìí, ìyá máa jẹ́ kí tó máa fi gbé wa dé justice àwọn ẹ̀rù wa kò lẹ̀. Àní fi Yọ̀mí lọ́rùn lẹ̀ o.
Omi Jokem mo ti lè gbé wa kúrò lórí ilé ìtawà yìí.
Àló máa gbá àní Yọ̀mí máa gbé wa dàgbòjá. White House là ń lọ. Tó bá fẹ́ dà.
Omi Jokem méjì ajẹlé ìtọ́nà. Wọ́n bá ti jẹlé ìtọ́nà á padà sórí ìkíní ẹgbẹ́ ìtọ́nà. Ẹ má gbé wa kúrò lélẹ̀.
Not gonna leave the late hour.
Tọ́ba àgbélò Àbújá, tọ́ba fẹ́ dàrú lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, àgbélò Àbújá, wọ́n tún bá ayọ̀ káàdì mi. Wọ́n máa ṣe ń bọ́ nù kan náà, wọ́n máa bọ́ sínú mi. Títà ní justice. Àwọn tó ń tà láti gba justice ló tó bá ń paná ẹ̀ bí àwọn àpọ̀nbò mi, wọ́n á paná ẹ̀ bí àwọn arú jáde ń bò mí. Àwọn bá mọ̀ pé eléyìí ẹni gbogbo àparò ni ó gbà pọ̀ lọ́rọ̀ òkú Mohbad.
Omi Jokem máa sákò níbi iṣẹ́ báyìí mo dráìbì mo tún gbọ́rọ̀ yìí mo tún rẹ́rìn. Gbọ́rọ̀ yìí mo tún rẹ́rìn tẹ̀lé lọ léèlé mo ní ṣẹlẹ̀ wọ̀ ìyá yìí.
Kúùsù làwọn wà
Níbo la ti ráwọn ọmọ mi sí ìbáyìí?
Kúùsù làwọn wà sí wa.
Ẹ kúrò lórí ìkànnì yìí.
Àlè para wà sí ẹni dúró dáìdí ẹni.
Tí bá tún wọlé tí bá ń gbọ́rọ̀ yìí màá tún gbé fóònù lọ bedroom. Àjọyọ̀ kí ló lè.
Ẹdí mọ mi ṣíjú tó wà ní tọ́lẹ́ẹ̀tì tó ń gbé tán.
Tí máa fi wọlé bí mo máa gbọ́ tí máa fi wọlé nìyẹn. Tí bá fi wọlé mo fẹ́ jẹun màá tún sáìtì síwájú mi bí ìgbà tó wọ́n fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ interview lọ́wọ́ mi wọ́n fẹ́ sanwó fún mi. Ọ̀rọ̀ Mohbad ti fẹ́ ṣe wáyé ṣe báyìí. Ìtajà tí wọ́n máa gbọ́ gist. Tí wọ́n máa gbọ́ lẹ́tẹ̀sì wọ́n máa wọ́ pánẹ́lì kiri.
Ọkọ mi ni mo ti di activist sórí TikTok.
Ìyá Mohbad ló máa ń pè mí ní ìyá Mohbad.
Ẹ dúró ń bò ní mọ mi.
Ìyá Mohbad ló máa ń pè mí. Ìyá Mohbad kí ni latest?
Mi rí kọ́mẹ̀ntì wọn ni.
Ẹ̀fọn máa wà ní comment section.
Ìyálọ́ba.
Ìyálọ́ba, mọ́mí Ìyálọ́ba. Màmá tí
Kí ni latest lọ́wọ́ máa bèrè lọ́wọ́ wa o?
Wọ́n máa ń wá, but mi ò kó ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Ọlọ́run ṣàánú. Ọlọ́run ṣàánú wa bàbá yìí gbọ́dọ̀ gbéra yín jẹ lọ. Ẹ ṣe nọ́mà.
So ìgbà tó wá rí bàbá ní pàǹtí kí ló wá ṣe pẹ̀lú bàbá ǹjọ́ pé ọmọ fẹ́ lọ tọ̀ bàbá wá fẹ́ help. What was his mission there? What did he do?
Yes, that is what I want to ask Yomi Go. Ṣé bàbá
mi know kí ni bàbá gangan lọ ṣe ń bẹ̀ kí ni what role did he go to play?
Ọ̀rọ̀ kí wọ́n ṣe èdò ló gbé wọn lọ.
Ta ló ń lọ kọ́ta lọ́yà pẹ̀lú lọ́yà
ṣé mo pé Amzat sí Ghana ó ti fẹ́ máa wọ́ọ̀dì bàbá ń sìn ṣá.
Ó ní QH àti play
ìwà wọ́díwọ́dí làwọn báyìí o.
What do you want? What do you miss life? I just ask Mommy, it's life. All this about Papayano from
tó ń ṣe ó ń co-host pẹ̀lú Briano ní àbúrò.
Ọ̀dọ̀ Papayano ló wà.
Tó ń co-host pẹ̀lú ẹ̀rín.
Tó bá ṣe tán bẹ àwa ló ti wá bí tẹ́lẹ̀.
Ẹ̀yin ajẹ́ ká lọ sọ́ṣọ̀kòtò Àbújá ti ṣá nìyẹn sí.
Àbújá là ń lọ.
Kó bá tiẹ̀ jẹ́ ti Yọ̀mí yìí la tún fẹ́ bójú tó ó pè wá.
Ó bẹ́ ta.
Ó pè wá rẹ̀ ní o.
Ó pè wá.
Ibi tá bá ti ní justice.
Àwa sọ pé
Ibi tá bá ti ní justice la fẹ́ fi.
kí ìwà kó wọlé ta fún ṣẹ́kù lọ́wọ́.
Àkọ́bẹ̀ ni pé àfẹjọ́ wẹ́wẹ́ kó jọ torí Ọlọ́run.
Ó kàn tiẹ̀ bá wa yọ nínú 8,000 yẹn kó kí yọ.
Sọ̀rọ̀ pé nǹkan tó máa ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ pé
gbà mí láwọn
kó dáadọ́ dúró.
Èmi ò ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kó bá
kí yọ̀ ní tó dàgbé jáwá ti lọ blọọkì.
Yọ wípé ṣẹ́rí mọ́mí Yéṣu ṣègbà ṣẹ́rí àwọn move sí àwọn people yìí move àwọn family yìí ó wà suspicious.
Mú fún justice rárá.
ẹ wo àyà mi káàdì káàdì ṣe yẹn.
You want to cross without looking road.
Ṣé mọ̀ pé ìgbà yẹn ló yẹ kó gbé petition lọ sí ọ̀dà ìjì?
Yes.
Because ó rinlẹ̀ kíní yẹn rinlẹ̀ nígbà yẹn.
Náà ṣe rí kíní àmì káàdì yẹn. Àwọn èèyàn kan ni wọ́n gbọ́ kékeré. Ẹ mọ̀ pé after that
ẹ gbọ́ pé Yomi sọ wípé bàbá come with some petitions down there.
Okay.
Tó bá fẹ́ náà rẹ̀ sọ fún mi ní finance kẹ́mi ìbò rẹ̀.
Yomi ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ sẹ́ Yomi.
Ó fẹ́ náà rẹ̀ wá sọ. Ṣé bàbá ló máa come with it tàbí lọ́ọ̀yà bàbá?
Ṣé bàbá lọ lọ́ọ̀yà? Ṣé bàbá lọ pẹ̀lú lọ́ọ̀yà?
Lọ́ọ̀yà ni.
Ṣé bàbá lọ pẹ̀lú lọ́ọ̀yà? Pẹ̀lú pàdé.
Jẹ́ ká pé gbogbo wọlé ó ti
Ẹ̀bùn ni ẹni tí máa gbọ́ tọrọ lẹ́nu. Ẹ̀bùn ni ṣé Yomi sọ pé bàbá ló wá pẹ̀lú lọ́ọ̀yà?
Wọ́n ní Yomi sọ pé ìwé tọ́kì lẹ̀. Àyàwó yìí kẹ̀. Ẹ fẹ́ pa á.
Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀?
Tọ́kì lẹ̀ sì kẹ̀.
ó tún náà wọ́n ni máa fún wa ní feedback.
Yes, àgémù yẹn nìyẹn.
No. Ṣẹ̀rí nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní pé Yomi must have discovered.
Wọ́n ní kò sọ
bẹ́ẹ̀. Àwọn ọmọ ti dá láti make àwọn mú.
Ẹni tó sọ̀rọ̀ fún mi ṣe rí finance kẹ́mù yìí òun náà ló sọ pé bàbá ti lọ́dọ̀ ṣìtù.
nǹkan tó sọ lọ́dọ̀ bọ̀dá láti nìyí.
Finance gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ ilé bàbá. Finance ẹbí nìkan là ń lò ẹ̀jẹ̀ ṣe mí torí ṣe lọ́ gbó lórí ẹbí ní gbogbo.
Olórí ẹbí kan wà lẹ́tọ́ máa bójú wọn jẹ́ lọ́la. Àwọn ọ̀dọ́ olórí ẹbí làárọ̀ ọ̀la a máa bójú wọn jẹ́ gidi ń bẹ̀.
Olórí ẹbí bá gbọ́ kí mi ṣe
ìpàdé ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀.
Olórí ẹbí bá gbọ́ kí mi ṣe ìdè wá sọ fún mi pé ẹ ti lọ.
Wọ́n á gbé fún wọn lọ́la.
Ó dìgbà sílẹ̀ bá mọ lọ sílẹ̀ bá mọ. Àwọn agbọ́ wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ lálọ́ takú sí làárọ̀ lájọ́ máa jí lágbo márùn-ún.
Àwọn akẹ́.
Àwọn pípù yìí.
Wọ́n làwọn ti tẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n làwọn ti balẹ̀ jẹ́.
Òkè ó ti gbọ́ òkè. Wọ́n gbé wa ní gbogbo pọ̀ jù.
Wọ́n ní Àdùkádé ti balẹ̀ jẹ́ pẹ̀lẹ́ nú ẹ̀.
Kí ló dé kí lẹ sọ?
Níbo lẹ ti ń gbọ́ yẹn o?
Ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ pé ẹ̀yin náà gbé ọmọ yín pọ̀ ń gbà yẹn ni. Nítorí òun gbà tuntun ní òun wòye lọ́jọ́ ìmúkọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ ìwé ẹ̀tọ́ yìí wíwú yẹ ẹ̀ tí mo tọ́ bá gbé.
Àgbékọ̀ yẹn le jù.
Nígbà tí wọ́n máa gba iṣẹ́ àlẹ́sẹ̀ yín báyìí.
Àti gba lámbà. Wọ́n ti fún wa ní lámbà.
Ọmọ ní kí ẹ máa gba lámbà ẹ̀dẹ̀ ti gbà.
Àti gbà wá ti tẹ́ lọ́mọ tí ẹ máa ti jèrè wá lé jèrè lọ́mọ lọ́jà jẹ. Ọmọ lọ́jà ti jèrè wá lé jẹ.
Àti pé mọ́mí Àdùkẹ́ àti ìkẹ́mọ̀ pé
Mo gbọ́dọ̀ ló ní pé
ọmọ pásítọ̀ tí wọ́n nú ayé o.
ó ti ṣépè sí gbogbo ọ̀dọ̀ àwa tá a wà lórí tẹ́lẹ̀ lánàá. Mo gbọ́dọ̀ yẹn kan ló ti ṣépè sí ìjọba.
Bọ́mi jọ̀dé pé
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o.
ìkẹ́mọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ìṣàbí ọ̀rọ̀.
Anyway, that is called loyalty.
Ìyá wa eléyìí kò láti. Ọjọ́ tí ìyá bá máa fa ọ̀rọ̀ já lókè yìí. Ti kàn lé. Bàbá kọ̀ ra ìta.
Wọ́n máa ti rọ̀ lẹ́nu.
Ẹ̀ka
kalẹ́ mọ̀ ẹ kọjá mẹ́ta mọ̀ ọ́.
Wo ẹ máa kàn ń búyàn tẹ́ bá rí olórí kò lọ ti fisikálì náà bí ìyá yín ta.
Inú mi ti ẹ̀dùn pé wọ́n sí láàrin nígbà tó ń bú wa.
Ẹ kàn ra jẹ díẹ̀.
Ẹ̀yà olúwa kò ní wálẹ̀ bá wọn kú.
Ọjọ́ tí ìyá wa máa fàájà lókè yìí ó ti kọ̀lé.
Wọ́n ní wìdánrọ̀ máa ọ̀nà tí mo wá lọ.
Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa sọ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́.
Palema. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí gbà sí olórí kò lọ títí ní ìyá wa ẹ̀sùn flex. Tí bàbá ṣe mistake, ṣé àlè point out? Torí a rí wípé a gbọ́dọ̀ béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín.
Mo fẹ́ kọrin òwe.
Ohun Jokem ṣe mọ̀ pé ẹnìkan wà tó yẹ pé ó kúrò ní platform nítorí ó ní pé máa ń fún mi ní too much time láti sọ̀rọ̀. I'm telling you, mo gbọ́ lórí platform kan tí ọ̀kan sọ pé
wọ́n ní àwa tí wọ́n bí láti dé olóró.
Má dàrú darí. Àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó bá ti lọ.
Mo wà nínú ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú fake profile. Wọ́n ní obìnrin tó jẹ́ Zuflex yẹn pé gbà tó wọ Jokem kò ní jẹ́ kẹ́nìbọ̀dì sọ̀rọ̀ obìnrin yẹn nìkan ló máa sọ.
Ó tiẹ̀ lórí kan tó wù mí kí n fẹ́ kọ́.
Ẹ̀rọ tó ti lọ làwọn wọn ò ní kọ́.
Alájà àwọn
láti gbàgbé lọ́mọlọ́mọ.
Wọ́n ní ṣé bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ ṣé mi nìkan mò ń dá sọ̀rọ̀ nígbà tí mo kì í ṣe wọ́n.
ẹ̀rọ ṣàkíkẹ́ wáyé ní ọ̀rá rẹ̀
ṣé mò ń dá sọ̀rọ̀ ni.
Ẹ jẹ́ bá wa béèrè pé ṣé mọ́mí Àdùfẹ́ ń ṣá nǹkan kan bẹ̀ yìí.
Orí tí mo kàn fún ìdẹ̀fẹ̀ gbọ́ ìmọ̀ akọ́lẹ̀ aṣọ títí ju ti ẹ̀ lẹ̀ òun. Ṣé mọ̀ pé ilé olórogún ló ti gbé bíbí? Sórí àbọ̀ tí láwọn tàwa tọ́bí láti ilé olórogún wọn lè nu wọn máa ń mú pé ìdílé òṣè kọrí òwe yìí pé tàlàjà wọn ń gbá kuru mọ́ èrò tálọ̀pọ̀lọ́ yìí dẹrù máa ń. Ẹ̀rọ ìṣàkóso ọ̀rá o, òun ni gbogbo ṣe ìdí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn àgbẹ̀ olóore òye yìí. Láìpẹ́ ọjọ́ ẹnu jẹ ṣe ń gè níyà.
Ta ni twin sister yín?
Ẹgbẹ́ ìṣàlàyé ìgbà fún yín.
Ta ni twin sister yín?
Àwọn nìyẹn o tí sísá rí.
Ta ni twin sister?
Mọ́mí Àdùfẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ wà very careful.
Mọ́mí Àdùfẹ́ níbo ni mo ti rí yín báyìí?
Èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ wà very careful gan lórí black and blue. Ṣé mo pé twin sister Mọ́mí Àdùfẹ́ is my big aunt?
Pretty wà láì.
Èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ wà very careful gan.
Mọ́mí Àdùfẹ́ mú nǹkan kan lọ́wọ́.
Ọjọ́ tí mo lọ bẹ sí wọn kò ṣe é kò fún mi. Ọjọ́ tí mo fẹjọ́ wọn sọ family fẹ̀ pé ẹni yìí èèyàn báyìí ló ń jẹ́ ó ṣe pè fún mi. Wọ́n bá ní mi ò mọ̀ wọ́n ni kí nígbà kan ní ìdẹ̀kọ̀ ojú big aunty mi náà lọ. Wọ́n ìmọ̀délé lè dúró wọ́n ká máa rí àwọn ọ̀nà wọn àwọn aṣọ̀rọ̀
wọ̀ndà ẹ̀wà. Mo ti mú ṣẹ́pẹ̀.
Ẹ̀sìn kan ni ẹ ti wà ní Kulos tàbí Canadian Laos.
Nígbà bẹ́ẹ̀ ìwọ ni wá láti ilé olórogún àwọn tó jẹ́ pé bàbá wọn fẹ́yàwó tó pọ̀ bí ti bàbá Mohbad báyìí. Wọ́n fẹ́yàwó tó pọ̀. Àpọ̀lọ́wọ́ bàbá mi. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ó pọ̀ o. Pápá ní dẹ̀m. Àwọn náà bí mo lè jà lẹ́rẹ́.
Ọba ìmọ̀lẹ̀ ó pọ̀ gan. Ọba ìmọ̀lẹ̀ ó pọ̀.
Ọba ìmọ̀lẹ̀ ó pọ̀ gan yẹn. Ó fẹ́ lè máa sunkún gbà tó ń kọrin yẹn.
Ó ń kọrin, ó fẹ́
He was so emotional.
Ọ̀rọ̀ mi yẹn bá ti pa àwọn orin pínsì ẹ̀ báyìí.
Wọ́n kọ́ máa gún mi lọ́la yẹn pa ìlú tẹ̀sí wégele máa wò lé.
Ó ní ohun mẹ́tẹ́ẹ̀tì bílíọ̀nù àkáǹtì òun kò tó
Ẹnì kan ṣàkọsẹ́ nìkan nìyà èrè máa rò.
Mọ́mí Àdùfẹ́ máa rí déètì yín lọ́la o.
Ọlá ní gèlè máa rò.
Ẹ̀yà òwe lè pọ̀ sétí o.
èmi kẹ̀ àwọn akọ ọlọ́sẹ̀ kan ní ẹ̀sí gèlè máwùú rẹ̀.
Mọ̀mí ṣíjú pélé owó ilé kó wa kò ń sọnù. Olóko wa sọnù.
Ẹjọ́ báwo ló ṣe kọ ní ẹ̀ lọ́tọ́ ní.
Àwọn wà ní etí wa gbágbágbá.
Ẹnì kan ṣe kinní kan gèlè máwùú rẹ̀ ní òwe òǹtawé lọ fiṣẹ́ lọ́la gan. Máa bá mi gèlè máwùú rẹ̀ máa bá mi.
Àwọn kọ́tà ń jọ ìrìn tó máa lọ ń pòstẹ̀ sí Facebook. Àwọn ènìyàn lónìí ìṣòro ayé wọn. Máa lọ sí oníṣẹ́ wa lọ sí ìpàdé máa pòstẹ̀ sí Facebook.
Ọmọ ìlú like say I know the release my Facebook last. Oh why? Wetin be this one like this? Bring too many things. Láti ṣe Genesis. Survivor. Àlùfẹ́ òṣìṣà. Wọ́n ní Késà. Ẹ wo. Orí máa fi lọ lọ́wọ́. Màá lá òdù lámàjọ.
Wọ́n fẹ́ bá mi. Ìjọba ìlú ẹ̀wẹ̀ so. Bad vibes on the floor. I'm so glad you ìyàwó mi ṣó dáa tó rò mí sí wetin this one like this.
Bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ó ní talent báwo ló ṣe máa ń rán
Bàbá mo bá dì tó bá jẹ́ mi ni màá sáré ṣẹ́ ló gba àtàdúró ìyàwó àwọn ní òòrùn yìí.
Owó dẹ̀ ti dé ká dẹ̀ máa lá. Tí a bàbá Mohbad nìkan nìyẹn. Wẹ̀mpọ̀ nínú òde o, a máa ń gan mọ́. Owó dẹ̀ ti dé ká dẹ̀ máa lá. Wetin na fẹ́ fọ ṣòkòtò dé máa ṣòkòtò. Ẹnu gbàgbé lásán dẹ̀ máa já.
Ẹ̀dá ní agbára kan téèyàn máa ń fi lọ́sà
the fire no go catch mine.
ní agbára fẹ́ dá.
Mo gbéra rẹ̀ sókè ìdarí sókè.
Ìṣẹ̀dá ìdán máa mọ̀ fáwọn èèyàn jà fóun.
Ẹ ń gbé mu dé wá rí tẹ́mi sórí tí wá sí sínú máìkì lásán máa gbowó mi. Carry me go, Rihanna, fly, Rihanna. Clap for me now.
Ìjọba bá àdúrà wá yé omi tàbí káàtìkà.
Àwa gbogbo
Káàtìkà tí wọ́n mọ̀ bọ́sẹ̀dì. Ìṣàbọ̀sẹ̀dé lè kọ́ kó tí ẹ lè kọ́ ẹyẹ kan nínú rẹ̀. Àbí kó máa lóò fẹ́ wíìnì. Àbó lè wíìnì.
jòsí ni. Èmi ní balẹ̀ tí lẹ́jọ́sí. Ìyẹn ló máa lè like ló bá dé. Kẹrí one other highlight.
Ní olùṣèwọ́ apọ̀rọ̀ jòsí ó lè kó wa papọ̀. Ṣé kò yẹ kó tún wá papọ̀?
Ẹ máa gbọ́.
Èmi ò tiẹ̀ wọ́rì kó tiẹ̀ kó gbogbo wa papọ̀. Torí mo mọ̀ pé mi ò sí ìgbà tó ṣe báyìí.
Ṣé mọ̀ pé wọ́n lọ lẹ́nu? Bóun ṣe mọ̀ pé ẹjọ́ hold on. Ṣé mọ̀ pé one other thing tí QH sọ ó ní bàbá mọ ikú tó pọ̀ ọmọ ẹ̀.
Ló bá tán.
Ó sọ point blank. Ó ní because wọ́n mọ ikú tó pọ̀ ọmọ wọn. Ó ní bàbá ti mọ ikú tó pọ̀ ọmọ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ó ní láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti ṣe interview tó wà Ankara. Ṣé ẹ rántí? Ó sọ pé ó kú náà ni.
Tí wọ́n kó orun jọ bí tọ́kọ̀run fún jọ.
Tọ́kọ̀run fún
Ẹ ṣe.
Kí náà wá ń dà wá láwọn tó ń gbé wa lọ sínú igbó.
Nígbà tó kó oríwọlá fún.
Wọ́n á ní kọ́ máa lọ sí ìdíjọ́ wọn á wé ìṣòwò ńgbà tó
Ta ló ń ṣe báyìí? Èwo ló ń ṣe báyìí? I'm a CEO now. I don't come partners me. But by partners me, I'm feeling shy. You see, I cannot look camera. I'm feeling shy. This family.
Àwọn CEO yẹn. Àwọn chief executive officer nìyẹn CEO.
Ó yẹ kó tiẹ̀ jáde kó tó wá polówó fún wa kábíyẹn wo fèsì.
Olówó kẹ̀ lójú iná.
À ń retí ẹ̀ ń ta o.
Báwo ló yẹ fẹ́ polówó lójú iná? Ẹ mọ̀ pé nísìnyí gan-an ó máa post sórí Instagram but on a low key ni. Just to give the impression that
ṣó yẹ kí jòsí bá mi sùn kó lọ máa sọ ń ta inú ọmọ yẹn ò dùn rárá nǹkan tó yẹ kó sùn.
Àwọn ọmọ mi ní ẹ̀wà ń bẹ́ o, èmi ló ń bá wí yẹn o.
Ọmọ ẹ̀ wà nù mọ́ọ̀gì ó ń gbọ́ wípé ìjòsí sọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ kọ́.
Èmi ló ń bá wí yẹn o, ó sọ pé òun gòkè àràpá.
Ó yẹ kó fún ìyàwó bá dìde 40%.
Èmi ló ń bá wí yẹn sọ pé òun gòkè àràpá òun padà.
Wọ́n fi ṣíjú ẹ̀mọ̀ kan. Ìyá Mohbad ti gbàgbé pé ọ̀ká first law wà ní. Wọ́n ní Kóńgò wọn shine always shine can always be shine. Bàbá padà lọ shine Kóńgò ni.
Jòsí
Kóńgò tí bàbá ti ṣàìsàn yìí ló tún lẹ̀ ṣẹ́.
Jòsí ìpìlẹ̀ ṣẹ́.
Wọ́n débẹ̀ ìyẹn náà pè ní once débẹ̀ always débẹ̀. Ọ̀ká first law.
Àbí kì í ṣe ṣaṣangele ló pa àbí ṣaṣambele ṣaṣambele ìyọlógún ọ̀run ìyàwó tó rẹ̀ wọ̀ lọ́wọ́ ṣaṣambele.
Fún wọn ní wọ̀fà ọ̀dọ̀.
Ọmọ yẹn náà tiẹ̀ rest kan eré post ẹ̀ irun náà ń post ní ti àkókò
Ọlọ́mọ dúpẹ́. Àwọn ọmọ dúpẹ́ tí wọ́n post ọmọ yẹn mọ́ tẹ bá mo bí inú mi
ṣe. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá yẹ ọmọ ọlọ́mọ jẹ́.
Lọ́gbọ̀jọ́ ọmọ yẹn síta inú mi dùn gan. Olùpẹ́ gidi ni.
Wọ́n máa post ẹ̀ sórí DP. Wọ́n máa post ẹ̀ sórí.
Ọlọ́run ó ṣeun o tọmọ yóò gbójú ọmọ yìí jáde mọ́. Àbọ̀sẹ̀ tí wọ́n bàbá
last time tó post ọmọ yẹn ọmọ tó bẹ́ẹ̀ jù báyìí. Nígbà tó ọmọ fọwọ́ kẹ́kọ̀ọ́.
Ìyẹn ló
ọmọ ọlọ́mọ. Èmi náà tún sọ̀rọ̀ bí ẹ̀yà ara ti sọ mí sọ. Nǹkan tí mo kì í sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ mo ní ọmọ fọwọ́ kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ sókè mi gan mo kì í sọ.
ọmọ tí ò ṣe nǹkan tí ò mọ nǹkan kan tó kàn ń ṣe eré.
Àwọn ọlọ́pàá yẹn.
In fact,
Hyperbolization.
Àwọn people ṣẹ́rí ọjọ́ tí ọmọ yẹn tí ìyá Mohbad ọjọ́ tí mo sọ pé ẹjọ́ ẹni ṣorí bò ẹ má pè mọ́ ó lè lọ fífọ́ ọkọ mi o. Ọmọ petition ló yẹ kó tẹ̀lé.
Wọ́n níyàwó wa ni.
Ìyàwó wa ní our wife bọ́bílà ìtàn náà wà rẹ̀ mú ìwà eléyìn iyọ̀ our wife. Makoko Amẹ́ríkà. Criminal ni yẹn á dẹ̀ máa pa irọ́ báyà ṣúgà kóòtù irọ́.
Ojoojúmọ́ ni máa ń bèrè lọ́wọ́ náà kó ṣe máa ní ṣe aago ṣe é fà sẹ́yìn kó náà dé kó wá bá afago yìí sẹ́.
Aago ìwo náà o.
Káṣẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ kí mo bá dùn pé òun láwọn ìyá gidi. Ọlọ́run aago ní ìwé ṣó ṣe fà sẹ́yìn kó náà bá wa fà sẹ́yìn.
Ọlọ́run ti fi
Ó yẹ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ kí mo bá dùn pé òun láwọn ìyá gidi lẹ́yìn.
ọjà ọ̀sẹ̀ náà ti fi yẹn dùn wá lọ àjùlọ nìyẹn.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n omi láìpọ̀ lọ́rọ̀
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni
ti sún.
Àjùlọ nìyẹn mà.
Mọ̀ nígbà tó bá jẹ́ wípé Ọlọ́run lè dá padà. Àwa ìyá ló ṣe lóore.
Ọlọ́run àwa bí amọ̀ rere.
Ṣé rí ní fún odindi bíi 3, 4, 5 months mo máa ń wò pé ọmọ yìí ó dẹ̀ jí báyìí kò tiẹ̀ dìde ó dẹ̀ jí báyìí kò dìde.
Báwọn kan ní kọ́lọ̀ ń gba alágbájá kan kúrò kó wá báwọn gbé mọ́.
Àwọn tiktokers yẹn táwọn yẹn bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ra ọba yìí wàá gbọ́ kí ló dé tó ṣe mú lọ́bàjọ́ lọ kó dá Mohbad padà bá rí gbogbo ọmọ nínú wa.
Ó ní bọ̀bọ̀ kan tó máa ń ṣe matchmaking lórí
ṣé mọ̀ pé mi ò tí mi tí kọ́ ara
òun náà ká ló pa Mohbad.
mi tí kọ́.
Mo fẹ́ yẹ bí ní Mohbad lọ́lọ́gbẹ́ mọ́ àbáyé oúnjẹ ọ̀fẹ́ bàjẹ́ tọ́lọ́gbẹ́ bẹ̀ ní pa Mohbad. Is everyone sleeping? Anybody home? Good morning. Good. Wow. Hi, Sandra. Good morning. Yeah, I think he's sleeping. Yeah, so I'm really at the top. Money on my mind. Money.
Me saying this before. I lived in Kano. They came to my father's office. They burnt down the whole office. They burnt down the whole office. What saved my father that day was because that he married the Hausa driver that he has, Mohammed, that lives in our BQ. My father went to marry for him. My father and my mother, they took him as mother and father to go and marry for him. The man came to tell my father, just some minutes before those Maitasini people came. So that I keep telling people this thing. And And you know, when you are talking about children, let me tell you something. It might sound tribalistic, what I want to say now, it might sound tribalistic. This man, what's his name? I don't know. This guy, I was telling him that he's acting very funny on this platform. Let me tell you something. Even if Baba comes now, I will tell you the same thing. The truth about it is, it's not about, when we see the truth, let's say the truth. Yoruba women don't know how to take care of children. It's not a joke. My ex-wife is Yoruba. I will tell you the truth. It's not a joke. Go and check. Anytime you open Punch, what you will be seeing. It happens in the East, but go and check the propensity. When you read Punch, it's Ogun State, Osun State, all those states. And you hear that they use ritual. They kill this one, ritual. I'm not being a tribalist here. After all, my name is Oladayo. I'm telling you the fact. The fact. If you are sincere. In my office one day, we had an argument. I told them, any one of you people, if you have birth certificate, stand up. You know, the youngest person, Bankole, the youngest too, Bankole, you don't have a birth certificate. The youngest, Bankole, because he worked on that, he knows that will finish it. I told him, do you have a birth certificate? The youngest too, he says affidavit. When we want to talk something, you see, this country, if you look at it, if you want to look at this country, you see that if you look at tribes, you can say that this tribe does this, this tribe does this, this tribe does this. It's not no, it's psychology. When you look at people, you reason, you think, you study. Or you both study children 20 years, 25 years. No big joke. Just to know how they go take plot future. All of you, people that live abroad, I travel a lot. I can tell you. I don't live in abroad. I live in Nigeria, but I travel a lot. I will tell you. When you go to study Peking, 25 years, 30 years, to know how to chart the future. But here, we just play. We are just jokers. We are just jokers in this country. We get sense. No, I don't get sense. I just got the save us. If to say we get like natural disaster, hey, for good, may God kill everybody. We don't get sense for this country. We are just jokers. Look at the drama we always do.
Mr. Onu, I want to appeal to you that you should stick with the topic. You actually diversify into some other area.
No, see, let me tell you something. The topic at hand is what you call a fundamental sociological problem.
No. We are talking about the boy that was sentenced to death at the age of 17.
What is it? Is it not sociology?
It has nothing to do with the area you are taking us to. You are talking of rituals. You are talking of eating.
I never mentioned ritual. I'm telling you, sociology.
You mentioned that
sociology and psychology is the problem behind that boy's issue.
So it is not
the problem. Go check them now. It's the problem. Now what you go sociology. If you don't understand, go and Google it. Sociology. That's about society. When a society does not function well, that is how you bring up those kind of children. That is how you see those kind of things happening. Yes, now, well, you go and Google it, sociology. Then I know when the boy, okay, he carry gun, he do this one, do that one. You guys are sentimental. You not talk about the gun when he carry you. Now I talk about the years when you spend for prison or when you spend for. See, if you cannot do the time, don't do the crime. If you cannot do the crime, you cannot do the crime. If I don't do the time, don't do the crime. I don't want to delve into it. I'm not a policeman. I'm not. All we are discussing here is social discourse. Police will investigate. Now I know everything.
Bros, it's like because the boy, according to the boy mother and father, the boy was not stealing, and he was sentenced because of a foul. So say something about the sentence. Period.
The parents know they lie. Which one will they talk? Parents know they lie.
Look, this is what I'm asking you. Say something about the sentence of the boy who still a foul. Period. Forget about sociology, environment. Forget about that shit. Is that
you know? How you
judgment listing? Is the judge listing?
How you know?
Even his friend listing. Everything was on the social media. They before something.
No, I don't
listing. Just hold on. I'm asking you.
You be police.
Please hold on. Uno, please hold on. You know, I try to draw your attention.
Are you a policeman?
Uno, now.
Yeah, police working as a police team supposed to be working.
Baba, please hold on. Let me quickly say something. I want to appeal to every one of us. We are not here to quarrel. We are not here to take side with anyone. We are here to educate ourselves. We are here to learn. We are here to learn from ourselves. I don't know, maybe any one of us is just joining. The lawyer that is prosecuting the appeal case on behalf of that boy had come up earlier and addressed us on what transpired in that case. Unfortunately, we did not allow him to go into the details to state what transpired so that it will not jeopardize the clemency matter that is before the governor of Osun State. So that's why we couldn't allow him to say much. So I want to appeal to you. Let's take it one by one. Don't let us turn it to argument free. We are
not arguing. If you don't argue, how will you learn?
No,
that's our problem.
This is not the way to do something. Now, why are you just getting everybody in an aggressive manner?
Let's say something. The lawyer in question, that lawyer in question, my uncle is a son. Lawyer, they lie 247.
Maybe you are talking from the angle of your uncle.
Oh, no.
So don't generalize your comment.
My sister is a lawyer for America now.
It doesn't matter. Don't provide anybody because of your family background.
That will not be issue. To lie, no be Uno. They have lawyers to lie.
Mr. Uno.
So, my brother, your sister is a lawyer in America. If he defend any legal things, she will lost his
guys. I lie, leave this thing. What you have to do, OJ Simpson? OJ Simpson. You don't know what you don't do case.
Uno. Mr. Uno, please. Let's have a one house. This is a
you were here for like 1 hour now. You knew how the platform was coordinated. Everything was in accordance to what we practice on this platform. But when it comes to your turn now, then the whole thing now turned to Market Square.
I apologize, but I don't do anything. Apologies, I don't do anything. Not fact that
please, let's listen and from each other.
Now, fact that talk. I know from my own perspective. No apologies, Baba.
No problem. All right then. Thank you, sir. Mr. Rhino, please, who will be the next person? I don't enter now.
Okay, the next person is Olasu. I don't know whether it's Olashubomi beside the prince.
Okay, Prince don't talk, Abi.
Prince don't talk, yes.
Miss Olashubomi.
Yeah.
Baba Loshun, let's say make you talk.
Thank you, sir. In fact, before I go further in saying whatever I want to say, moderator, sir, I mean the host, sir. You look very familiar. Have you worked in NTA Nakore? Were you there? Have you worked there?
No. I worked in Lorin Mina and also in Jos.
Okay. Okay, you work with NTA, right?
Yeah, but in Lorin, not Akure.
Okay, I understand. You have somebody that looks too much like you.
Okay, if you talk about Ilorin now, maybe it's my dad, because my dad, he used to do broadcast as well.
Okay, that's all right. Back home, before I came to Canada, and then practicing here in Canada as well. So that's all right. Everything that has been said so far, I think we have all been merry-go-rounding on the same issue, and the subject of this matter remains freedom for Shegun. I made mention of something the other time. I talked about fundamental human right, that if you don't ask for it, it is not guaranteed. Even though we know we have fundamental human rights and we are bound to the given, but it is not guaranteed if you don't ask for it. So I want to talk about this other guy that the report claimed that is insane right now. As much as I think we should clamor for him, I think he also needs a lawyer, I don't know his family would have been in that direction, but he also needs a lawyer to spearhead his release as well. So we don't just have to jump into conclusion that whatever is done to Shegun would rub on him as well. It may rub on him in terms of talking about it, but practically it may not rub on him if nobody is spearheading the fight for him as well. So everything we have said so far, the bottom line is we should all stay away. Our younger ones should stay away from crime. To me, from the narrative, aside from what the lawyer is privileged to know, because there are three people in life that you must not hide yourself from. Your lawyer should know everything about you. Even if you kill, if you do something so criminal and you want somebody to solicit for you, your lawyer is not somebody you will tell lies. In advanced world, you will tell lawyers what you have done. And the lawyer will be able to, okay, let's go this way, let's go that way. Even when it is within the content of the law that you are going to be punished for that offense, lawyers know how to bring the level of the punishment down, the gravity of that punishment. They know how to water it down. They know how to negotiate their way around it. So that the punishment that will be meted out to you will be minimal. Another thing I want us to know is, in any situation in life, there's no situation you find yourself that is perfect. No situation is perfect. No government, no judiciary, no policing, nothing is perfect anywhere around the world. even in the advanced world that we're talking about, police are always very careful when it comes to dealing with civilians. They are always very careful. They are careful with what they say. They are careful with their actions towards you. So if policing in Nigeria could be conscious within the content of the law and be careful about what they say to, but because most of us are ignorant, we don't even know our right. On this platform I had, this is a situation whereby somebody will be detained beyond the time that he should be detained. You should not be detained beyond 24 hours. But in Nigeria, you could be detained for 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, because you are ignorant. You don't know your right. You will just be languishing there perpetually. And if you say you want to employ the service of a lawyer, you don't even have the money to do so. So police will be bamboozling you here and there, and you don't know how to get out of it. So these are the things that we have as a fundamental issue in Nigeria. Police IG says, okay, no policeman has the right to check your phone. But they still go about checking people's phone. Those who don't know what their rights, they fall victim of that, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. Back here in the advanced world, even if a police stops you and asking you a question, if you don't want to answer, you just say, I don't have an answer to your question. Officer, I don't answer question, please. By the time you say that twice, that officer will go on his way. It's either he gives you a ticket, if he is so convinced that you have done something that is, illegal. It's either he gives you a ticket, or they send you a letter to your address to get your info. But when you say you don't have an answer to his question, he cannot force anything out of you. We are not going anywhere until the level of ignorance in Nigeria is reduced to the barest minimum level from the citizenry. Then until power tussle, flexing muscle with ordinary civilians from the police in Nigeria also, get drastically reduced. Not police alone. Even the soldiers, the army, you will see where a civilian who has money would employ the service of 2 or 3 armies, and they come to somebody who is so naive about the law, who does not know his left from his right, and they begin to, boot, kick, and gag that kind of a person in the name of uniform. So until we are able to get all of these decadences out of our system, we're going nowhere. We are clamoring about Shegun today. There are 1,001 people, innocent people in the prison, that when you hear their story, you will burst into crying. There are 1,001 of them. But because Shegun, the Lord has, destined this period to honor his name in his life, in Shegun's life, that is why we are having it this way. So a lot of things are going wrong in our don't let me say in our country. A lot of things are going wrong, and we have to start addressing them one after the other. Otherwise, this is the way we will be, perpetually for a long time to come. So this is my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olasukami. Well said. Can I go to Mr. Is it Brian? Mr. IB. LM Bukun.
Yeah, LM Bukun is here. LM Bukun is here. Yes, sir. They need Caesar, sir.
Start Daddy.
We need some black
Yeah. I thought Ibuku wanted to say something, but I think probably he's busy. Everybody has said a lot of things, and it's just that we kept on repeating what we are saying. Probably we should move to the next topic, but let me not let this fly me. Let me remind us that while we are clamoring on this. Yeah, Ibuku is here. I'm trying to unmute myself. Sorry. Ibuku is here.
Okay, well, I'll take it over. Ibuku.
Okay. First and foremost, I want to greet everyone in the house. And then I want to appreciate all contribution. So, concerning this matter, I'm just going to go straight to the situation on ground about the boy that was sentenced to 17 years imprisonment, life imprisonment, and death by hanging by Justice Fatola, if I'm correct. First and foremost, I'm going to be checking the matter in two ways because I'm a lawyer, a practicing lawyer in Nigeria, but currently not in Nigeria, but I've practiced for a couple of years, 7 years plus. So I would like to talk about the law. I would like to talk about the provision of the Criminal Code Act on punishment for robbery, and I would like to talk about possible reforms, and I would like to talk about the prerogative order of mercy from the executive governor of Osun State. So now I'm going to start with the law. I'm going to start with the law. It is very trite that law is very explicit when it comes to dispensation of justice. Law is very straightforward when it comes to dispensation of justice. And I'd like to make reference to Section 402 of the Criminal Code Act of Nigeria on punishment of robbery, and it stipulates. It says that any person who commits the offense of robbery shall upon conviction be sentenced into imprisonment for not less than 21 years. It now states further under subsection 2 that if any offender mentioned in subsection 1 of this section is armed, please let us note that is armed with any firearms or any offensive weapons or any obnoxious or chemical materials or in company with any person so armed, then 2 subsection B state that at or immediately before or immediately after the time of the robbery, the said offender wounds any person, the person shall be, upon conviction, be sentenced to death imprisonment. Sentenced to death. Now, let us look at this 17-year-old boy. According to the story of the mom says the boy was caught stealing fowl. Then another narrative of the mom's story, because I watched the interview of Biola with them. Subsequently the woman said she was not involved. The woman said somebody else stole the fowl. Subsequently, the woman narrated again that when people gathered, they asked the boy to run away. And the boy said, no, he's not going to run away. And then upon that, he was apprehended. This is the question. that we all need answers. Number one, was the boy in the midst of people who robbed? That's number one. Number two, was the boy amongst the robbers? That's another question. If the boy is among the robbers, are those robbers armed with firearms, offensive weapons, chemical materials, or any other thing that may harm people, other persons? We need to get that fact right too. Now, going by the sentence, so I want us to put emotions off and let us talk law. This provision of the law, Section 402 of the Criminal Code Act, is a very, very strict law. It's a strict liability law that gives standard convictions upon anyone found guilty of armed robbery, not stealing. Armed robbery. Why is that provision like that? That provision was designed because of subsection 2A that states that, if you have any kind of material substance or whatever that may have harm, that may harm other person in the course of carrying out that stealing, is armed. Now, let us go back to conspiracy section 7 of the Criminal Code Act. Conspiracy section 7 states that anyone found amongst a criminal act, whether with intention or not with the intention, any act committed in the course of carrying out that illegal act, all of the persons involved shall be liable. So, for example, if I'm going to go and steal, and I called my friend, I want to go and steal, and my friend said, okay, Wale, let's go, you follow me. And we go to the robbery where we want to steal. They just followed me. And in the course of me stealing, I met a beautiful girl. I raped her there. That's rape. On my way going, I wanted to escape. I saw a security guy. I hit him. The security man fell and died. That's murder. The law states that in the course of carrying out that illegal activities, all of those involved will be charged the same thing. Now, that is the law. So, if we must comment on that provision of the law, that provision of the law is very explicit. If we must comment on that provision of the law, that provision of the law is very explicit. Now, let's go back to the commensurate of the boy in question. Number one, the boy is under 18 years, and there's a provision of the law under 18 years. I'm trying to now bring out the facts. As at the time the boy was apprehended, the boy was 16. Now there's what we call juvenile court. When a person who is under the age as stated under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that anybody above 18 years is said or deemed to be an adult.
Sorry, Mr. Elemi.
Yes, please.
Oh, Barrister Elemi, sorry. Please, I need to just address one or two things. Yeah, we have some fraudsters here. Someone is typing OP account.
Yes.
We don't solicit for any money on this platform. If we're going to do that, you're going to hear from me. Please, if you don't send your money to Ram or to one chance here, don't send money to anybody on this platform except you hear from me. Yeah? So this person now, he'll be one kind of fraud person, belong here. So I'm going to block him and I'm going to throw him in the dustbin. I just have to announce it so that, some people are going to do. I say, okay, what is it meant for? Maybe it's donation for this guy here. No, we did not ask anybody to pay any money for Shegun now on this platform. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Allen, please continue, sir. I'm going to block him and I'll throw him in the dustbin. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, now, the law strictly prohibits, persons under, like there's what we call those who are minor, and the law recognizes that if you are 18 below, you are a minor. Now, when a minor commits an offense, a criminal offense under the law, it is deemed that there's what we call juvenile justice system. The juvenile justice system, under that juvenile justice system, the main objective of that juvenile justice system is to provide a comprehensive services for children who have committed crime, and then they can be tried accordingly. So in this instance of this boy, if the case, if as at the time he committed that offense, allegedly committed that offense, he can be tried under the juvenile courts. And the juvenile court made a provision that when they are tried, it will not be a public court because of the identity of the child. That is where we need to also have our reforms in Nigeria. The boy could have been tried under the juvenile court, giving them from there to a home. They won't call it a prison or correctional services. They call it a rehabilitation home, where the boy would be given extensive education on stealing. But in this instance, the boy was convicted immediately and was sentenced to death by hanging under that provision of Section 402. Now, I will now make reference to DBF Fresher. DB Fresher made a statement. He said, law is created for man, and the instrument of justice can be done or will be done by man. Man now emphasized further that for injustice, for repealing, for adjusting this law, its amendment of the law, it will be done by man. Now here comes to the judge. The judge that made that case, I will now give you the reason why the case went like that. Number one, the defense lawyer should be questioned. One, everyone has a right to be presumed innocent, Section 36, subsection 5, G of the 99 Constitution, until proven otherwise. And when it comes to a criminal matter, the criminal law of Nigeria stated that you must prove beyond reasonable doubt. Now, the duty of the prosecuting counsel, and we should not mix it, the duty of the prosecuting counsel is to prosecute beyond reasonable doubt, while the defense counsel is to also prove his own case beyond reasonable doubt. Now, if the boy had a lawyer as at that period, what was the lawyer doing? That's number one. If the boy does not have a lawyer, the law also provides, these are instruments, and it works in Nigeria, guaranteed by the Constitution. The law also provides for a legal aid, that a lawyer should be a right to be represented in the court of law. So who also represented that boy should be questioned. And this is a matter of now putting emotions into play, where the Nigerian NBA should step into this matter. The file of the boy ought to be brought out. Who represented that boy? Who was the lawyer that represented that boy? How did you handle that case? Because if you did not handle the case very well, you will jeopardize. Look, the judge, and when I see people crucifying the judge, no. The judge will only, and I repeat, the judge will only judge a matter based on what was tendered in the court of law as an exhibit or evidence. So if the IPO of the boy, if the IPO had looked for a Dane gun, a cutlass, and some other exhibit cooked together and tendered before my lord with the boy's statement on oath, and if the prosecuting counsel prosecutes very well, the boy will be jailed. That's the simple truth. The boy will be jailed. Yes, the judge has his discretionary powers, but the discretionary powers must be used in accordance with the High Rules Court of Osun State. So, who represented that boy should be questioned. That's another aspect for reform. Now, the boy was jailed, death by hanging, based on what is tendered before the law, before the court. Does prerogative mercy, can it be done? Yes. Under Section 150 of the Constitution, it gives right to Attorney General of the Federation or Attorney General of the state to enter a nolli prosecute. It is a Latin word, a nolli prosecute. A nolli prosecute. A nolli prosecute. A nolli prosecute is a kind of setting. Let me put it that way for a layman, for a governor to direct the Attorney General to enter into a matter, whether to continue, discontinue the matter. So the Attorney General has the right to exercise his fundamental right to continue the matter or discontinue the matter. So for Governor, my final submission is this: for Governor Adeleke to have right or route to the Ministry of Justice to look into the into the matter, has every right to do that, and the Attorney General also has the right to exercise the right of non-prosecute. Now, this is my recommendation. First, number one, my recommendation is number one: we need to strengthen, or we need to have a good justice system that we enlighten people that they can actually seek for legal aid. In abroad, if you commit an offense in abroad, for example, we all live abroad, at least majority of us here live abroad, there is what we call legal aid. Taxpayers' money are budgeted on legal aid for those who cannot afford lawyer.
Please, can you round up, sir, so that we can give other people space?
Let us have a people in Nigeria, a non-professional body that will let people can go in. They let every state have what's it called? Let every state build a complex. They should be known that this is a legal aid. Anybody can go in there and look for a representation. So these things will happen. That's the only recommendation I will just put in for now.
All right, sir. Okay.
Now, I just want to leave the floor.
All right, thanks a lot, sir. Mr. L.M. Ibukun. Mr. Barrister Badi, I don't know who's next to. Okay,
Baba is next.
My name is Phoebe.
Okay. You know, it's, I don't think talk too much because I live in Nigeria. Like I always said. Yeah. I don't think talk too much. Because I don't believe in denying ourselves. This boss we just talk finish. He said in a lawyer, right from day one from Nigeria before he traveler, which is pretty good. I'm not a lawyer. But I'll tell you, for those who believe in Nigeria, you have a lot of job to do to rescue that what you believe. I don't believe in Nigeria. I'm a Yoruba guy. I don't call myself in Nigeria where we don't have humanity. The justice who sentenced this guy to prison could have looked at the age from day one. So
if you are telling me the way you break everything down from day one, it shows that how what you break down, it doesn't make any sense to an average human being who believe that he does not do anything wrong. According to the story of this, I'm not in Nigeria, according to this boy's story, they are teenagers, they are friends, and they went and still foul, according to the story. But his friend said he was not the one, but he was among the rest of the thieves who run away. So when we are saying all the what I don't know because I'm not there, but those who are there before the case gets to the court level and you sentence him how many years because of cheating. But do you remember, all of you that you keep defending Nigeria, Yakubu Gowon was the first head of state who took half of Nigeria reserve and take it to London. He was not sentenced to prison. He was not jailed. But when you people quoting this law that are written in the paper, it always infect on the masses. Like I said, I don't believe in Nigeria. It's going to take time. Is going to tell every one of us if we are in the right society or we are denying ourselves in where we call a society that we are living. Because what happened to this boy? I think it's in Osun State when one man killed a student for ritual. They wanted to die the case. They slumbled the case. They sentenced the guy to jail or prison. Nobody heard about him. When it comes to these rich people, there's a way to cover it under the carpet. But once it's a masses, innocent, the citizen, they can rubbish him, they can do anything. But when you are putting justice on stealing, it should start from the point small, people that you are elected as a leader. When they are not being punished for their stealing or whatever they are doing to the public, then you come and punish a young guy, a just coming up guy. Because if you tell him and let him know that what you did is wrong, you will be punished for 6 months. When he come outside after that 6 months, he will learn that easily lesson that I've been in jail for 6 months. Maybe I know about it, I don't know about it, my friend do it. But generally, on a get work for Nigeria, when I believe in Nigeria will still happen to another person. What happened to this boy is coming to happen to another person who is defending Nigeria. Because the same situation that this boy finds himself, you will find yourself in that situation, and those are in the power, they will use that power against you and sentence you to 100 years in prison. Because this is a society that if the leader is wrong, let him be punished for his wrong. Then the masses coming behind, they will know that, oh, so person was punished for so this. When there's an example for other, they will learn from them. But you don't want to use the top people as an example. You always use the masses as the example. So when you are climbing from Nigeria, is the Nigeria a country? Because Nigeria doesn't sound like a country. If it is a country, things has to work accordingly. Even if it's not 100%, let's have 30%. While we are looking for the rest, upside down. Why are you denying yourself? I keep repeating it. For those of you that believe in Nigeria, you have a lot of work to do. And I like my word. When Nigeria happens to you, you will know what you are defending. I don't have anything to say more than that. Enjoy the conversation.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Tibaba.
Can I ask you my submission? Okay, carry on, Nobita.
Okay, can I ask you a question, sir?
Me? Ask me the question. Answer me. Ask me the question.
Okay. Do you mind telling us which part of the world you are?
I'm in South Africa.
South Africa. Okay. Yeah. The reason why I asked that question is because of the assertion that for those who believe in Nigeria, that in Nigeria know that we have a lot of work to do. Agreed. A lot of things that are wrong with the system. But do you agree with me that this kind of infraction of injustice is not peculiar to Nigerian jurisdiction?
Can you cite that example? I'm not even in South Africa, but I just cite that example. Can you cite that example that happened in Ghana and it was punished like that? Because he said it's not only in Nigeria. I mean,
okay, in America, you can go.
Hold on. The other guy, hold on. Before you take the mic, this other guy, what's his name? He said she has a sister in America and she's a lawyer. Ask whoever you have. There's a vital law. You know what they call law? There's a law. There's a punishment for your guilty. So if you have a lawyer who thinks that he can steal or he can defend the accused in the wrong way, there is a punishment. Here is not in Nigeria.
I agree with
Before I get here, I've traveled across the West Africa. Nobody sent me a message. I've been up to Kenya. Come from Kenya down to West Africa. Nigeria is more than worsted among the whole continent. Worst, useless. I don't want to, because if I keep saying what I feel like, why are you using this? Some people say the emotion. Did you understand that? That emotion is a part of human being's life. Before, because you said don't use the emotion, but if your brother or your sister, the same thing applies to him, you will come outside to look for help with the emotion. Continue your conversation.
Okay. It is only those who have been to the fire that can talk of heat. There are people in life that criminal elements.
Can I? Hold on.
What's a minute?
What's a minute? Hold on. I'm the one.
You said the law that
I still have the flow. Yeah. I still have the flow. I'm the one speaking. Just so.
No,
if I tell you what Nigerian did to me, okay. If I tell you what Nigerian did to me, that is my own personal business. Is that an environment?
Can I talk now?
I think we should to this person because the argument is not looking good, sir.
Very well. Let's take it on. Carry on. I will address it later. Carry on. What's the name? The lady that wanted to talk now. Start that.
Yeah. I wanted to say good evening to everybody. I hope you guys are doing okay. Hello, host. This is my first time coming to your show. Let me start with prevention. You know, everything that is going on in the world today only say that parents needs to get involved fully with their children. And why do I say parents? Parents, you know, back in the days used to be the village raise a child. Today is single parent. Today is separate shunning homes, and you know, majority of these issues that many of these young adults or teenagers are having today are probably towards should I say foundational issues, you understand? And I feel like we have a lot of work to do. Another thing I also feel like Nigeria should look into, and many African nations, is to gain more knowledge on mental health. You understand? We can't treat every kid the same. Your child is not understanding in class, is slow, is delayed, is not getting something right. In Africa, they will beat the kid, shout at you and stuff like that. But sometimes there could be psychological factors to why the child is delayed, why the child is stealing, why the child is misbehaving, out of character. So I feel like parents, we do have a lot of work to do. That's the first thing I want to say. And I have to stand and say that I applaud Mr. Ibuku. To anyone that is on this live video, please, I plead with every one of you guys, you know, I don't think laws are favorable in any countries of the world. I live in the United States, and I'm going to go into United States laws. And, you know, I'm going to mention certain things. And for anybody that wants to verify, you can go and verify yourself, okay? Mr. Ibuku was extremely logical about Nigerian laws. And everything that is said is actually factual for anyone that care to know. You can go research. And for the ones that live in the northern part of Nigeria, it's even worse in northern part of Nigeria because children can be tried as adults as, you know, early as 12, I think 13 years old to 15 years old, you understand? So for anyone that care to know that, you can go research. And in the southern part and the eastern part, it's quite different with majority of the states. And there are certain crimes that can make them try you from 17 years old as an adult automatically, and there's certain heinous crime that you will commit, which involves simple things like weapon that can make them try you at the age of 16. For anyone that cares to know, you can go do research on that. So I wanted to go to United States. I live in United States for 27 years of my life. I've had a lot of friends in prison. I've had friends and, people that I grew up with, people that I went to school with, went through juvenile court. I even have a person that is close to my family that also went through juvenile court. In majority of the states in the United States, I think about 22 states, you can be tried as an adult from the age of 14, not just 17. Automatically, you can be tried as an adult at the age of 17, even though there's still clause within certain laws, but you can be tried as an adult from the age of 14 if your crime is considered extremely serious, like aggravated robbery involving violence or with weapon. For anyone that care to know that, you can research it. I'm not just making up stories. And every year, more than 250,000 children go from juvenile court into adult, court, based on crimes that they committed. You understand? And there's another thing I wanted to say to people that live in Nigeria. Yes, I understand the issues when it comes to the political problems or governmental issues that we have in Nigeria. But, there are states out here that some of the laws, like Alabama, do you know that Alabama sent 3 Nigerian boys to 325 years in prison for stealing money from a white woman? Do you guys know that? Do you know that there are so many things that, that happens out here that even in Malaysia is even worse. Maybe like in other Asian countries is even worse, with many Nigerians that are actually in prison out of country because people only talk about things that happen in Nigeria, okay, or things that happen. Even that South Africa that you were talking about. For anyone, I'm not talking to you in particular, I'm just speaking generally, please. For anyone that is living in different countries, if you start looking into the laws that governs the environment that you're in, then you start seeing that, okay, maybe it's even worse than I think, okay? And stealing, sexual assault, and aggravated assault is one of the major crimes here in the United States of America. And do you know that some of my friends that stole from the age of 16, sir, from the age of 16, they stole when they were in school from the age of 16. I don't know, there's noise somewhere. I don't know if anybody can hear the noise. Mr. Obidino, can you mute, sir? And this goes out to parents to be very vigilant and pay attention to their kids. Children that stole from the age of, my friend stole from the age of 16. Even though she already went to jail for that age of 16, she also did probation, whatever. Do you know that she's in her 40s and she cannot all these basic job, $10, $12 job, because she can't do more than because of that stealing in her record. So there's some environment, they might not sentence you for life and put you in the cage for life, but you'll be sentenced for life in the society. You understand? So, and for anyone that cares to know, there's some situation where you say, you can use, what do they call this stuff, the ones that they used to block the record. I forgot the name. If anybody knows the name of what I'm talking about, where you can block part of your record, so so certain organizations do not see it, but it's called expungement. That's what it's called. Do you know that there are companies that have gone extra miles to dig? They can dig as far as they can when it comes to your criminal records. You understand? So to me, at the end of the day, we can talk right, we can talk left, we can, hate on Nigeria. I'm a proud Nigerian. I came to the United States when I was like 10 years old, right? 10, 11 years old. That was when I came here. I'm a very proud Nigerian. I want to go into Nigerian politics. I want to be standing on that ground to claim that Nigeria as my own any day, anytime, because a whole lot of Nigerians, they're always looking for the easy way out, and they go to different nations acting like those nations belong to them, even though they're treated as secondary. And at the same time, they go to those nations acting like magic created those nations. Even the United States of America that you're talking about right now, 200 years ago, 150 years ago, if
Hello.
I think our network. I think.
Yeah.
Are you still there?
I'm gonna wrap up, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Oh, we can hear you now. It's like your network was bad. So.
Sorry about that. No, I'm gonna urge every Nigerian man to stop getting weakened. You men needs to be more brave. You gotta stand for our ground, stand for our system, stand for our parents, stand for our children. Stand for the future of that nation, because it's really quite irritating when I hear Nigeria say Nigeria never happened to you, so you wouldn't know. Nigeria never do this. If like there's another miraculous angelic place somewhere else that they can run to. I was pushed out of Modway in Nigeria. I have a shin damage on my leg. Okay, I was in Nigeria. I had a major incident whereby I fell for hours. My leg was dislocated in Nigeria. My knee was dislocated out of joint. I could not get any emergency help. I couldn't even reach my phone. I was in aggravating pain. By the final, I finally dragged myself out of the bathroom to get a hotel attendant to attend to me. There was no way we could even get transportation to go to the emergency room. But guess what? Even in that situation, I cannot talk down on my nation. Because my nation is my nation. And why? Because as someone that grew up in Baltimore, I see my friends' family get X'd out. I have to use the word X, meaning pie. And, you see them brother dies, cousin die, gunshots, and all kind of stuff. But you still see them say, and I'm proud to be an American. They still sing that song. Why? Because they still believe in their nation that one day is going to get better. So what am I trying to tell you? I'm not trying to say you should believe or not believe, but look towards the area of resolution when it comes to handling issues. Okay, so what is the problem with this particular case that this gentleman was talking about? Mr. Ibukun already covered it all for anyone that care to know the law in Nigeria. The only thing that I feel that there is an exception when it comes to the situation with Osho State is that this guy committed a crime at the age of 16. Should he be tried as an adult or should he be tried as a child? He had a weapon. He was involved with a group of certain people. Should he be tried as an adult? What if they have carried out killing people, committing murder? How would the situation be handled? What if this person came after you? You that you're talking on this live video? Because
It's like we lost her again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just wrap up, sir? Just 30 seconds and I'm done. Look at the laws that govern the state. And at the same time, so what do? When you talk about Nigerian problem, which Nigerians don't even know the name of their local government chairman. Listen, there's three arms of government in Nigeria. There's executive, there's legislative, and there's also judiciary system. Every one of us we can also agree to the fact that legislators are not doing enough. There are Senate or the House of Assembly or what do you call it? They are not working hard enough. You understand? We can all agree to that. So for me as a person, people need to know where to direct issues. Whenever there's a problem, not just everything you're direct to executive. There's some problems that are local government problem. There's some problems that are state problem. There are problems that are in. So when there's an issue with maybe like the education department, rather than shouting Tinubu, go after the commissioner of education or go after the minister of education and question them. So those are things that I feel like we Nigerians should start looking more into, not just come with general excuses, general problems without having, a specific stand. You understand? And that's all I have to say. I want to say God bless every one of you guys. And host, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak on your platform, sir.
Thank you, Pretty Pels. Did I get that name correctly? Okay.
I want to laugh, but I love I don't know if you're Yoruba, but I love the Yoruba accent. The way you pronounce my name is so sweet.
I
like it. More like it, Dada, honestly.
Thank you. Who is beside Star Daddy? You've wanted to say something since.
Yeah, it's just a kind of submission, and I think on the note of privilege, the lady that just finished speaking now, and what Ibukun has said. But what I just want to add is that, and I want all of us to note is what has been done has been done. I mean, he has served the jail term. What we just want for him now is to be shown, or to be, a message should be shown on him, and he should be released. At least he has learned his lesson. And where he's going to be needing help, I think, is more of rehabilitation, and that is what he needs. So if a case is being released, maybe God knows very soon, I don't know, but I know something good is going to come out of Adedeke's intervention, so he will be fine. But one thing still remains, that he is guilty, but not as maybe robbery or not, but he has served the jail term. So, and he has learned his lesson. So he will be fine as soon as he's been released. But let's just pray for God to quickly intervene for him and let him be fine. Thank you.
Sir, are you close? Sir, if you're close to the case, I don't know if you're close to the case. I'm just going to add this as a suggestion. You understand? I think they need to somehow also get psychologists involved. Because, some of these boys, I don't want to say too much, because if he has a problem, he's going to do it again.
Yeah, that's the part of the processes of rehabilitation. It involves the psychological aspect. It involves the integration back into the society, and there's a lot involved. So it's a phase, and it's a process. So, but it is what it is. When you go to prison, you come out either changed or the other side. So, but I believe the period I was able to know him, you can't determine what is in his mind, but he seems to be a good boy, and he did very well when he was in there. So, I mean, when I was there, when I know him. So, but now I don't know what he looks like, but he should still be fine. So I just hope he just get out, and he should be able to fit in back into the society. Thank you. Yeah, I carry on. I'm done.
Okay. So, Mr. Anthony, please.
All right. Thank you very much. I greet you, sir. You still up, sir? Okay. I spoke earlier on these issues, right? So I'm like, okay, let me take my time and read the court's transcript and see exactly what happened, and read the investigation, the police report on these issues. So on this young boy back in 2010, so there was a confession from both accuser, which being sentenced to death. Two of them were sentenced to death back in 2014. So like our brother said earlier, the case actually lasts for 4 years. Number one, even the case, that type of case lasts for 4 years, it's a waste of resources after a confession. You understand? So, yeah, we have to understand that there's a law in the country. Yeah, we do really understand, because our sisters said something earlier that this happened in several states in the United States and in some other country as well. But we have to revisit our criminal code in Nigeria, because what you need to look into is the age of the person committing a crime as well, and the degree of that crime. Yeah, you could, even in the United States, that you're
you're referring to some states, right? Even somebody unalive someone, either of manslaughter or first-degree murder, there's a punishment for it. But in this young boy case, you understand, we have to look at the law and come on. We cannot continue, whether it happens in another country or anything. We're speaking about Nigeria here. We cannot be comparing our own law to another people's law. The way they deal with their own laws is different from the way we deal with our own laws here. But is our own law even perfect? It's not perfect because there's a lot of loopholes, there's a lot of mistakes, there's a lot of judgments in Nigeria that we spoke about this. Thank God that Mr. Promise is here. We spoke about a lot of judgment in our own courts in Nigeria, either the magistrate court or the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, the Federal High Court. Sometimes you see two judgments coming from two separate judgments coming from different courts at the same time, which is causing a lot of confusion in the society. We see what is playing among the politicians as well. But this man is a young boy. Okay, let's start from his age, right? It would have been something different. Yeah, we thank God that he did not unalive that person, because according to his own confession, they said they were at the place earlier before they actually went in and stole. They were there to steal. They said they also stated that earlier robbery robbed Elijah Umani Oyewo in our house and stole boiling egg and keg of vegetables from the house. Okay, that's stealing. That's stealing, but there's nothing, they didn't hurt nobody, they walk away. So there should be a punishment for something like that, not to the extent of actually slamming somebody with a death sentence. We have to look at the capital punishment in Nigeria. They have to review all these things. If we're talking about terrorists, yeah, we understand. If we're talking about people that rape somebody and all these things, yeah, we understand. But the thing, looking at 17 years old, even the judge that gave that sentence, come on. Yeah, we know they sentenced some people to 300 years in the United States. They sentenced blah, 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 blah in the United States. Yeah, we totally understand. But the thing is, they're still struggling with their own justice system as well in the United States, same as us in Nigeria. But are we now saying that we shouldn't review all these things? So this kind of things will not happen in the future, so that the judges will be able to review cases and see, okay, does this even worth slamming somebody with the death sentence? That's the question here. That's the question. I can tell you for the fact that this is one, and I said it earlier, this is one of the worst judgment in the world. It's one of the worst judgment in the world, whether we like it or not. You cannot just look at somebody, a kid. There's something, you look at it and okay, there's something that led this young boy for doing all this thing. And there's a confession. Even our sister knows here. If there's a confession, okay, and even if you're actually saving the court time. I don't even know why this case lasts 4 years in the first place, when the accuser already confessed that they did this. So what you do, you sentence 2 years, and after 2 years, and you give them a suspended sentence. And if you repeat this, you will serve the maximum sentence for your previous offense. We have to review all this thing. We're not saying that, okay, we'll try to justify what that young boy did. No, we're not trying to say that, but he did the wrong thing. They should be able to at least send it to his 17 years old, probably send it to the juvie. Send it to juvie and let him serve 1 year. When he turned 18 years old, release him. And if he continue like that, yeah, we know he will be responsible for his own action, but not to the extent of sending somebody to death.
It's very unspeakable. Even though, let's even go back. There's some laws that we've been calling in even the penal code in the north. Some laws that they need to review. So many laws need to be reviewed in Nigeria. You cannot sentence 17 years old under the Special Provision Act in Nigeria. This person did not unalive anybody. These two boys did not unalive anybody. And the judge, that's why I said, sir, I told, and I will still say it again, they need to reopen this case, revisit this case, and see exactly what happened, who investigate this case, how, and even speak to his own lawyer or the prosecutor as well. How did you come up to what kind of judge? This is not emotion or anything. They need to do all these things because we cannot continue like this in our own country. Somebody said they don't know. I'm not type of people that will say Nigerians, you know, I will not, you know it, but we have a lot of challenges. We have a lot of issues in that country. We have a lot of law that need to be revisited in that country. We cannot compare ourselves to other countries. Some judges in the United States can just sentence you. Sometimes maybe they don't even like your face, God, the way you look. We know there are justice issues there, justice system issues there, but this is Nigeria. And people are telling me that, oh, blah, blah, blah. No. Yeah, I'm not justifying what it did, but 14 years of his life, 14 years. You locked him up for good 14 years. Sir, like sometimes, right, we cannot compare ourselves to other countries, but for me, my own advice is it's already been done in the past. This already, according to what they said, they will release him in 2025. I think in January, they will let him go. But the thing is, it's time for the lawmakers in Nigeria to review all these laws in our own country, even when it comes to these children. We live in a country that almost 130 million people are dwelling in poverty. So it's time for the government as well to start fighting.
It's troublesome.
Group of boys tó lọ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹjọ́ àbáyé lórí Facebook ẹ̀fọ́ ló ti tó ẹ̀ lọ lórí. Àwọn ọkọ̀ pé kí ló ṣe òun àpẹ́kọ̀ ẹ̀? Ó ní ọkọ̀ òun tí mo báyìí ni tó ṣe di alákọ̀ọ́nì kò ní ẹ̀. Group of boys ìkọ̀ tó bá tó lórí Nàìjíríà. Group of boys ìlú àbáyé group of people dragging at the group of people dragging me why. Mami ló kún fúnra wọn kí wá kí ẹlẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan kárí. Ìgbà màmí mi ìdílé ayé gbọ́ pé mi kò pa ọkọ wa yóò ẹ̀jẹ̀ ẹ̀ka ni wọ́n mi wà nígbà tí yàrá òkú. So ọmọ ọ̀dájú làwọn àwọn òníyà bàbá wò pa wọ́n jẹ. Tó ní afọmọlọ́mọ lè pa yóò níyà láníwọ̀ yóò níyà mọ́ para rẹ̀ wọ́n bẹ̀ ti jẹ́ ní.
Wọ́n kún fún ara wọn ni.
Wọ́n kún fúnra wọn ní ojẹ́jẹ́ nǹkan.
Wọ́n kún fún ara wọn ni.
Wọ́n dúró kọ́kọ́já 60 níyà òkú. So ọba ti dráàgì ní finest film ẹkún ní pẹ̀lú bọ́ọ̀sì ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ mi náà wà ṣe fídíò pẹ̀lú uniform mi lọ́rùn àwa jó wọ́ndà.
Máa ṣèlè gbà sí yín látòkè.
Nàwa o nàwa o.
Ọ̀nà ṣé mọ́mí àdìsẹ́ ṣé ọ̀nà kan lẹ́yìn tí ń retí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí? Ọ̀nà púpọ̀ lẹ́yìn tí ń retí èsì ọ̀la.
Irú ọ̀nà púpọ̀ ní
ọ̀nà bíi tẹ́sí.
Ṣé mọ̀? Ó máa ní kẹ́ ọ̀glájì ètò ẹ̀ bá mọ̀.
Wọ́n á fi wá kó sí báyìí.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ìpàdé mẹ́rin.
Àwọn aláìní lónìí kí ló kọ́ wa?
Gladiator ló bá mú fọ́tò mọ́dá láti. pàṣẹ ìfọ́nù ṣe mo fọ́kọ̀ tí mo gbé sí yìí mo rò bá ti lọ wá kò ní ló bá kílé ìmọ́lẹ̀ àdùfẹ́ adé níbi kan ó ní orúkọ fún wa láwà ó ní gbẹ́tọ̀ fún wa. Omi ẹ̀jọ̀ ẹni ò tètè bọ̀ fún mi ló kù ní ìsàlẹ̀ orúkọ. Wọ́n ní ṣe ìfò sálà wọ̀ wọ̀nyí. Mo ní bàlọ́ wà tó bá ní. Ṣé wo ni wọ́n pé àkùnrin ló bá kọ́ ní ọ̀wá rẹ̀? Ọdún gbogbo àwọn.
Ẹ jẹ́ sí ẹ̀rí yẹn. Regular customer nìyí. Regular customer ẹ torí ẹnu yín ló fi wọ́n lóyún regular customer. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí kò fún láàyè bó ṣe wọ́n máa wò pé ṣé ìwà àdúfẹ́ yìí.
Kíládé tán ọ̀rọ̀ ní ti sí pé òun ní lélẹ̀ yìí. Ànílẹ̀ yẹn fọ́tò bọ̀dá làbí. Ó wá gbé fọ́tò mi yìí. Níta lílé yìí, èmi kọ́ èrò pé bóyá èmi rò pé bóyá ṣe pàtì ni àbí nǹkan kan wà lókè nínú ìlú lọ́ba ní náà. Ọkùnrin ni. Ọkùnrin ni bẹ́ẹ̀ jẹ́ sí. Kíládé tán gan ẹ̀yin ò mọ kíládé tán ni.
Láti bo hello madam.
He said that Adufe, you always call
hello madam Olúwalé Ọlọ́run tó.
Kí ló sọ fún mi? Kí ló ní mo sọ?
Always call us kerosene, generator. That's how we pronounce it.
That's their name now. Kerosene, generator, microwave, refrigerator, carburetor, brake oil, brake fluid. The number goes on. Kerry Lano.
Ẹmu ẹnu yín ṣá. Ẹmu ẹnu yẹn fi ń wá wàhálà.
Ẹ bàbá yóò pè wọlé sórí ṣòro ní ìdí ẹ̀mú. Àtìgbà tó ń tóbi nípa pàdé àdó.
Àṣé bàbá Yálò náà ti ń ṣe kọ́ ní iṣu ni.
Èmi rọ̀ èmi tí ẹ̀wọ̀n orúkọ bàbá Yálò ti wọlé. Mo ṣe dídá bàbá Yálò. Ó ní ìṣèlú náà ti kú ní àhà.
Ìyẹn náà pé mo sí ọrùn.
Àwọn olùgbèjà bá dìde lóṣìṣì. Olùbá ìwà láàyè pọ̀ ní ìdájí nínú sí àárọ̀.
Ẹni tó máa gbèjà yín lọ́la báyìí rú.
Èmi lè wò wọ́n. Ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run fún wọn kí sísá mi finance yàn. Èmi àti wọn dákàtà sísá in crime. Tó bá ti dọ̀lá.
Ẹjẹ́ lọ sí gbígbà tútù kẹ́ Àdùfẹ́. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí ẹjẹ́ àlọ́ tù kí má jẹ́ kẹ́nu yín túbọ̀ kó bá yín.
Mo máa lọ ra wíìgì. Mo tẹ̀lé àwọn wíìgì ní àwọn àdàbẹ̀ àdèsùn lọ́la. Àwọn àdè.
Mọ́mí mi ti bá mi wí. Mọ́mí Jokem ti bá mi wí mi ní wá.
Ìwé kẹ́ máa wà. Ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run. Ta ló máa wá ràn mí lọ́wọ́? Báwo ni ṣe máa ṣe? Ọmọ kí mi rí wọn. Mo èèwò wọn. Bí má fi
èmi ò gbérú ẹ̀wà mọ́, mo ti ṣe ń jẹ.
Èmi náà wò ó
náà kò dá o.
Èmi ò wò mọ́ o. Ọmọ tí lòun wà ń bí olówó àgbà yìí ló kọ́.
Ọmọ tí mo jẹ́rìí ẹ̀.
Ọmọ tí mo wọ̀ yí àjà tó lọ.
Ayọ̀bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ apá.
Fẹ́rí bí wọ́n fún mi ẹnì kan lè mi fẹ́ rí mi fẹ́ rí yòókù ṣó wọn.
Ẹ lọ sùn ní Àdùfẹ́.
Ẹnu yìí
tó bá jẹ́ pé bóyá tó bá jẹ́ 10% lọ fẹ́ fún yín lọ́la ẹ ti sọ di 50 o. Ẹ ti sọ di 50 o. Ẹ ti sọ di 50 o.
Ìpínlẹ̀ yẹn kò ṣòro wọn. Ó wà tó ń ké mi sí lórí òkè kankan. Àìwọ̀ lọ́run.
Ẹgbẹ́ ìjà lọ sẹ́ bá mi ṣàánú omi Àdùfẹ́ torí nísìnyí tó bá jẹ́ 10% tó ti dé 50 báyìí.
Gbogbo àwọn èèyàn mi pọ̀ nínú mi tiẹ̀ dùn dáadáa. Àwọn ọmọ ìyá mi pọ̀.
Ìjọ máa tẹ̀lé yìí lọ sí.
Àtàwọn àwọn fámìlì wọn kọ wọ́n tún lọ́wọ́ ní wọ́n.
Àwọn èèyàn yìí tó ti sùn. Àwọn èèyàn yìí tó ti sùn lọ, wọ́n ti sùn náà.
Ẹ̀sìmà ṣe mọ̀kọ́ tó fọ́ ni.
Àwọn èèyàn yìí tó dárúkọ ti sùn.
Ṣé màá wọ́n tó fọ́ ni mà?
Èmi ò sún wọn àbúṣe ni.
Àwọn kan ló kọ́ bù wọ́n yẹn.
Mo mọ̀ ọ̀gá sọ̀rọ̀.
Sísá ní ní kí ẹnìkan bú yín mo ní ẹ̀yẹ́. Ẹ ṣe o, mo dúpẹ́. Mo wá lọ́wọ́ pàtó. Wọ́n lọ́wọ́ tó báyìí. Àwọn asosẹ́sọ̀ ìbò mi ni ní sọ̀bọ̀. Wọ́n ní mo ní ẹ ṣe mo dúpẹ́ ìyá. Ọ̀nàbù mi náà dáa. Náà lọ lẹ́nu omi ò ti bẹ́ẹ̀. Ìwọ̀n èèwọ̀ wọ̀n.
Mo ní ẹ̀tẹ̀ bá bú tí owó yẹn mọ̀ kéèyàn ló bú. Ó lè wá bú
èmi tí ẹ kí ló kọ́ mi.
Ṣùgbọ́n ọmọ tí yóò dà fún ọ. Fáyọ̀ kí ọ̀ ọmọ ìyá mi làwọn yẹn. Wọ́n ti bá ti rí wọn lẹ́yìn ní inú mi àdùn èrò rárá ìyá gàgà.
Ṣé bá dé wọn yìí?
Àdìpẹ́ ọmọ Olúwọlé ó ní babaláwo ní wọn tó dúlé wọ́n ti ṣe eré lọ sápẹ́lẹ́ èrò. Oníṣègùn ní wọn fẹ̀yìn. Ẹ ti kó lọ ọmọkùnrin tó bá kọ́.
Àmì bọ́ọ̀lì yìí.
Ẹlẹ́rù gbẹ́ẹ́.
Ẹ̀fà wá o. Ilé tí ti gbà lọ́dọ̀ ọ̀hún ni. Mo mọ̀ yín o, pé jẹ́ pé máa wọnú bọ́ọ̀sì wá ẹ̀wọ̀n ìyá mi ní ó yá. Níbi tó bá ti dín láàjì àdùn, ẹ jẹ́ bá kọ́pì mi.
Ó dàrọ everybody. Ẹ lọ sùn tó lọ́gbọ̀n tí mo àfi kí n pa láìpẹ́ wọn wọlé. Kì má jẹ́ kó sún sí 70%.
Irọ́ o ti 100. Ọlọ́ọ̀ṣẹ́ mo lọ sí sẹ́lẹ̀ láti òbí wọn. Akọ́ni kan dá ọ̀dàlẹ̀ owó orí ọ̀dà.
Omi Jokem ẹjọ́ tẹ bá máa dà wá ẹ má dà wá sínú omi tàtánìkì o. Torí ẹgbẹ́ ṣe sódà ró dàrú. Ẹ má dà sínú omi tàtánìkì ẹ̀jọ̀ ẹja.
Ẹ̀wọ̀n mi bá ọmọ náà ní. Ẹjọ́ ṣé àjọ yìí kọ́mẹ́dì alẹ́ ká ẹ̀kọ́ ṣó dáa.
Kí èèyàn fọwọ́ rẹ̀ gbé láti 10% kó gbé dé 100 tó dáa. Ṣé ó dáa fọwọ́ rẹ̀ gbé dé 100?
Ìlú tó ṣẹlẹ̀ rèé. Kí ọmọ kí mọ́dà pa ẹ̀yin ará Nàìjíríà ti UK.
Kò dá bẹ́ẹ̀ tó tó kò dá.
Wọ́n ti sọ ra wọn gbé 100 báyìí.
Mọ́mí Láìtàn àti mọ́mí Jokem. Ó sì wá dùn ní pé ńgbà àwọn ará US bá jí láti ṣe ṣóò yẹn fún mi nìyí. Yéé bó wà láti ṣe báyìí. Ẹ̀yin ẹbí mi pátápátá. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ ìyá mi.
Ẹ sì lè rìnà oko tán lọ́sàn-án.
Bóyá irọ́ gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ìyá mi. Àtàwọn ọmọ òun àṣìṣe sọ̀tọ̀ láwọn ọ̀tẹ̀ máa wọ pọ́ọ̀pù.
Omi Jokem ní ká máa rìn kiri bóyá àárín ìpín tó lọ́sàn-án.
Àárín mú lọ́sàn-án. Irú àwọn ti dá kábù.
Ibi ò ṣe wà yìí. Wọ́n bí àjùkẹ́ ẹ ká máa rìn lọ́sọ̀nà Savannah. Ẹ má dá wọn lọ ẹ jẹ́ ká máa rìn lọ́sọ̀nà Savannah.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni màá wọ́n náà bú mi dáadáa.
Ẹ ṣe tàlà.
Èmi ò tiẹ̀ ń gbọ́. Mi ò tiẹ̀ rìnà kú.
Káwá mọ̀ kan, ó wá yà mí lẹ́nu gbogbo ìtọ́nà bú mi. Nígbà tẹ́ bú òkú, èmi ò ní bú ẹni màá torí pẹ̀lú ìdí máa sọ. Ó dá bú mi tó lè fi ṣe bọ́ọ̀lù lọ́tù bá tà. Fi wọ́n tún bí. Màá ní ó yẹ kọ́ ní ọmọ gbà kó jẹ́, ó yà gbà.
Àgàtọ̀ bá ti lọ sẹ́ẹ̀dì ẹ̀ sí mi ní TikTok. Mi ò ń wo mo sí TikTok ní èmi kọ́.
Yé máa rí tiẹ̀ ọmọ gbà kó jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Yóò máa sọ ọmọ gbà kó jẹ́.
Ibi tí mo ṣe mọ̀ pé ojú wọn gangan olóhùn kọ̀ọ̀kan ní. Ó ti lọ o. Ó ti padà wá. Ọmọ tó padà wá padà ṣe.
Ọlọ́dún wọn, ó dá wọn lára olúwo bá dì. Ó lọ́dún wọn, ó dá wọn lára kílọ́pì. Àwọn náà máa ṣe ṣóò dénìkẹ́ òní wọn. Ọmọlọ́mọ ilé olórogún mo ti já.
All right, ẹ̀yin abiyamọ ẹ ṣe.
Ó dáa mo ti gbogbo yín o, ṣé mo ti dé yìí o? Ṣé mo ti dé dé wá?
Gbé dání èsì tẹ́ sọ pé àfi ká máa fà ká máa fà ẹ̀rùn.
Ó dáàárọ̀ lílé mi o.
Ó dáa mo ti o.
Àwọn abiyamọ tòótọ́. Àwọn
Ẹ̀yin mọ́mí wa tó dáa mo fẹ́fẹ́ jẹ́.
abiyamọ di àánú. Thank you so much.
Àṣejù
wọ́n máa bú wa dáadáa lọ́la àti lọ́sẹ̀ tí wàá fi para.
orúkọ mi rẹ̀ lọ́mọ dáyẹ̀.
Orúkọ ẹ̀ lè dáhùn.
Mọ́mí Àdùkẹ́ lọ ó kún platform tí mo bí Jokem gbà wá nígbà yẹn ẹ máa kó wa.
Tí bá ti platform báyìí mo dáràn. Kẹ́sì bá ti platform láti platform nítorí ẹ̀sùn mi ò ní.
I'm trying to talk, but you keep
Please,
interjecting.
one after the other, please.
Okay, this
You're
is
talking off point.
60 seconds. I don't want to be interjected, okay? It doesn't does not matter what answer you expect from me. I'm not going to give you that answer. Okay? What I'm going to say...
That's amusing.
Can I talk without being interjected, please, with respect? And
you interjected Anthony. What you talking about with respect? You
I already
interjected
apologized
Anthony.
to Anthony in the comment section. I said, I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you apologize.
Sir, do you want to fight me personally? Because I don't know you. Like, can I just finish my sentence?
I'm not fighting you personally. I asked you a question that you're not answering, that you dodging.
Guys, if the two of you guys go ahead like that, I think I need to drop you guys there, please. I say one after the other, please. Let us understand ourselves. I mean, if you've been here before early enough, I mean, the platform has been very, very quiet and we've been enjoying ourselves. Please don't interject. When she finish or when he finish, then you can ask your question. And when you ask, if it's a question, ask and then, just hold on. Let him or her also answer you. Going back and forth, won't get anything. It's just like wasting our time.
Thank you, sir, for bringing me on to your live video. With due respect to everybody on this platform, Anthony, I did posted sorry in the comment section. I'm not really the type that like to go back and forth. You understand? The reason why I'm very specific about this particular law that I mentioned earlier, which is the weapon law, is because any one of us on this live video could be, or family member could be in this kind of situation. And what I want people to pay more attention to is logic. Look at the case. Look at everything that's around the case. And try to understand what is going on. And don't expect any judge or lawyer to be loving you. You gotta hold on. You gotta fight for yourself. You understand? So, and that's all I have to say. Because when it comes to the, that particular weapon law in Nigeria, it does hold a death penalty. And that's all I have to say. I don't have nothing else to say.
Well, you just have to answer some questions. You don't have to just say something and run off. That's all right.
I already answered your question, sir, and
you did not answer the question. You said I was interjecting you. You didn't answer the question.
You said
doesn't help.
Sir, can I answer the question?
Okay, I waited for her. Can I just ask a question or not?
It's okay, Principal. Okay, thank you, sir. So, just let me quickly say this to Anthony and to the other man that was just dropped now. I don't know when you came on this live show tonight, but prior to the time you came, we actually hosted the lawyer that is prosecuting the appeal case on behalf of this boy, prior to now that the matter came on social media glare for everybody to start talking about. The lawyer came here to tell us some factual points that could have warranted the position that the court took in this case. And the guy told us that if the matter is retried today before any other judge, in view of the confessional statement that was written by the boy at on two different occasions, one at the lower cadre of the police station when he was first arrested, and later at the state command, that the boy have two confessional statements that indicted him in a way, and that probably that is what swung the judgment of the case against him in that direction. And he went further to tell us, and if you listen to what Ipukun said the other time, which I have said earlier, when I came on this platform tonight, everybody were antagonistic to this position, castigating the judge, blaming the police officers and every other one around them. I was the first person that drew the attention of the host to this issue, that they should go and read the case, that it is not something novel. It has been on since 2014, December 19, when the judgment was given in that particular matter, and that it was published on the front page of Vanguard newspaper on that particular day. And I cited the instances that warranted that position of court. There are 3 count charges that were being adumbrated upon. One on conspiracy, the other one on robbery, and the third one on stealing. On the case of stealing, he was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. On the case of robbery, he was sentenced to 21 years imprisonment. And on the one that has to do with conspiracy and robbery, because of the prevalent firearms during the attack, there was gun, there was machete. That was what necessitated the position of court on that matter. somebody came up later to explain to us that perhaps what informed the decision of court was the prevailing circumstance around that time in Osun State, where 2 judges were attacked at different occasions by some teenagers, that they went to their house, they robbed them. There was a particular case of raping a particular judge's wife and her daughter and his daughter right there in his presence, and the other one was being injured on his arm. So that all of this could have summed up the decision on the mind of court. And don't forget that when we look at some of these criminal elements, take for example, most of those people that were doing kidnapping, that were being arrested in recent time, you see underage among them, 16 years, 17 years. God forbid bad thing. We are saying that Nigeria should not happen to us. But if it happened to any one of us or our relative, that some underage people came to take advantage of them, buy them, and at the end of the day, they were not arrested. And subsequently, some other people committed similar infraction and they were being apprehended and they are not sentenced to file, like the case at hand. Our position would be different from what we are saying here tonight. So we need to actually understand quite a lot of things. It got to a point that the lawyer that was handling the case for the boy came on live camera and wanted to show us some things before the moderator quickly cautioned him that if whatever he's going to say will jeopardize his chances of the boy based on the clemency plea that is before the governor of Osun State, that he should just went silent so that we will not use the opportunity of this matter to destroy the boy's chances to clemency. Let me be frank with you. There are 3 people you don't lie to in life. You don't lie to your lawyer, you don't lie to your doctor concerning your medical ailment, and you don't lie to anyone you hold in spiritual guidance, maybe your pastor, your imam, or your babalawo. Anyone in those 3 categories, you don't lie to them, you tell them the truth. Every one of us, adumbrating on this issue tonight, might not have had the opportunity of what that lawyer, Otumba, that came on this live show tonight to educate us on the state of affairs of this case since when he took up the appeal, free of charge, pro bono. There are certain things that the boy might have said to him that made him to give the kind of submission he gave here tonight. So let us not flog it unnecessarily and make it become an object of argument that will start throwing banters at each other.
Mr. Obina, I'm not arguing here, right? What I said is we need to...
I'm a Yoruba boy. Don't turn me to Igbo man. I'm not...
Sorry, just correct me. I wasn't arguing. Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I wasn't arguing with anyone here. I was just saying that we need to revisit our law in our own country. You understand what I mean? This is too harsh. You understand what I mean? And another thing is, if you look at 2010, the same 2010, there was an arrest in the north. And in 2012, there was an arrest in the north. In 2015, there was an arrest in the north. Most of these people, 700 and something people that were arrested, right? Almost 500 and something people were released. You understand what I mean? You know exactly what I'm talking about. They let them go. The people that were convicted and sentenced to prison, right? Few years later, they were released in prison, and they released them back to the society. You understand what I mean? So this is the time that we need to revisit all this law in our own countries, rather than going up and down and saying that because of firearms and or maybe cutlass and all these things, somebody deserved to die. Well, okay, why don't we look at the capital punishment in our own country and just get rid of this thing? So it's just we're losing life. It's not making sense.
I understand you perfectly, and I agree with you that the justice system needs to undergo some level of reforms. But let me be frank with you that some jurisdiction decided to let go some criminal element does not mean that should be applicable to every jurisdiction. That does not mean that and the way you are tribalizing it, that just because of ordinary cutlass and ordinary gun, if they meet the person at home, the usage of that ordinary cutlass and ordinary gun that you are referring to might be so devastating and put the entire family into mourning situation. Don't let's put that aside. Anyone that I also explained the position of law on the case of housebreaking and burglary, the offense is similar and same in nature. The only thing that distinguishes them is the time computation. And the position of law on that time computation is that anyone that comes into somebody's house at night to come and break into his apartment to steal, have intention of harming anyone he meets in occupation. It means that you have signed to say that we are going to this place. Anybody that wants to stop us, we will attack him. That's why they changed the name from 6 p.m. at night in the evening till 5:59 a.m. in the morning is called burglary. But from 6 a.m. in the morning till 5:59 p.m. in the evening is called housebreaking. Same offense, but different name under the same law. So let us be cognizant with certain provisions of form of this thing. And that's why this my sister is trying to educate us that we need to be very careful. Don't trivialize things. Morality and law will never meet. Emotion is coming from the angle of morality. We may be looking at that, yes, it's moral that you should not sentence somebody who came with gun and machete to steal ordinary chicken and eggs to death, when other people that are stealing billions and millions were walking on the street of Nigeria. Agreed, you are very correct. But why they have prejudiced themselves in going to that place? Do we even factor this particular scenario? That if these people have chosen to tame their appetite and not go into this man's house to go and steal the chicken and egg at that time, this will not befall them. Do we apply our mind to the failure of the parents or their inability to guide the children aright? All of this culminated into what constituted this problem. It is not all at the instance of the judiciary. Let me share a life experience with you within just 2 minutes. Sometimes ago, I was handling a case in Nigeria. A particular boy was arrested for this internet fraud. He has already confessed the crime at TFCC, and he pleaded that, okay, when I came into the matter, we agreed that he's going to restitute whatever he has taken and that I will approach the matter with plea bargain. And on getting to court,
Sir, Mr. Speaker, sorry for interrupting you. I asked my host from the comment section, just coming for 1 minute, then I dropped down because I don't normally come up. It's not about the law, it's about some correction from what happened previously. You know, we need to understand environment matters. Our sister that lives in the UK, in America,
Mr. Bali,
wait, hold on,
Mr. Bali, please.
I live in Nigeria, just to make it easy for you. Give him my home address.
Sir, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Sir.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I think they should let it go.
No, not at the end. Let me know so that you know where I'm going.
No, sorry.
You don't even know what I'm saying.
I don't want to know. If you're giving submission, please hold on. You met people here. If those people are...
I asked permission for you 1 minute, then I'm going down.
No. You put in the comment section there. It's like you want to...
Yeah.
If you tell me that you're going to come and make submission, you still need to wait. There are people that are here before you. They took the patient. They wait. If everybody is saying, I want to go, who is going to be on the platform? So please, if the people on the platform allow you,
you know me now, comment be my office now. You know me.
Then you shouldn't come. If you know that, then you shouldn't come up. There are people before you, Mr. Bali.
Okay, I apologize.
If they allow you, then it's no problem.
Okay. I don't know if he will give me permission.
Then you ask them. You ask them. The moderator is there now. If you ask Mr. Bali,
sorry. I apologize. Sorry, guys.
So let me quickly finish what I'm saying, Mr. Valley. I will round up now. So in that matter, the day we went to court with the intention that we will just do the plea bargain and the court will just give the boy community sentencing or probably give him a fine, then he will go back home freely. The court look at him. He looks babyish in look. And the case file stated that he was 17 years old. And the court asked the prosecuting officer from the FCC that, why did you bring a 17-year-old boy before this court? that don't you think he's a minor? And the guy said that yes. And the man said, go and come and address me on the propensity of bringing a minor to court under this particular charge. And the man adjourned the matter till the fortnight, it was on a Monday, and the matter was adjourned, on Tuesday. The matter was later adjourned to Thursday, that we should come and address him on that. I was so happy that the judge is taking cognizance of my client being a minor. We left, and that was the position the parent gave me right from the time that I've been going to EFCC on the matter, before I was able to secure his administrative bail from the EFCC facility. On the day that we appeared in court to come and address court on his age, the prosecutor had gone to bank with his BVN to extract his existing information. Lo and behold, the boy was 22 years old as at that day. And my Lord asked me that, so, you were telling us the other day that this boy is a minor based on your presentation. How do you address this? I told them that is what the mother of the boy told me. And that is what my client also informed me. And his statement had been obtained at the EFCC facility before I came in. And immediately that was said, the onus of proof was shifted to the mother. And the court asked the mother there in the open court, how old is your son? She first said 17. And my Lord removed his glasses and said, you are in court. If I ask you the second time and you lie and we later verify that you are lying, I will charge you for perjury before this court. That was when she confessed that the boy is 22 years old. So don't let us attach emotion to our presentation on some of these things. It is only those who have suffered some, how do I put it? Those who have suffered victim in the hand of some people with criminal intention that will understand better. Your approach to this issue will be different from this emotional sentiment that we are attaching to it, castigating everyone that has played a role in this matter. Mr. Bali.
Okay. No, what I'm trying to say here is that for the previous show minutes ago, there was lack of misunderstanding that trying to take place, and which by God's grace everything was resolved. Some people need to understand environment matters. They should learn to communicate with people with different environment and mindset. Like our sister living in UK and US, they are different with our sister living in Nigeria and so many parts. Those one, if you want to be on the same page with them, you should understand their mentality is quite different, you know. So I've seen that many of our brothers, they don't have that patience to read people and understand how to flow with them on the same page. So some people got annoying and stuff. So this is what I'm trying to address, like our brother that just trying to get out of the line before. They should learn how to be on the same page with different, because this is a platform where we came together and submit. So definitely we should be able to build the skills in how to relate with different people in their different mentality and how they view things and how they talk. So oftentimes people get upset and turn the matter to be fight and aggressive. Lack of understanding, reading people and see how we can relate in a conversation. I think this is the only thing I want to say. Like our brother, especially our brother from the Igbo, sometimes they don't get patient to they go clean verse. So this is what I want to say. We should learn to understand people from the different perspective and learn how to relate with them without having try to let small thing to bring fight or argument. That's what I'm trying to say before.
Thank you, my brother. I really appreciate your intervention. And I want everybody to please take a cue from that. We are all matured mind. And it's not as if we are paid to come on this platform. Yes, we are the one that bought our data that we are using. But let us be mindful of the fact that we are here to learn. So there's no one that has come up to say something here tonight that we have not picked one or two things that we can go home with and relate to our personal life. So I encourage you, if anybody is talking, let's be patient to listen through their conversation. Don't interject anyone. You might have a strong view against whatever that person is saying. Just wait patiently until you get to your turn. So we have a lot of time to spend on this show. Our host is not in haste to put it to an end. So let Daddy. Oh, I just want to call him and he exit the box. Okay, Mr. Josh Crest.
Good morning, everybody. I wanted to say something.
Josh, you see your name. They break teeth.
I think they break teeth. If you know if you pronounce Amen, call on Jesus.
Who said make you change your name to Mufu, Marufu, Taiba? You go to call yourself Josh Craig.
I wanted to lambast the judge before, but there is something what Mr. Obadino said. According to the charges and what is happening in Osun State that time, that made the judge, slam that kind of judgment. Nigeria is just not it's not really balanced because Kabiru Sokoto killed so many souls, and he was left. He was released. Well, I say that one is political problem, but life were taken. I know that. But if this young man, if he has tried first attempt, second attempt, maybe this third one, and police people said he will not go scot-free. I think they are right because they've caught him first, caught him second. Maybe this third one, they want to really keep him outside the world, let him go and chill. And because I had a case which I reported to the police, and the policeman told me, said, see these guys, they are young people. If I should go on my weight on them, they will go to jail. But what I should do is a policeman now mediating. That what I should do, I should lure them to come and write a statement. I should lure them to come and write, how did you put it? And was it an agreement that failing to do this, there will be capital punishment. They will be sent to court, and from court they will go to jail. So I look at the policeman, I said, why are you like this? He said, is there everybody you want to really hit your hammer on? I said, sir, but these guys are mean. How can I give them money to work for me? 500,000, and he abandoned the work for complete 2 months without touching it. And even lying that I didn't give him money until I brought out the receipt that I sent money to him. So what am I trying to say is that if that boy has had a case in police station before, maybe the police people have met it, and he was pardoned somehow, he keep repeating the same thing. Maybe this time around, they just want to keep him out of the society. Because such a child will really go far if he keep coming out and playing his racket in the society. He might turn something else. So they even help him by keeping him for years so that he might be a changed person. So I wanted to slam the judge before, but when I listened to Mr. Bodino's what really happened about the case, I just say, okay, let me just chill. Because some judges, I don't know. I don't really know, you know. Once they look things around them, what has happened, they will just, they are human also. I was in court, I've been three years ago. A judge, one female judge has been setting all these rapists free until they rape her. That was when she sentenced one case, one raping case, to life imprisonment. So they are human beings also. They can decide what to do on what is happening around them, and people start shouting. The system is not, anybody can have his way. If that boy has good lawyer and money is involved, I tell you, he will not go to jail. He will not go, they will not slam him in life imprisonment. If his parents had money and maybe he's misbehaving, they won't slam him life imprisonment. Something must give way. That's my own submission.
Thank you, my brother. From me.
Thank you for the privilege to speak. I appreciate everybody that have spoken here. Let me start by saying, Mr. Anthony, you've been a wonderful person. I know the time we reviewed the Constitution together, full review of Nigerian Constitution, it took us weeks to finish the review of those Constitution. Now, we've been talking about the Firearm Act of 2004 that regulates the possession and the use and sale of firearm in Nigeria. The act aims to ensure safety and to prevent the misuse of firearms. Now, this is a 17-year-old child. The Section 3 of this act provided its relevance to minors. And what did it say? It stated that no person under the age of 18 shall possess or use a firearm. The provision explicitly prohibits minors, including 17-year-old in this particular case now, from possessing or using firearm. But then, if you get to Section 5 of it, where the penalty for the violation is being given, that is the difference for the minor. For the minor will face imprisonment for up to 10 years or fine, or both. Now, let me now get down to why we are here. I just wanted to clarify the firearm stuff that we are talking about 25 years here. I don't know where that one is coming from. But then this is what the Nigerian, the Act says. Anybody can go look it up or pull it up. Now, that being said, we are looking at a 17-year-old being sentenced to death. For me, my grounds of objection here is, number one, contravention of the Child Rights Act of 2003. The sentencing of a 17-year-old to death is in direct contravention of Section 221 of the Child Rights Act of 2003, which categorically prohibits the imposition of death penalty on a child. The second thing I have here to say is the breach of the international human rights obligation. The imposition of death penalty on a 17-year-old violates Nigeria's obligation under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, the CRC, which prohibits the imposition of the death penalty on children, Article 37A. 3, I can tell you that the consistency with the African Charter of Rights and Welfare of the Child, ACW ACRWC. The sentencing of 17-year-old to death is also inconsistent with the provision of ACRWC, which Nigeria has ratified. What am I saying? In simple terms, if I'm to continue, I would say it would be nice to set aside this sentence of death because it's just a caricature if we think deeper into it. Set it aside for the 17-year-old. Order a retrial or reconsideration of the sentence, taking into account the child's age and vulnerability. Make an order redirecting relevant authorities to ensure compliance with Nigeria's international human rights obligation, particularly with regards to the rights of children. Brothers and sisters, I do not have so much to say, but we all understand how impoverished Nigeria is. The sentencing of a 17-year-old to death is a grave injustice that must be addressed. I urge the Honorable Court to take cognizance of the relevant laws and the international human rights standards and grant relief to this child. I'm not in any way trying to say that the child have done something right. He had only one excuse here, and that borders on the age. If we totally agree that he is actually the 17 years has been stated, then in no part of this planet Earth will such death penalty be pushed. Unless today Nigeria is going to strike themselves away from the UN, unless we do not want to continue with Child Act of 2003, unless Nigeria does not consider what Nigeria considers as a child in Nigeria, that 17 years unfortunately is a child. It will not make any sense to continue rambling over this matter. I respect the honorable people that have made wonderful speeches here. Mr. Obidaino, thank you for your contribution. Anthony, I'm so well pleased that we took time to go through the Nigerian Constitution, though it took a lot of time. At some point it was boring. But we didn't know that over time everything will be bordering on these constitutions and all the things being said there. That being said, I'm not here to decide appraisals. I've only come to yield my own, I've only come to say what I feel should be considered from the side of the age of this child and the poverty that has gotten Nigeria to the point where we are now. Should I say that such child may have been so, because the kind of things people steal will try to direct you the purpose they have in life. I can say that this child has wanted to feed himself. And if I'm to tread on the area of emotion, I'm going to make mistake. But I do not want to get to that place. That's why I have continued saying what I'm preaching. But if you allow me to go or move towards emotions, come on. Why can we, for any reason, put a death penalty for somebody that stole a vow? Probably the person was carrying gun, which is so bad. Did the person hurt anybody with the gun? Was the gun gotten from this person? It's also important to know that it is not a mere accusation. It's not just an allegation that he had gun when he did it. Did they get this gun from this person? Did anybody get hurt during the process? Did he, even if he didn't shoot the gun, did he use that gun to terrorize anybody during the process? These things need to be considered. And it is very clear, even to the eye of the blind, although we do not just want to see it exactly how it is, because we have seen that our seniors, the sons, the judges, people ahead of this matter are somehow bigger than us. But that does not make them a infallible. Doesn't make them infallible. A son can make a mistake. A judge can make a mistake. But when they make this mistake and it is being identified, they should reverse themselves. They are not Supreme Court. They should try to reverse themselves. Please, because when we look at these stories, it's as if these things are intentional. And it's not even a mistake in the very first place. They look very intentional. And I don't know who it would be in the country Nigeria that is human. I'm treading on the side of emotions now. That will hear that somebody is being imprisoned for life or a death sentence for just a mere foul. I will not want to continue hitting so hard on this. Like I said, Mr. Host, thank you so very much for the privilege to speak. Obidino, I have learned a lot from you. Thank you. Please keep coming around to educate people here. Anthony, you know I chest you so much, and I heart you big. You've been my man right from time. You know what we'll defend. Thank you, everybody. I want to rest this case.
Promise, wait now. You got to talk as if you did do something. Wait happen.
He has been my man right from time immemorial. we have gotten bad both. Our both sides. We don't hit ourselves one day for platforms. So get to the extent we now lend ourselves, and then everybody is now very civil. If you see us talking now, you will not even know that we can't even quarrel. In fact, I can say we can't even quarrel again in the platform, irrespective.
That's right.
Yeah, when I ginger, Anthony sometimes will just back up. When in ginger, we just look and say, this is my man, I back up. Because we have come to know ourselves to that extent.
Yeah, that's good.
So that's how it is. A lot of people, you meet them on platforms, you may quarrel with them the very first day. Or the next day, it will change. You know? The first time I met AJ is here, very smart dude. We were hitting ourselves on the head. Very first time. Second day, I was aligning with AJ with everything we talk. Moving forward, we knew ourselves and we never quarreled again. This is how I see this platform thing, and and I know over time we'll know each other, and then we'll be having a more decent, civilized, and peaceful discussions. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Robbie, you don't honor my invitation, no?
A little bit busy, the person, but I will make sure I honor that.
Anytime you have time, Sha, no problem.
Yes,
just to remind you, Sha.
Oh, she won't carry second wife.
I beg you. Why you go put it for public now? Talk about 154 people with the.
And when you say you don't, you never honor your invitation.
No, I invite and come African Black Gold Media Platform.
Okay, that our team.
You understand? So that we go here and there. On probably on Saturday, me and this guy, Thai Politics, we'll go there on that platform this Saturday.
I will come now. What time?
It be like saying we do have, I think, around 7 or so to round. Just 1 hour before we start this one.
Okay, before I call Jay, kindly use this opportunity to talk about it again. It's like we have a new set of people now, so that they can be aware of it, so they can subscribe and probably visit the channel.
Yeah.
Quickly talk about it, just for 1 minute.
Okay. Now don't give me the 1 minute, I beg you. Make I quickly chook my put. Now since I did bend my head all the time, it be like say I did carry one small thing away this attitude. I beg, if you not get the time, when I see this thing in front of my head, so we call them African Black Gold TV. It's the sister station of NigerianCrime.com, and that's where, but it's only on YouTube for now, and that's where we showcase Africans in the diaspora who are doing amazing things, who are changing the narratives, because the narratives of some of those other people, I don't want to sound like, you understand, people here, we be say that they paint around, that narrative is no good. So at least Moku they try to change the narrative. Say, maybe they say no be all Africans when they see 9 before 19, 9 be person they carry powder here and there. So what we want to do on top of that channel, we say we'll go around document Nigerians or Africans who are doing amazing things in the society, who are helping the society, either in business, in technology, in whatever field you have. So we'll come around to wherever you are, we'll interview you, we'll document you, ask how you enter the country where you take start the business, or maybe you get the diploma in law or PhD or whatever, wherever you are anyway. So that's just the basic reason why we set up that platform now. And as it is right now, I beg, if you get the space, help us just go there, just subscribe there, watch one or two videos when they did there, African Black Gold TV, right? But some videos when we say they did there now, I'm still busy editing some of the interview, the one that I did a few weeks ago. That's why most of the time you see me, I'll bend my head here and there. But the ones that we had on that platform now, they're still exclusive to Nigerian crime, but it's not on Nigerian crime platform. Yeah, at least most of it anyway. So please, kindly help the channel to grow, help us subscribe, and then share it as well, and then watch one or two videos so that YouTube will know, say, why would they subscribe? See, they know watch video. Now, it's not that kind of thing. May I help us there. If you say my 1 minute don't pass, all right, sorry. Okay, go ahead, sir.
No problem.
Thank you, everyone. Yes, sir. Okay.
Please, let's support our host. It's been so wonderful creating this platform for us to come and do Glasgows. So, Mr. J.
Yes, sir. Good evening. And thank you for giving me the opportunity. I've been listening since over close to an hour now, and I found that this is, I can tell you, this is not about praising the group, but I say this is one of the creative group I've ever seen on TikTok that will really hit something that really affects not just us, but our environment, our country as a whole, and something we need to be talking about. This is more profitable than every other platform I've seen, whereby they're talking about matchmaking or all that stuff. And I'm like, we can do better. Technology is meant for us to bring the best out of us. It's not just to run after technology, just to say, oh, if you do TikTok, you make 1,000 a month. It's more than that. Knowledge is powerful. So I learned a lot from everybody that has spoken here tonight. And let me quickly diverse back to the case of the 17-year-old they were talking about, because I saw the news on social media. Nowadays, nobody reads newspaper anymore. Not even NTA will give you this information, but you can only get it on social media, since as technology grows every day. So that's the dimension we're going right now. So when I saw it, for everybody who saw that post, first reaction matters in terms of what is the content, what is the presentation. But like you said earlier, nobody will see the presentation of somebody stole a chicken and is being sentenced to jail for life and all that. The first thing that appeared to you, the emotion, the sympathy, and all that, the empathy, all those are the things that will hit you hard first, before we now start thinking, what are the legal status? What does the law say? What are the conditions? How this man been trapped? How did he get to this thing? Did he do it or he didn't do it? What is the proof, evidence, and a lot of things if we continue counting, which if we start digressing into them, everybody will kind of be like, okay, hold on, let me hold on. I don't know, So, but that is it. But the only question I've always been thinking in my head when it comes to the judicial system in Nigeria, or even the police, and even go to the military perspective as well. The question remains that, why ever, since I was born in the late 70s, let me put it that way, but in the history of my entire life till date, I find it difficult to see the so-called I'm not going to say the politician, I'll say the so-called well-known people commit crime too, but hard for them to be punished. Why is the punishment meant for an average man? It's always heavy on average men. That's the only question I always think about. Why in other countries, it's not like that. No matter how big you are, you can be brought to book and to justice. And you'll be nailed. You fall on your nail for whatever crime you have committed, irrespective of how powerful you are. But I'm sure we'll be getting there. With the aid of social media, we've been seeing all kind of information that none of us would have heard about in our entire life. But social media is letting us know so many things now that we don't know. And we're seeing justice here and there, people fighting for somebody, which is not used to be like that. Because not everybody can afford to get a solid lawyer or to be wrapped out going to court every day from Abuja to Lagos, Lagos to Abuja. It's not a joke. It's a lot of money. But the fact that you don't have that money does not mean you can't get justice at the same time. So, in my own case, 2 years ago, I bought a car. I took a loan from a bank in America. I bought a car just to help a brother who happened to send me to school while I was in school. But now, what can I pay him back in return? I can't be giving him money every month. So I invested. I said, okay, I buy a car, I send to him. Sell for me, make profit. Take care of your own family too. Return the money back and I buy another one. Just keep going. Just you get something done. And to let me cut the story short, the lots they put those cars, somebody sold 3 good cars. What at that time, I'm talking of early 2022, when the dollar was still low. He sold those 3 cars worth over 19 million naira without giving a dime back to my brother. So a friend of mine is going to Nigeria for Christmas. He need a car. I send him to go and get a car. Just pick one and drive and return it. That's when I find out that 3 cars have been sold, even without my brother knowing. Then I call my brother, what's going on? Then we find out that the car has been sold and the person did not pay the money. He didn't tell my brother, not even notify him of selling those cars. We took him, the first thing I did was arrange from America to go and get that man. They took him to Alagbon. The first thing police asked me, I'm losing over 19 million. They asked me to bring 1.5 million. Just to even arrest this man. So, and I know that's how the system works. I gave them money. At Alagbon, eventually I spent close to maybe 1.8 million. I can tell you categorically, that man was locked up for 21 days. And a naira never came out of that man from the police to me. And the police eventually told me that, well, Oga, you have to, we can't lock him more than 21 days or something. They put some stuff for me that I have to charge him to court. And I'm like, if I'm with the police, I spend more money, losing more money on money I lose already. Now going to court is not a free thing, and I'm not in Nigeria. That's a death trap. I keep on spending money without gaining anything back. Find this young man too might go to jail. And, you know, but in the case of this young man, let's assume I send that man to jail. His family will say, oh, they use power for their son. But they don't understand the damage. As I'm talking to you, the loan acquired with those cars, I pay close to maybe $300 a month in interest up to date on that loan because I've not eventually paid it off. You know, and so many things like that. So I really appreciate this platform. At least I learn a lot. So don't let me take much of the time. It's just a sympathy for this young man, but I believe with the hand of the court and this that has become to limelight, God will definitely intervene and something good. If God says, you know. So thank you, the moderator. Thank you, everybody in the house.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you. I love your submission. Fila Gebo. Fila Gebo.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Right, thank you very much for having me. But I'm going to try to go from a different angle. I know everybody has been quoting law and all these things, but number one, I think sometimes we are too emotional in Nigeria. Too much emotion. I'm not saying that it's good that, okay, person still foul, then carry cutlass, one cutting head come out. That's not the right thing to do. Because we have people that still allegedly that stole 1 point something trillion naira. Now only their passport they collect, they are still walking around freely. And they didn't put them in life imprisonment. You understand? So somehow many things is wrong. And somebody said something earlier that why is it that it's only the poor people that always sent to jail or always tell them that they are wrong and not that rich people doesn't, because they are rich and it's politics. If you don't offend any big person, nothing will happen to you. Okay, look at it now. A lot of people are in prison. Let me use America for it. A lot of people are in prison that commit a lot of crime. But when Joe Biden wants to go, he pardoned his own son. That's part of the game. But we should not think because this thing is happening. And when we come on this platform and we start seeing a lot of things, a lot of people are listening. We should not justify something that is not good. I'm not saying the way the judge or something happened. I know they are going to appeal and a lot of things going to happen. They might not happen to the boy. They might not sentence to life imprisonment or killed or anything, something like that. But we need to be saying the fact because this generation, they need to understand that a lot of things is wrong. A lot of things is wrong. You can't say you are doing something and you want to justify it. No, but what are you doing with a gun? I want Obama so because looting bear. It starts from somewhere. When you carry gun today, go steal fowl. Tomorrow you can't go steal goats. Next tomorrow car. From there you go become a nini. We need to look at it from a different angle. I'm not saying that whatever is happening to China is the right thing, but we need to make it understand for the younger ones that are listening to this platform, that are watching, that something like there is consequence when you do something. It has nothing to do with either you are rich or you are poor. When the law caught up with you, you will pay dearly for it.
But when you mean dearly, like this is outrageous.
I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying what the judge did is right, but I'm just trying to say that when we are making our submission, we should be telling our younger ones, not him, but for the future references, that don't go out there and do something stupid.
You think the future generation does not know that anything out there?
You know what is going on, right? Okay, I don't know the parts of Nigeria from. When I was growing up, you can't tell your other people to get lost, to shut up. But now it's happening. Social media is bringing a lot of things that we need to start correcting. I'm not supporting what is happening to him. That's why I said I'm coming from a different angle. And this is what is going to bring solution. We need to understand that a lot of things is going wrong. It started from somewhere. But even though we are trying to make corrections, we are trying to say this is wrong, the judgment is wrong, but we should be able to start nailing the nail on top that, and now you people should stop doing nonsense. We should stop doing nonsense. Because trust me, okay, it started with chicken.
I'm sorry to cut you there. So you actually think that people do not know that what they're doing is wrong, or what? Question I need to even ask you, why do you think it's enough reason for someone to actually go steal chicken if the government is actually doing something that is right? Do you think, because according to what I read online, he went to school or medical school, whatever, I don't know how we joined into carrying guns or whatever situation might be. I personally just think that this is an outrageous sentence. It is. It does not make sense. Okay, you live in the United States. I live in Canada. You cannot see someone going to a grocery store and stole a chicken, and then the person is going to court for a 17 years kind of.
Please, can I finish my sentence, please? And when you want to say, don't even bring America into this. Please, don't bring America into this. This is not America. This is Nigeria. American is worse, and we should stop comparing Nigeria with Western world. They are terrible than Nigeria.
And they will not send you to jail.
We are not going to send you to jail.
But they will not send you to the jail, but a lot of people will die. Even it happened recently, shoot people, they will tell them to psychiatric. We should not compare America with this, please. not American. I'm not saying the sentence
I'm
was
gonna
right.
let you finish speaking so I don't interrupt you.
MC Queen Lolo, please, let's give the village boy space.
I'm not saying
when you finish his submission, then we can now, either you ask question or we can now go ahead with another submission, please.
It's outrageous. I'm not supporting the judgment. Don't get me wrong. You can't tell me because someone stole a chicken and you sentence him to life imprisonment or to death. Somebody's story is out there. Allegedly, it's out there. Someone stole 1.8 trillion naira of a state in that same country and is working freely. I'm not supporting it. But I'm saying that we need to start making some correction with our submission for our younger ones to understand. There is no consequence for many that people do in Nigeria. There is not. We are talking about, okay, he had a gun, he went to steal chicken. It starts from somewhere, my sister. From chicken, is in a medical school, like what you said now. Is it from somewhere it starts? And a lot of submission that we make sometimes, we call out the government. Government that is hungry. Okay, it's hungry. Okay.
Village boy, you can't continue to talk and not allowing the rest to say something, please. Just need to summarize and then this is something.
You know the problem that when somebody is talking about something and it's not going people's way, you try to shut him down. You have your point and have my point. I'm not supporting this government.
His Excellency, please, you're not the moderator here, not the host. Please, let the host or the moderator do that. Please. Village boy, go ahead, sir. Everybody has got his or her own space. When it comes to your turn, I mean, I didn't time anybody here. I just use my discrimination just to, hold and not to hurt people. Probably maybe, when I notice that it's going too far, maybe it's getting too boring. So please, yeah? Village boy, continue. Please, don't let us interject, please. And, yeah.
Sorry, please, I just want you people to understand. I'm not supporting the judgment. That's why I said before I started, I said I'm going to come from a different angle. We are preaching here. We are trying to educate ourselves and the younger generation. A lot of things is going wrong. And at the end of the day, when something starts going wrong, we say the government. Yes, the government is terrible. We all know that. They are useless. We all know that. But that one doesn't mean we have to be useless. You are a child, you are a 17 years old boy. What are you doing with the gun? And you went to steal a chicken. It starts from there. And then it starts somewhere. But when we come on social media and then the only thing we do, we try to throw the government, the judge under the bus and all these things, then the people listening, the younger one will think, okay, he's right. There's a different way of everything. People listen and, process this in a different. But when we come here to make submission, to talk about all these things, to crucify the judgment, the government, we should also be able to say that, please, be careful. Don't go out there and do something stupid. At the end of the day, none of us is going to face it, because it's the person that is going to face it. We are just going to be here, be talking about it. I'm not saying that the judgment is good. I'm not saying that because he did something small, they have to kill him because of that. No, I will never support that. No, what if it's my brother or my son? I will not support that. But while we are saying whoever is listening and you are 17 years old, you are 20 years old, please don't go out there and do something stupid. Because at the end of the day, you're going to put your family in a very deep shit. And I will not be there. None of us is going to be there. All yes, we can do is just to talk about it. For him to go today and go with a gun and succeed and nothing happen, let's face the fact. If he succeeds, nothing happen on this one, he's going to do something worse than that. The fact remains fact. My own case is there. They need to appeal. They need to find a solution to this. You can't tell because of chicken. You want a lot of people. Somebody paid 4 years school fees in Kogi State. Nothing has happened to him. Those are people that need to be sentenced to life imprisonment. But there is no justification because you are hungry or you are starving. You do something stupid. Nobody's going to listen to you. Law doesn't go like that way. I'm just pleading that when we are making our submission, we should also be preaching that whoever is listening that is 20 years old, 17 years old, we should be appealing to them that please stop doing something stupid. You can't even talk to a younger person in Nigeria, 17 years old. The next thing is going to lay a curse on you. Somebody that normally cannot talk to you. It's social media is giving everybody courage to say nonsense. We need to start preaching to them to calm down. It's really getting out of hands in Nigeria. A 12 years old boy will insult somebody of 50 years old and nothing will happen. And if the 50 years old want to discipline him, they'll say he's using power. I can't insult somebody that is older than me. I cannot. A lot of people were well trained, but this generation, things is going wrong. And when we are making submission, this is all I just want to say. I'm not in support of this, but when we are making submission, after we already blame the government, the hunger, the this and all those things, we should also be saying that people need to do the right thing. If the government has to do the right thing as a citizen, as an individual, as a brother, as a father, as a mother, we need to train our children in the right way. You know what I drink Gary for my house, nobody knows. You know what I chop chicken, nobody knows. Thank you, bro. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Brother Village Boy. Okay. Brother J don't talk, Brother Village Boy don't talk. I think it's MC Quino now, I guess. Okoyemi, yes?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's Okoyemi, and then this guy was here before me, this prom guy too as well.
Yeah, prom. Okay, Okoyemi.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, sir.
And, thanks for your contribution. I jumped into this program. I didn't even know the details until Village Boy was able to explain some things. I never knew the guy has a gun in his possession. And from the comments people were talking about before, although we may be having some issue with Nigerian justice system, fine. But there are some issues we also need to understand. According to the comments that somebody has just written, the person said it was not the chicken that was the first thing that the guy went to do. That they have gone to rob with that same gun and cutlass. That means this is not the first one, or maybe the second one. It was just caught up with the chicken at the third one, maybe. Allegedly, rather. Now, the courts, according to the law, if a person is found with firearms unlawfully, it has his own punishments. And the boy being a 17 years old doesn't justify him whether he's hungry or anything. We are adults, or those other children that are hungry also. There are many of them like that. How many of them have carried firearm to go and do such thing? That is number one. What he has done is armed robbery. I was even supporting the boy because of the judgment that he is to be sentenced to buy at that age, which is a very big capital punishment. But other way, let's look at what Village Boy is saying. I wasn't supporting what he was saying before, but when I realized that they said the boy was found with a firearm, it looks somehow different in my thinking now. That a 17-year-old boy with firearm, what is he doing with firearm? And who else will have been a victim if he was not caught up with the firearm stealing chicken? From firearm, he might graduate to another level. But nevertheless, I will not take much of our time, looking at the judgment, it's very harsh. And I believe there will be an appeal. Since the parent has come forward to show the world what the judiciary system has done to their child, doesn't give us just free hand to talk about it, not looking at the effect if this thing was not curtailed. These children that you are seeing now that carry firearm to rob chicken, because this is that's an armed robbery, to go and carry chicken. That means if somebody has accosted them while they are taking the chicken, who knows what might happen? They might take the life of the person. So, but remember, whatever the law says, the law, if you look at the the statute in the court, it is blindfolded. Although in Nigeria it may not work the way we think it should, but I'm not justifying the judgment. But what the guy has done to the boy is that level he has gone to is bigger than his age. Thank you, the moderator. I will stop here.
Online here, making statement that you don't know about, you'll be arrested. You're gonna be arrested because our children, many people's children have been arrested. Maybe you don't have.
What happened?
No, I'm multitasking. Sorry about that. Yeah. All right then. No, please. No, I just brought you up. MC Queen is here. You know, His Excellency is here. So please, Prony, are you there, sir? Promi.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay. Do you have one or two things you want to add to it before we go further, please?
Yes, sir. What I'm going to add is bordering on the very fact that somebody said the child has been caught before with gun and machete. Now, if that is right, and I've listened to what Village Boy said, who do you want to blame? Do you want to blame the weak institutions in Nigeria? So they actually caught this young man with machete and then gun. Then they gave the young man the right to go and inflict more harm to the citizens. What if the second one that happened unalived people? So you see where you have to blame the weak institutions we have in Nigeria, not people. There are law enforcers. Where things work, there are laws and there are law enforcers. You do not want to think that people, the average populace, will just know how to behave. No. What guides people is the law. If you take away the law, everybody will be an idiot. Even in America, even in UK. Take away traffic lights and cameras, people will overspeed. So if the system, picture this young man, like what you people are now saying, having all these dangerous arms, and allow him to act again before they could call him to book. Sir, don't you think it is the weak system and not the people themselves? Because where things work, why you behave differently in America is because if you act stupidly, the law is there and the enforcement will quickly swing into action to put you in the right place. People do not behave like law itself. People go opposite the law. The duty of the law is to channel people, to make sure that people do not go against the law. And that is why we have law enforcers, people that will be enforcing all these laws. So when we want to talk about how people behave, you begin to imagine, why do we now have the police? Why do we now have the judiciary? Why do we have the justice department? Because if those things are there, they are to serve as deterrents, because the people should know when you commit so and so crime, this is what is going to await you. When all these bodies are not working, the problem of Nigeria is the institutions that are weak. The institutions in Nigeria are gone. So it's not about blaming the people. Because if you think about the least thing you want to get from the government is to protect life and properties. That is what it is. Your life is not protected and the properties are not protected. You can see how things are going in Nigeria security-wise. There is a profound insecurity in Nigeria. Do you want to blame it on the people? No, we have the security department. It goes under the executive arm. And they should be able to quench that. do what they can do to quench it. Sir, with all due respect, I want to tell you that the child has not acted well at all. Are we saying he has done something good? No, he did evil. But then, if you want to handle him according to the law. What the law says is what should be done to him, is what you should do. You shouldn't go above or below it. That is just the point we are making. I'm not saying, but remember, according to stories, this child have already spent 10 years. Imagine that, already 10 years. 10 years is enough deterrent for the kind of crime that is being pronounced here. If he has done already 10 years, think about that. You know? So, nobody is supporting that. But we are saying that also is good for the gander, is good for the geese. Why people are mad about the judiciary system in Nigeria is selective judgment. Selective judgment. Treat me how another person will be treated on the same crime. Don't treat one person differently, then treat another person differently for a particular same crime. It doesn't make sense. This is where we are saying no. Nobody supports the young man. What he has done is totally condemnable. We have condemned him. But after condemning him, are we going to justify the buying of him because of foul? I mean, it doesn't make sense in any part of the world. It's something very clear even to the eye of the blind that there is a mistake. You know, there is a miscarriage in what happened in this court. And we want to know where it's coming from. It can be coming from the IPO, not the judge itself, but it should be examined to know where the problem is coming from. Because there is something the IPO will just bring to the court and tender. After their investigation, we don't know the questions being asked and what was being tendered. But whichever way you go around it, it is totally outrageous. You don't want to think about it that somebody went and stole fowl, though you said there was a time he had gone. Okay, he didn't have anybody. There is no case of. So what is here is the Firearm Act. We have said about Firearm Act. I took time to explain it. Even a Firearm Act for a 17-year-old is only going to be a 10-year imprisonment, with or without fine. With or without fine. So if you now go ahead and just put him for 10 years, you know, one may be asking, why are we doing this particular kind of a thing? Are we not part of the UN? The UN condemns a child being treated this way. So these things are challenging, and I want to say, there is no how you will look at it and just justify it, because if justice is not served today, the fear is about you and I tomorrow. Because what we see today can befall us tomorrow. So that is why we try to get it right in the face of law. Anytime we see things like this being stifled, we want to say, okay, get it right, because I don't know if I'm going to be that person tomorrow. I don't wish to be that, but nobody knows. You can be accused of something you didn't do, right? Before you know what is happening, you're serving. But then if you're serving, let it be that you will serve according to the tenets of law. This is the point we are making. And we are not trying to justify what the guy did at all. But if he must serve, let him serve according to what the law have provided. Thank you so very much.
All right. Thanks a lot, Prodi. Thank you. I think it's an MC who...
Yeah, MC Queen Lahore.
Queen Lahore, yeah. Please, go ahead, please.
Okay. First of all, thank you for bringing me up here to have this conversation. I felt like when I did read this whole thing, I'm not sure where he had the gun or cutlass. And Prom just said the boy already served 10 years. Because what I see on the system here, it says could get a pardon 10 years after, if I'm correct. So I really want to kind of get those gray area cleared out. So does anyone is really sure, like even the commissioner, that this person actually has a gun and a cutlass? Okay, nobody's responded? Okay. I know earlier on when a village boy was speaking, he said do not do comparison between here, North America, and Nigeria and stuff like that. I'm going to do comparison just because of the fact that those of us, or when we used to live back in Nigeria, we really do not know what the laws are. Over here, you know what the laws are. If you do commit a crime, what you're going to get, how many years you're going to get, and stuff like that. But if anyone that will look at this and say someone is being sentenced or to death for stealing a chicken, as everyone here said, that is outrageous. Over here, if that situation is different and someone is coming to steal chicken and he says person is carrying a gun, even at that, you're not going to get sentenced for 10 years. Is it okay for this boy to get a sentence? Yes. Is it okay for him to get life sentence? No. Is it also okay for us to be educated back home to know that, hey, obviously, what Village Boy is trying to say is that they should know that they're going to get consequences for their actions, for the things that they do. They know that. But because the system is not structured a certain kind of way, it makes people do the things that they want to do at their own timing. Is it a good thing? No, it's not. Like you said, do we blame the system? Yes, we do blame the system. We blame the government, we blame institutions, we blame everything. This is a 17-year-old boy should be finishing high school, trying to apply to go to university at some point in time or college. And that's not happening. And that's also happening to a lot of people back there, not just this person in particular. But we're talking about this person in particular just because of what the sentence is for that person. Does that mean that I feel like the system back in Nigeria don't give you opportunities to know, hey, this is what you get. Over here, if you steal chicken, because I'm not sure the person has a firearm. If you do steal chicken, they'll give you community service to do. Clean the place, make sure you pick dirt around, whatnot for petty theft, because that's like little petty theft. And on top of that, social services will come into it and wonder, okay, why is this person looking for a chicken to eat? Is this hunger? Is this starvation? Is this abuse from home? Is there a whole lot of things involved in why this person is going to steal chicken? Again, if we go back to our country where we come from, we do not have this kind of support system that's going to help you analyze a lot of the things to say, hey, what can we do to help this person not be able to do this? But putting a person in prison for that long, it's insane. People will do other crazy stuff and get 5 years, like way crazier than this, or even 3 years. That maybe young boys over here, they sell drugs or whatever. Those are stuff that will actually injure other people's life, put them in danger, can maybe overdose or whatever, and they go to prison for maybe 3 years, 2 years. Good behavior, they're out there in a year and a half. They calculate the timing and all that. So I think my biggest question is like, really, what is the law in Nigeria when it comes to cases? There's so many cases happening in that country that people are supposed to be sentenced for so many years or do a whole lot of things. It all goes down again to when someone was talking about this only affect the poor people, like, hey, people that are poor, that are not well-to-do, go through all of these things. But those people that are well-to-do back in Nigeria do not go through any of these at any point in time. Or even if they go through it, I've seen a lot of cases where even very dark men talk about a whole lot of things. And of course, he's trying to do everything he can, but the case doesn't go any further. But then if it's someone that has nothing to offer, we still have to go back and look into the family's background to know, hey, like, why exactly is this person in this situation? I think I kind of saw a video of the mom and father talking about something. I don't understand Yoruba, so I can't really understand what you're saying. But at the end of the day, I think the system they should do something about the laws. I feel like they create laws based on different things. Like, do we have a law written saying based on if you do this, that, this is a category of petty thieves, this is a category of criminal act, this is a particular criminal or fraud or whatever, do they have that? Because they have that system here when it tells you if you do this is what's going to happen to you. Now, again, going back to Nigeria, it's like if someone else does something that is very not even up to whatever, then the person is getting sentenced for so long. If someone do something very outrageous, like someone said, all they did was took his passport from him, he can apply to get another passport, right? So I feel, it's not an okay situation to put this boy. I do agree that he needs to get consequences for his action, no doubt about that. But I honestly still think that this one is just really, really out of proportion. Like this is like mind blowing. It's funny how earlier this morning I was in this other guy's live, Femi, and I was like, hey, did you guys see this thing on the news? And then boom, we're talking about it right now and we're analyzing it. It's not okay. If he does have a gun, obviously people are going to be like, his intention is to harm someone. If he does have a machete, his intention is to harm someone. But even at holding those two items, if he does have it, allegedly, because I'm not sure if he does or he doesn't, then it becomes a problem of, okay, like even with those things, it still does not deserve to get a 10 years, like a 10 years or life. Life is what they're giving to him, like just by hanging, just kill a 17-year-old boy, So, I mean, that's my own 2 cents. Thank you.
Host, please, can I say one thing, please?
Hang on. It depends, because if you want to drop submission, then I think it's unfair to the rest guys, because you've spoken. If you remember, people want to talk. I said no. So please, if it's just going to be just a question, I can allow that. But if it's going to be, so because I'm still coming back up anyway, I'm not closing yet.
Okay, I'll wait till you come back. I just want to talk about the American thing.
Yeah, sure. I'm still coming.
Queen, what's up?
I'm still coming up. Okay, let me now go to
nothing much.
His Excellence now, all right?
His Excellence. Yeah. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Okay. I think I'm just saying this news today, and I see it as outrageous. But then I think for the judge to have placed the boy on the news, it simply means that a lot of things are factored in, because I don't think he's going to be sentenced to death by just stealing a fowl, because in Nigeria, our laws are not like that. And our judges actually know exactly what they're doing, even though they are selective in their judgment sometimes, but not all judges. But then I believe this boy must have been doing a whole lot of stuff behind closed doors, and now he's caught up. So I'm not really in support of hanging him on the news. But then I think, according to what I saw briefly before I came on here, was that Governor Adeleke is trying to do something about it. So I know for sure that Nigerian system is actually bad, but that does not mean everybody should go into crime, because what the teenagers of Nigeria are currently doing is mind-blowing, honestly. The teenagers now are into all form of criminality. They are into ritual activities just because they want to live a luxurious lifestyle. Understand? This actually needs to be addressed, even though the government is bad. The Nigerian government is not the only bad government in the world. We have so many countries that are worse than Nigeria, but their teenagers are not as bad as that of Nigeria. So I think government also have to address this issue, and of course I know the government at some levels, are trying as a lot to address the teenagers' problems, what they are doing, especially this scamming stuff, all these Yahoo boys, and of course, because most of us are not happy with what the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission are doing with the things, because every day, more than 20 teenagers are being arrested on daily basis, and these guys have been arrested with evidence. So I actually don't know exactly what is happening, because I think it's peer pressure, honestly, and a parental upbringing is also another factor, because there are some parents that actually cannot control their children, and I don't know why someone will have a child that unfortunately you cannot just control it. Understand? So no matter how far, in Nigeria, as it is right now, the government are not doing enough to help their citizens. Nigerians, virtually everybody in Nigerians are at some level of poverty, experiencing some level of poverty, but that does not warrant a criminality. Understand? So the judgment that has been peddled on this boy is actually, like, I feel it's outrageous because of the foul that is involved. The headlines are talking about foul, not talking about his victims, or maybe he killed anyone or stuff like that. Understand? These headlines continue to say that the boy stole a foul and then he's been sentenced to death.
Le nom de oncle là, l'enfant là, c'est sa maman ne savait pas tout ça. Là, hein.
Maybe she don't go. Okay.
I am here. Please don't give my position to nobody. Love the diplomatic view of His Excellency and the way he's made this powerful statement that the courthouse, no matter how and the narrative that the media outlets or the vloggers or the bloggers
fourth week, and fourth week, and they have 16 bags, or how many bags in the bag. That is what I used to do with rice, so with ewa man called the and low. So they give them one pint of gari, 1 pint of ewa. But I will tell her, come on, your king and walk by no one. Me, my mommy, you know all this kind of women. Sometimes just say, "When come my telling mole, and you can put it around you want to my food." The other about koja, about one shop, sit about koja, ba. Àwọn tó bá yín rajà tẹmọ̀ pé wọ́n wà less privilege tó pé wọ́n bá yín ṣe business tẹmọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ fún wọn ẹ̀dẹ̀ sọ fún wọn pé ẹ̀ ní kọ́ lọ pèrò wá o na so she go share our finish wọ́n máa rà wọ́n máa wá ti share sí bag wọ́n paint wọ́n ní onífọ́fọ́ dùrìkàs tó máa wà bẹ̀ bọ́ ṣe sọ fún mi ni wọ́n ní èyí tó bá tóbi ní 4 and a half 5 ní ti gbà wípé ṣe sọ́ṣá. So and the bag of rice is 64. Yeah. So àwọn àti gbé kalẹ̀ àwọn tó bá wọn ṣe business tó ní pé wọ́n kàn ń tiraka ni àwọn tó ti tán ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ máa mọ àwọn tó ń tiraka wọ́n kàn dẹ̀ gbé fún wọn ní tẹ́ bá lọ gbé síwájú tán bá tẹ̀yìn mọ́lẹ̀ na so she dey do ó ti ṣe díẹ̀ tí mo ṣì yẹn ṣe wá ní tó bí abí kílẹ̀ ti ṣe ó yà pé 2 months ago 3 months tí mo ti ṣì yẹn sùn that was when rice was like 6 ti kíní kan àbí ti kíní kan àná ẹ̀wà dẹ̀ wọ́n bọ̀tẹ̀ ẹ̀wà àpò ẹ̀wà máa ń gùn gan àpò ẹ̀wà máa ń gùn gan so àpò ẹ̀wà máa ń ju kíní lọ ó máa ń ju ti ráìsì lọ ìkọ̀dà tó wà nínú àpò ẹ̀wà french rubber ó máa ń ju ti ráìsì lọ. Ìtọ́pìkì ṣé òtítọ́ ṣé ó ti dójú ẹ̀ báyìí ṣé lóòótọ́ ni bàbá Mohbad ṣé ó ti dójú ẹ̀ báyìí ṣé lóòótọ́ ni bàbá Mohbad ẹ̀kì lọ́wọ́. One day ago yeah mo ti wà bẹ́ẹ̀ I'm there already ṣé one day ago. Yeah, she 1 day ago. Show me, is it 1 day ago? Amoni, show me, tell me. Your time yesterday should be 1 day ago. Okay. I saw 1 day ago.
I'm at Walmart, and I don't even know how I should feel about this.
If you shop at Walmart, watch this immediately.
Oh God, I'm not going to for everybody. Don't need the call. No. No, kò sí fún mi náà, mo ní ìdí o. One day ago nìyẹn. Nítorí owó, wọ́n ní nítorí owó lọ́kọ̀ o. Láìtàn mo kúkú wà o. Mo kúkú wà.
MFM òun ni kẹ́ni analyse ṣàrọ̀ èdè àbádàn. Kẹ́ni analyse ẹ̀ jẹ́ ká tiẹ̀ gbọ́ná.
Nítorí owó ni wọ́n fi pa Mohbad ẹ wá gbọ́.
Okay, bí báyẹn ṣe máa sọ̀rọ̀ nìyẹn. Wà á gbọ́ sí.
Ẹjọ́ orin ti pọ̀ jù. Mi ìmọ̀ bí òun ni mò ń gbọ́ o.
Ìdí nìyẹn tá a fi ń kí gbogbo ẹ̀jẹ̀ olólùfẹ́ wa pé ẹ tún kú àmójúbà wa as Joshua lórí ètò yìí. Ẹ kálẹ́ lápá ibi tó jálé, ẹ káàsán lápá ibi tí a ti ń lo ọ̀sán. Àwa náà
ó ti dójú ẹ̀ báyìí. Ó ti dójú ẹ̀ báyìí kọ́ lọ́kọ síbi òun níbo ni mo wá ti wá fẹ́ ló ti dójú ẹ̀ báyìí wọ́n gbà.
Òun ni ẹlẹ́rìí ni.
Ẹni nípo ti dójú ẹ̀ báyìí kò dẹ́ṣọ́ ti dójú ẹ̀ báyìí. Nítorí owó ni mo fi pa Mohbad. Gbọ́n tó ń sọ nìyẹn. Pẹ̀lú ìgbọ́sọpọ̀ ti dójú ẹ jẹ́ ká máa gbọ́ lọ́nà.
Akíyè o, ní Ọlọ́run nípa náà fi. A túbọ̀ jọ máa rírí bara wa ṣe. Tó bíjẹ́ máa dé, bàbá ẹ̀ jẹ́ kí àwọn ará dé mọ̀.
Not that one. Ẹni yìí máa mọ̀ kan tó ń sọ ẹni ní pé not that one. Ẹni sùúrù mọ̀ ń bọ̀.
Adùn, eré ata eré láìsí eré jọ̀rọ̀ fà eré kìnnìkan eré wẹ̀ láṣà. Kó tó wá padà mọ́ pé mo ṣọ́ pé fídíò yìí mo ṣọ́ pé bóyá ó ti pẹ́.
Ẹ̀wẹ̀ máa lọ. Wọ́n ní kò ṣe òun ní mọ̀ kan tó ń sọ mọ̀ ń bọ̀. Ẹ kí n lọ wò ọmọ ọgbọ́n mi fẹ́ rí kíní bá ní sí. Ó ti dójú ẹ̀ báyìí. Àbọ̀ 1 day ago náà nílé ìyá bó ti wọ 2 days ago lọ́dọ̀ wa ni. Òkè ẹ kí n wá kílìkì fídíò. Wọ́n sáré gbé ṣíkò adé àbí sílẹ̀kùn adé wọ́n sáré gbé sórí orí bíbà ọ̀nà àṣà mi ọ̀rọ̀ yìí yẹn ti fẹ́ máa tọ́jú mi. It is Tuesday ago okay. Ní àṣà mi máa padà wá ṣe ti gbọ́. Mo ti rí ẹni yìí wọ̀ kọ̀tọ̀. Mo ti rí.
If you are looking for a video download, the next to download videos from all social platforms, then you might
máa padà wo tàwọn yẹn. Ẹ kì í gẹ́ tara mi bá.
Ẹgbẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ọlọ́pàá ikú sàmúyà wọ́n ṣe kankan. Tó o gbé ẹsẹ̀ báyìí wọ́n ṣe kankan. Ẹ̀yin ará a wá ṣí ojú òpó lè báyìí látàrí pé ọ̀rọ̀ tá a gbé wá bí àwọn èèyàn ṣe ń sọ pé bàbá Mohbad wọ́n ní ìṣesí wọn jọ bí ìgbà tí wọ́n fẹ́ justice. ẹ̀yin náà tí wọ́n ẹbí wọn ìyẹn jẹ́ nǹkan tó rẹ̀ mí lójú. wọ́n láwọn ọ̀rẹ́ èèyàn lọ àwọn òbí lọ. àwọn kẹfẹ́ làwọn yóò bí i pé nípìnlẹ̀ nínú èkó bẹ̀ yẹn ó ti yẹ kẹ́ ẹ lọ kẹ́ ẹ ti máa kó ibẹ̀ lójoojúmọ́ pé àlọ́ ọmọ yìí fẹ́ ìtọ́wájú kúlẹ̀ náà nípa ikú ọmọ àwọn tó mọ̀ kó tó ẹ̀jẹ̀ àgbàlẹ́nu ẹ̀.
mo ti rí ẹ ṣe.
ẹ káàsán Àlàbí. ayé kò tó ẹ mọ̀ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò. àwa nìyẹn mo kí gbogbo ilé mo kí gbogbo ẹbí alájí mo kí ayé bọ̀bọ̀ mo kí yín o ọlọ́run máa wà pẹ̀lú gbogbo wa o. mo kí everybody. ṣe rí ìdẹ́gbẹ́ wa lọ́sàn-án ara ń ta bébí tí mo wà yìí gidi gan. aláǹtẹ̀mí jẹ́ igá lọ. ṣe rí lákòókò alájí bàbá Mohbad mi ò mọ nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ fi qualify mọ́. bọ̀ èmi mọ̀ pé kò sí nǹkan àṣírí tó ń de bàbá yẹn mọ́lẹ̀. but bàbá wọn ti tutù jù. ẹ mọ̀ pé nígbà tí ọlọ́fẹ́ lọ mú sáàpù lára Mohbad èmi ìfẹ́ nìkan jẹ́ kí mò ń pariwo pé tí kò bá ti ṣẹlẹ̀ la máa ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀ tiẹ̀ tó bá ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ọba Mohbad tó wà lóyè kó front láti lọ wo bọ́ọ̀dì ọmọ yẹn ní mọ́ṣúárì ìgbà yẹn ẹjọ́ òkè àbáyé ò lọ wọn náà wọ́n rọ́yàn lọ ni. báwo ló ṣe fẹ́ àṣùwọ̀ pé ara Mohbad ló ti mú sáǹpù báwo ló ṣe fẹ́ fọlá sọ láti pé ìkọ̀kọ̀ wọ̀nyí kí lára Mohbad ìkọ̀kọ̀ wọ̀nyí kò wá sọ fún yín lè máa tẹ̀lé. bẹ́ẹ̀kù tẹ kà jẹ́ ìsọpẹ́ ìṣòro bẹ́ẹ̀kù ní má ṣe fi ẹlẹ́rọ ara ìgbẹ́kẹ̀lé rẹ̀. ṣé wọn kọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀kù ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni? náà ṣé aláàjì ọ̀rọ̀ pé wọ́n mú dàgbà àṣírí pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. ìbéèrè kan mo fẹ́ béèrè fídíò tó ní wọ́n send 3 minutes video tó ní wọ́n send yìí aláàjì ṣé ẹ̀yin ti rí? àti rí. ẹ̀ sì rí. ẹ má jẹ́ ká àṣùwọ̀ pé fídíò ìkùn bá pọ̀ send. torí ṣé ní òbí fábíyì àti Karimot lọ́wọ́ ta wà yìí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn méjèèjì ká gbé sí 50-50. so kò ní yàrá pé fídíò yẹn gbọdọ̀ padà rí ó lè pé ìjà ó ìjà bí làwọn lásẹ̀t ó ṣe ní sẹ́rẹ̀ fún ọ ìyẹn ṣì yẹn lẹ́nu. so ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì tó bá jẹ́ pé lóòótọ́ tó wá ní ọba Mohbad ṣe rí legal team mo sọ́nù analysis mi dábì some weeks ago pé bàbá Mohbad fi lọ sórí òrìlé sùn. ilẹ̀ Òdùmọ̀sù àti Mr. Muyiwa Alhaji àwọn ni wọ́n jẹ́ kí bàbá Mohbad máa ṣì wá tàbí wọ́n pé wọ́n nítara because ọ̀sán bàbá Mohbad sọ òní wọ́n ń gbọ́ tó bá fi dá sí Sanṣítù ni ẹ mọ̀ pé Sanṣítù ò ní sùúrù ibẹ̀ but wọ́n àẹ́dì Òdùmọ̀sù lórí Sanṣítù wọ́n bá dẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ ó máa always báàkì Òdùmọ̀sù bí ìmọ̀ nǹkan tí wọ́n jọ papọ̀. ẹ̀jẹ̀ máa ń gbàgbé pé Òdùmọ̀sù àti Karimot wọ́n jọ wà hand to hand. Òdùmọ̀sù àti PS lọ́nà sponsor àwọn justice wọ́n rí ẹ̀ka. so wọ́n bá tẹ̀sí ọkọ̀ ilé máa yìí. ṣé ní àárín yẹn ó dìbò gan. ibi tí mo ti lè fọ́nà bàdé ni pé ẹgbọ́n wọ́n jọ.
ẹ má bínú. ẹ má bínú. mo ti dé.
báwo ló ṣe fẹ́ àṣùwọ̀ pé ara Mohbad ló ti mú sáǹpù báwo ló ṣe fẹ́ fọlá sọ láti pé ìkọ̀kọ̀ wọ̀nyí kí lára Mohbad ìkọ̀kọ̀ wọ̀nyí wá sọ fún yín lè máa tẹ̀lé. bẹ́ẹ̀kù tẹ̀lé kà jẹ́ ìsọpẹ́ ìṣòro bẹ́ẹ̀kù ní má ṣe fi ènìyàn ẹlẹ́rọ ara ṣègbẹ́kẹ̀lé rẹ̀. ṣé wọn kọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀kù débẹ̀ ni? náà ṣé aláàjì ọ̀rọ̀ pé wọ́n mú Dàmọ́lá wọn mú Dàmọ́lá àṣírí pọ̀ ń bẹ̀ yẹn. ìbéèrè kan mo fẹ́ béèrè fídíò tó ní wọ́n send 3 minutes video tó ní wọ́n send yìí aláàjì ṣé ẹ̀yin ti rí? àti rí. ẹ̀ sì rí. ẹ má jẹ́ ká àṣùwọ̀ pé fídíò ìkùn bá pọ̀ send. torí ṣé ní òbí fábíyì àti Karimot lọ́wọ́ ta wà yìí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn méjèèjì ká gbé sí 50-50.
sọ ọmọ Karimot tún ti dé kírèsìrèdò.
sùn. Nínú Òdùmọ̀sùn àti Mr. Muiwa Alhaji, àwọn ni wọ́n jẹ́ kí bàbá bàdì máa ṣì wá tàbí wọ́n pé wọ́n nítara because ọ̀dọ́ bàbá bàdì sọ òní wọ́n ń gbọ́. Tó bá fi dá ti Sanṣítù ni ẹ mọ̀ pé Sanṣítù ò ní sùúrù ibẹ̀. But wọ́n àẹ́dì Òdùmọ̀sùn lórí Sanṣítù. Wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ gẹ̀rẹ́ ó máa always báàkì Òdùmọ̀sùn bí nǹkan tí wọ́n jọ papọ̀. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ máa ń gbàgbé pé Òdùmọ̀sùn àti Karimot wọ́n jọ wà hand to hand. Òdùmọ̀sùn àti PS lọ́dún sponsor àwọn justice wọ́n rí ẹ̀ka.
Who analysis wo lele?
We are missionaries for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We invite you to come to church with us this Sunday. We know that as you make...
Ẹni tó sẹ́ndì 3 minutes video kú ọmọ yín ó wà láti mọ́lé. Ẹ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń dúró ní lẹ́gàtì. Wọ́n tó gbèsè. Tàwọn ẹ̀kọ́ ọkọ̀ tí tẹ̀wọ́ kọ́ lọ fọ́tú lu ọmọ yẹn lọ́kọ́ pé nígbà yẹn ti ẹ̀ lé kí lọ. Nínú dájọ́ tèmi tó ọ̀nà bàbá dìde, mi ò ní ọ̀kan fi Demola ṣe. Àdúrà ìfà wà lọ straight. Bẹ́ẹ̀ orí fóònù láti sẹ́ndì fídíò báyìí jáde. Fóònù ẹni evidence yìí wà. Àwọn bá fún ìgbàgbọ́ olóyìn náà.
Ọmọ tí wọn mọ bó ṣe ń jẹun ló máa fún ìgbàgbọ́ lóyún. Mo ti gbọ́.
Kọ́má tún bí bàbá yẹn because bàbá bad ló fẹ́ láti sọ wọ́n rọ mi. Àwọn tí wọ́n tẹ̀ tí wọ́n yìí wọ́n ti rí wọn pé wọ́n ti mọ witness wọn. Ṣùgbọ́n èyí ò wà lẹ́yìn. Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ti di ọ̀rọ̀ òfin. Ọ̀rọ̀ òfin náà lọ fi mú wọn lọ́lẹ̀ pé òòrì pípẹ́ sábàáyò lè ká ṣe bá tó bá dé kó ṣe ló máa ṣe. Ìgbà tó dùn wọ́n sùn tí mú ìwọ́n bá ní kí bàbá bá dé gbé nígbèsè tó sí tí o ṣe wọ́n ti lọ fọ́ lánàá láti gbé gbèsè. So ìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ toxicology náà wọ́n dẹ́ ọ̀pọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń ṣe lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́ máa fún ẹlẹ́gbàá kò jẹ́ kẹgbàá yéyí. Kí ẹ gbé lóòótọ́ bó ti pọ̀ fẹ́ ṣe lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ wọn lọ fún sáà. Ìjọ ìrìn bàbá yẹn kò jẹ́ kó lọ lé ibẹ̀ ó sì máa dára bọ̀ láti headquarter police Abuja police headquarter ni wọ́n ti lọ gbàwé láti mú bàbá ìlú ìlọsí ibi tí mo bá ti wà láti aṣojú ọ̀dọ́ máa gba sáǹpù láti lọ ṣe ó ò ní fún ní pílẹ̀ láti padà sí nímọ̀ bí ẹgbẹ́ ọgbà ẹ̀kọ́ gbọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ lọ sí kíní kan lé tí wọ́n gbọ́ kíní yẹn aláàjì ètò tí lọ́wọ́ ti kọ́ra owó kọ́ra tó tábánikà wò rẹ̀ ẹ má yẹ ká di gbogbo ẹ̀bí ru bàbá yìí òun ò mọ kọ́kọ́ òun ló mọ ẹ̀kú stage tó wà yìí anybody kọ́ ń tiri boribo ni tó dé bìlí pé wọ́n lọ sí ìbò òun ni ó ṣe wà yẹn náà máa fi bàbá yìí ti wà kún kò mọ ibi tó fẹ́ yà sí mọ́ eléyàwó aṣọ eléyàwó aṣọ èwo ló fẹ́ tẹ̀lé bọ́ mísíkì kan tí wọ́n lọ ṣe rè nínú ẹ̀ ti pé bàbá yẹn pé ṣíkẹ́ fún wọn ní lọ́ọ̀yà láti Ghana tí wọ́n ti refuse. Nítorí pé wọ́n refuse ojú pé àbúrò ẹ̀ tó wà ní UK yìí náà ni òun ló ń bí ìdàgbé yẹn àbúrò ẹ̀ yẹn àtọ̀dúnmọ́sù ìrọ̀bí náà dì sí. Tí ò bá tí ìdínáàsì ìbọn náà wọ́n méjèèjì wọ́n fa gbogbo ṣẹ́lẹ̀ ṣàṣìtù lọ́wọ́. Eré ẹ̀ẹ̀mejì tí ṣàṣìtù wà bí àdúgbò 9 boys aláàjì ẹ̀bùn ìsọ̀tàrí. Ara náà yóò balẹ̀ ló bá ti pé bóyá wọ́n fẹ́ ojútùú ọ̀rọ̀ ara yóò balẹ̀ ó wà aggressive. Irú ìyọ̀tà fẹ́ nìyẹn. Iṣẹ́ fẹ́ gbọ́ máa ti ẹ̀rọ mi. No. Tí o kí ọba pàdé kó lọ sùn tí ọmọlúwàbí sùn kó rẹ̀ lẹ́gbẹ́ pé lóòótọ́ wọ́n ti tẹ́jọ́ sí yẹn. Ó inú ilé-ìkú ti nìyẹn. Wọ́n lọ́nà ọ̀nà máa gé kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀. Tó yẹ pé mú ìwà ẹ̀ tó bá jẹ́ pọ́blẹ́mù fún wọn. Gọ́ọ̀dì náà fẹ́. Because àwọn ló jẹ́ kí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí máa fa ẹ̀ nípa máa rí àbá ìdíkẹ́ pé kò mọ̀ kan tó ń ṣe. Ó lè mọ̀ kan tó ṣe pọ̀ nígbà tí ẹnìkan tó wá mú tiẹ̀ wá, ẹlẹ́wọ̀n mú tiẹ̀ wá, ẹlẹ́wọ̀n mú tiẹ̀ wá, ẹlẹ́wọ̀n ló fẹ́ tẹ̀lé. So èkó tí mo sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn nìyẹn o. Nígbà ó dá àṣírí yẹn, èmi ò bí bẹ̀rẹ̀ àmà láṣírí kan tí wù mí lè fi ṣe àbí tó fi ń sá. Ó ń tẹ̀lé kan táwọn lọ́ọ̀yà ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ní pé kó ṣe ni. Because kò lè ṣiṣẹ́ àṣà ìdí wọn. Tó ló bá ń déwájú oúnjẹ tó dé yẹn ń daṣọ, wọ́n ní ìṣèbọn sọ pé tí ò fi lọ wá ní. Ní tó ń sá fún nìyẹn. Tẹ́ bá gbẹ̀ báyìí lọ́wọ́ lòun ọ̀ kẹ́ ẹ bí lè tó wáyé tí ò fi lọ ẹ̀mí kan tó máa sọ. Alájọ ọ̀rọ̀ mi ò ju bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ẹ ṣe kan. Ẹ ṣe o sà. Ok, ayé kò tó. Ẹ ṣe gan ni agbádùn ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ sọ yẹn. Bí ayé gbẹ̀ngbẹ̀.
Introducing Ask Music on the YouTube Music app. It lets you take whatever's in your head and turn it into a custom radio.
Kò tó. Ẹ ṣe gan ni agbádùn ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ sọ yẹn. Bí ayé gbẹ̀ngbẹ̀. Apá ibi tó kọ sí ayé kò tó. Ó ní àwọn sọ yẹn. Wọ́n ní bí àwọn ṣe rí.
Ìpè legal team ni wọ́n ń kọ́ńtró bàbá pé kẹrin sí.
Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé a máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ kan ayé gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ pé tó fi dáa tó jẹ́ pé tá a bá gbòòrò a gbọ́dọ̀ sọ jáde. Ṣé bá a ṣe sọ ara ti wá fúyẹ́? Nígbà bá dọ́dọ̀ àwọn ará ilé, ó ń kálukú àwa wo ojú ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ tí wọ́n bá fi rí. Àwa ayé ọbẹ̀ tì. Nínú ọ̀rọ̀ tí ayé kò tọ́ sọ ti wọn, wọ́n náà ń believe pé tó bá ní ìdí kan lọ report the police headquarters. Àwọn lọ́yà tí wọ́n wà bẹ́ẹ̀.
Àwọn yẹ kó kárí.
Wọ́n ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ number 1, wọ́n ní number 2 bẹ̀rẹ̀ kẹ̀tẹ̀ tẹ́ lọ bá l'Àbújá. Ó yẹ kó mọ̀ pé kó mú ọ dé
Àbújá ẹ̀kọ́ta.
ìyẹn bí ayé kò tọ́.
Àwọn dẹ̀ rí pé bàbá Mohbad láṣìírí kankan lọ́wọ́.
Wọ́n ní báwọn ṣe rí táwọn
yẹn pé.
So a dẹ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀ ó máa ń a mọ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀ máa ń yàtọ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ṣe gbé kalẹ̀. Bó bá ti rí lọ́dọ̀ tèmi kọ́ ló máa rí lọ́dọ̀ ẹlòmíì. So pàápàá jùlọ ayọ̀kọ̀ tó já ká mọ̀ pé lóòótọ́ lára tí bàbá Mohbad tutù ṣùgbọ́n wọn ní fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan tí.
Àmọ́ síbẹ̀síbẹ̀ àwọn náà blame wọn pé ọmọ tí wọ́n mú yẹn.
Tó mú yẹn at least ó yẹ ká gbé ìgbésẹ̀.
Àwọn náà blame wọn fún yẹn. Wọ́n ní yẹn wrong.
Ó yẹ ká gbé ìgbésẹ̀.
Wọ́n ní yẹn wrong pé kí ọmọ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn.
4 days 5 days ẹ wá ní pé ẹ láwọn kan lọ wọ́n ti jíṣẹ́ fún yín padà. Bí wọ́n ti ẹ̀ sọ́jọ́ nígbà tó máa wá rìlíìsì ọmọ yìí kò máa lọ.
Àní bàbá tí ó pè mí fọ́rọ̀ yẹn wọ́n ní alájí wọ́n ní yóò dùn àwọn ìtàn bá gbọ́ pé Wùmí ti pè àwọn èèyàn rẹ̀ tí wọ́n pè tó bá wà tó tú ọmọ yẹn lẹ̀ wọ́n ní bíbá ìtàn bàbá dídí ni yóò.
Olùgbà tí ò ní ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ tí wọ́n lè ṣọ̀daràn.
Kò tí ì ṣọ́ sí pé
ọmọ àgbà bẹ́ẹ̀lẹ̀.
Kò tí tí ìṣòro sì pé ọmọ ń gbò tí ní kó bẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti ní lójú ìjà.
Kó tó gba bílẹ̀, ipa olè yìí ti kó ń pa ẹ̀. Nígbà pé ẹ débẹ̀ ẹ ti ẹ̀rọ ọmọ tàtà ẹ sọ yìí. Ẹ ti ẹ̀ á pé ara bí àwọn tí wọ́n ń tà yẹn pé bàbá bá ìgbẹ́nu wọn lọ police station náà ṣe báyìí wọ́n ṣe báyìí wọ́n ṣe báyìí.
Ojú òpó ó wà ní ṣíṣí fún ẹ̀yin ara lé látàrí pé kí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ fi òye gbé ká jọ fòye digest ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà lé. Ṣe pé ọ̀rọ̀ náà kò ń ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ ẹnìkan ọ̀rọ̀ tó jẹ́ ti gbogbo wa ni. Kò lè dídàbí pé gbà tí wọ́n ń sọ wọn fún mi láyè kí n sọ tèmi. Ìdí tá a fi sọ fún ènìyàn pé a ti padà sí ojú òpó lè padà lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí ayé kò tọ́ tí wọ́n ti àbájọ tí wọ́n ti sọ ọ̀dọ̀ tí wọ́n kúrò tí wọ́n kọ́. Ẹ máa bọ́rọ̀ ẹ bọ̀ ayé gbẹ̀gbẹ̀.
Bàbá wọn bá lè níṣẹ́ tó pọ̀ láti ṣe lóòótọ́ àwọn lọ́ọ̀yà wọn. Mo dẹ̀ lọ́rọ̀ kan dìbò nínú ọ̀rọ̀ tí ayé kò tọ́ sọ wípé àwọn legal tí bàbá mo bá àwọn kan ti gbà bọ̀dé láàrin wọn.
Ẹgbẹ́ kan náà nìyẹn wọ́n tún sọ yẹn náà.
Tó bá jẹ́ pé lóòótọ́ àwọn kan gbà bọ̀dé tó tọ́.
Hello.
Kò sí ìgbàlódé ìfọ̀ ẹ̀ tó gbà bọ̀dé ṣe.
Yes sir. Ẹ̀já wo tó wà ń bẹ̀. Ajínrere Mr. Samuel láti Dubai ẹ káàbọ̀. Ọ̀gá.
Akínyìn o.
Àwa nìyẹn.
Akúsìmí ní ọ̀sẹ̀ yá sọ̀ wá sówó. Ayé bọ̀bọ̀.
Ẹ sà ọ́
Akínyìn o. Ẹ kúṣẹ́ kú ọpọlọ.
Ẹ sà.
Ẹ kúṣẹ́ o.
Ẹ ṣeun
sẹ́yìn. Orí kọjá ní tòní o. Ṣùgbọ́n ń pè fún kíyìn ni o.
Ẹ ṣeun. Àṣebájọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Mo jáde mo lọ ṣe delivery fún ilé.
Ok, ẹ ṣeun.
Mo ti jáde mo tún wọlé sí máa ń gbọ́rọ̀ yín wọ́n ń gbé kínkín. Ẹ pé tó sà.
Ẹ ṣeun gan ni. Tó a ṣì wà lórí ètò gbogbo ẹ̀yin ara lé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ ṣe mọ̀ wípé ayé kò tọ́ ti
wọ́n ti lamẹ́ǹtì gan.
Ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ tó sọ yẹn ṣùgbọ́n síbẹ̀síbẹ̀ wọ́n torí pé wọ́n sọ ọ̀rọ̀ tó fífọ̀ bàbá Mohbad kan wá yọ ibi tó yẹ kán ti blame wọn kúrò.
Kò sẹ́ tó pọ̀ wọlé tí ò tiẹ̀ ní máa pa abẹ́rẹ́ jáde pé á wù wọ́n sẹ́ndí fídíò sí Yomi Fabiyi. Àtúwàgbẹ́ pé Dàrúsà ó ti gbé Dàmọ́lá lọ sí police station wọ́n ti Dàmọ́lá mọ́lé látàrí pé ó lo fídíò ó lo fóònù Àdúrà ipò ó lo fóònù Àdúrà láti sẹ́ndí fídíò yẹn jáde. Kí ló yẹ kí ẹ máa wá ìgbọ̀ngàn ṣe?
Ẹ gbọ́ tí ayé kò tọ́
ní pé ó jẹ́ kẹ́jọ kọ́ lọ́mọ bíi Àdúrà wà kẹ́jọ kọ́ lọ́mọ political náà ìdí náà ẹ̀ gan-an yẹ kó ju bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Látàrí pé ẹni fídíò báyìí lọ́wọ́ a ti ń dààmú kiri látàrí kí ikú tó pa ẹ̀gbẹ́ ẹ̀ tó tó ọmọ ìyá ẹ̀. So àwọn kan báyìí lèmi rí pé ibẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n ṣe tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó. Bóyá ká ti lọ sí police station at least police station kìnnà wọ́n lọ́pọ̀ tó ti sọ fún ẹ pé báyìí ní kẹ́ ẹ ṣe rìn báyìí kọ́ ní kẹ́ ẹ ṣe rìn. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀ tí ẹ̀ sí police station ẹnìyàn ẹ̀ tí ẹ̀ mọ̀ bóyá ẹ̀ mọ̀ bó ṣe bóyá wà bẹ́ẹ̀ bóyá kó sì bẹ́ẹ̀. Kẹ́ ẹ̀ tí ẹ̀ ti bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ẹ̀tẹ̀ ṣe nǹkan ìwọ̀nba tí ẹ kẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kẹwàá nìkan táwọn lẹ́gùn tí mi á ṣe.
Ẹ̀yin ará lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó nípa kúrò lórí ètò.
Ṣùgbọ́n mi ò bí lébi pé àwọn lẹ́gùn tí mi ló máa sọ wípé ká máa lọ.
Èèyàn bíi méjì mẹ́ta a sì tún máa gbà láàyè sí i lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí àìkú tó ti sọ tí wọ́n kúrò ń bẹ̀. Kí ni nǹkan tí ẹ̀yin rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ náà bí a ṣe ń gbéyẹ̀wò? Apá ipò ló kọ sẹ́yìn torí pé ojú tí àìkú tó fi rí ojú yẹn làwọn fi sọ̀rọ̀. Bí wọ́n dẹ̀ sì gbàgbọ́ pé lọ́dọ̀ tàwọn ó rí wọ́n sì sọ yẹn. Òun ló jẹ́ ká sọ pé àwọn náà ní ṣaláìmọ́ bíléèmù bàbá jù wọ́n ní bí wọ́n ṣe gbọ́ pé wọ́n ti mú ọmọ yẹn sílẹ̀ ní àgọ́ ọlọ́pàá báyìí. Wọ́n ní kódà kò yẹ ká dúró de ẹnìkan.
Ọjọ́ 4 ọjọ́ 5.
Karimot ṣe kinní kan bó ṣe wà lórí ètò. Ariwo Wùmí ò gbọdọ̀ gbà lọ́rùn jùlọ ó ti mọ ẹni tó ní. Ó mọ̀ pé ó mọ àwọn ẹgbẹ́ pa.
Bàbá Mohbad tó jẹ́ bàbá olóògbé gan wá jókòó tẹ̀tẹ̀rẹ̀ kalẹ̀ sílé. Ni mo sọ pé dàgbé bí onígbà ṣe ń pè é bí àwa gan à ń bá onígbà gbégbá ju onígbà ìkan lọ. Àwa gan à ń jà fún justice for Mohbad ju bàbá ẹ̀ tó lọ́mọ gan lọ tí kò ní kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ṣùgbọ́n kí ni nǹkan tí ẹ rò lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tí ayé kò tọ́ sọ yìí wípé legal team àti bẹ̀rẹ̀kẹ̀tẹ̀ wọ́n yẹ ká náà kó ipa kan látàrí pé ká put bàbá Mohbad through fàpẹ̀rẹ̀ tí wọ́n nílò lọ́ọ̀yà bàbá mo bá lọ ẹ̀rọ ìkan lọ rìpọ́ọ̀tì gbogbo necessary.
mo ti fọ́ níbẹ̀ àdìgbò ní bàbá ṣe pé lábàá pé o. kí ni bàbá ṣe pé ìkẹ́ lábàá pé tí bàbá mo bá sọ fún ẹ pé ẹjọ́ ń fẹ́ lọ police station o. ẹ̀kẹ́kẹ́ adéró pé wọ́n lé lónìí.
mọ́mí wa chief mrs abraham ìlọ.
ẹ káàbọ̀ máa sórí ètò máa.
ẹ ṣe pọ̀ sá ẹ ṣe àdúpẹ́ sá. mo bá rà àdìwé mọ̀. mo kí ní ayé bọ̀bọ̀ mo kí dídé bá sọ kálukú mo kí gbogbo fámìlì lápapọ̀.
ẹ ṣeun ma.
aláàjì ẹ̀kọ́ gbóná ó fẹ́ sùn. ara mi ń ṣẹ́gìrì gbogbo bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ṣàlàyé ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. ẹni tó wá báyìí bí ayé bọ̀bọ̀ ṣe ń yọ mo rí pé mo fẹ́ lè sọ pé first time ti máa rí tí ayé bọ̀bọ̀ máa sọ̀rọ̀ fúnra rẹ̀. pẹ̀lú láti inú mi ò box I can feel his pulse. Mo pé kì í ṣe mi nìkan ìyàgbéamọ tàdé ń jẹ́ true justice seeker la máa feel bí wọ́n ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ pẹ̀lú ìtara. At the same time náà ṣe mọ̀ àwọn èèyàn náà tún máa wò pé ṣé lóòótọ́ ni ṣé lóòótọ́ kọ́. kílẹ̀ wá káàkiri ẹ̀ ti lọ sọ́ọ̀bù iṣu tìyín náà. but nítorí pé olúwa ní fi ṣe kì í ṣe àwa náà pé ní aláàjì ìpè ibùdó ó lè ti rí àwọn kan àná gbogbo yìí àwọn kan lè ti dúró bí àwọn kan ṣe dúró àwọn kan ṣe join. Kì í ṣe ordinary eye ní issue Mohbad ní issue Mohbad. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni làwọn bàbá náà. Tẹ̀bá dẹ̀ gbàgbé mo sọ mo ní tí àbá kíáfù ìjọba wa wọ́n máa set ara wa against each other. Ní òfin tó ní ìjòyè aláìsí rẹ́kọ̀dù ọmọ yìí apá nípa tí ò lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ bóyá ẹni tó wá pa bóyá ó mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ ni o bóyá kò mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ ni o alájẹ number one step bí wọ́n ṣe sọ pé àwọn ìjọba gan ṣe sọ tá a gbọ́ lẹ́nu wọn pé ṣe kí ni ó mú wọn tó fi lọ gbé ọmọ yẹn lẹ́yìn ìgbà tó sẹ́yìn. Bí ariwo àwọn concerned citizen àwọn youth àwọn abiyamọ ló jẹ ẹ̀gbọ́n wọn ti gbà fọ́lọ́run pé tóun ò lè yí padà àfikún àdẹ̀wúfà sí ọlọ́run lọ́wọ́ ìyẹn la fi jáde lẹ́yìn tó ti sín àwọn fẹ́ rí òtítọ́ ni àwọn fẹ́ mọ tó pa níwà pété wa. Aláàjì ẹ gbàgbé pé even bàbá Mohbad nínú òfin téèyàn bá ti rúfin nǹkan tí ìjìyà yóò sọ lèèyàn láti fèsì. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà lẹ́yìn tó pa Mohbad àti ìjọba ni. But because our government they have failed us, ìjọba wa ti fail wa. Why should everybody be contributing? Ẹ bá gbogbo ibi tẹ́lọ̀ mi ti ń tiraka. Mo fẹ́ kárí. Owó onírú owó oníyọ̀. Àwọn ọ̀yá àgbàlagbà tó jẹ́ pé owó tó yẹ kó máa fi gbádùn ayé wọn kó máa lọ fún vacation. Ẹ dìde èyí tí olúwa kọ sí wọ́n tẹ̀ ń ṣe wọn bójú ẹ̀yìn. Kí ló ṣe jẹ́ pé àwọn máa ló yẹ kí ìjọba ṣe? Let's look at it for that. Now, ìgbà tí masses ló wá ń ṣe tí ìjọba ń wò wá ní ẹ̀, the evidence dem fly over. No, tó bàbá mo bá wọ́n lè sọ pé wọ́n rí fídíò Demola ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ó gbé kinní kan. Ní abẹ́ òfin Aláàjì, there is nothing that gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tí ayé bọ̀bọ̀ sọ kò sí rọ́bẹ̀ o. But I am telling you there is not tí bàbá wọ́n dájà pé kí wọ́n máa respect bó ṣe respect òfin yẹn. Lóòótọ́ ṣe mọ̀ oríṣiríṣi legal advice lè ti wá lọ́tọ̀ọ̀dọ̀ bàbá Mohbad. Ohun tí bàbá Mohbad lè ṣe ni pé kọ́ máa tẹ bọ́ọ̀lù ní bó ti mọ̀ pé evidence kan náà tún gbé jáde ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi tẹ bọ́ọ̀tì. Tí bàbá Mohbad bá lọ sí police station, this is a man tí ọmọ ẹ̀ kú tí gbogbo ayé rí tó lọ tó lòun rí blog. Wọ́n ní invite wá sí police station torí pé wọ́n sọ wípé tóun bá nǹkan báyìí lòun máa lè sọ pé nǹkan báyìí ló pa ọmọ. Ṣé bí gbogbo ayé yìí náà lára náà láìsẹ̀? What has come out of it? The father of this deceased boy tó lọ sí police station tó ní àwọn wà bẹ́ẹ̀ for 3 hours òun kàn rí pé Darusha àwọn lọ wọ́n bọ̀ ni. Òun tó rò wọ́n máa detain àwọn Aláàjì. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ àfi kí a máa bẹ Ọlọ́run pé ìwọ nìkan. Our government they have failed us. Kì í ṣe pé kò wù bàbá yìí o. Tẹ́lọ̀ tó lórí kodò. Ó ní tán olóko tó dẹ̀ sùn bí ọ̀lẹ ọgbọ́n ọmọ ẹ̀ gbégbá. Ẹ má dán gbogbo iwájú ní ẹ̀yìn àgbàgbà. So èmi fẹ́ ká ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ sùúrù. Wọ́n ní ojú ṣùgbọ́n. Ọ̀rọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ojú ṣùgbọ́n ni a máa fi wò. Bí a ṣe máa sọ pé 50-50 ní ká fi wò. Ayé bọ̀bọ̀. What is the evidence wípé ohun tí wọ́n gbé jáde òótọ́ ni? Tó bá wá jẹ́ lóòótọ́, ṣé bàbá Mohbad ló máa lọ arrest Darusha ni? Àbí bàbá Mohbad ló máa lọ arrest Adura? Bàbá tó sọ wípé tí ìyá Mohbad ń try láti trick tó ní ìwọ̀n kó jẹ́ ìyá tó bí òun dúró de lórí justice. Kò easy. Àfi la máa fẹ́ pọ́nrán fúnra wa. Ayé bọ̀. Àfi tí a bá fẹ́ parọ́ fúnra wa ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Injustice and let's be realistic with what is going on. There have been distraction from day one. But the main sọ pé tí ìjọba Nàìjíríà bá fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́. There is no place in the world for the respect wa. For who we are, for our brain, for our intellectual, and natural resources and human resources. Kí ni gbogbo tí ẹ̀bùn tí Ọlọ́run fún wa kí la fi dá? Tó bá ń pẹ́ bí ìnirú ẹ̀ ti ṣẹlẹ̀, wípé wọ́n rí evidence. Aláàjì, ẹ jẹ́ ká sòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀. Kò sí nǹkan tí bàbá disease yẹn tó fẹ́ ṣe. Àwọn ìjọba náà máa swing into action. Ẹ wo ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní last week ní bíbá. Ọmọ tó lọ pa CEO company. Aláàjì, àwọn ìjọba fi ń gbé àwọn ọmọ yìí wá kò ní sáré wọn yìí lọ́pọlọ. ayé bọ̀bọ̀ kó dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ni ẹ tára bí abiyamọ ni mo dẹ̀ gbóṣùbà fún yín. èmi náà ṣe ìbẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. òṣèlú tó fẹ́ kẹ́ tó fọwọ́ wọnú ọmọ pé ara ló ta yín bí a ti wà lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí àti wà á ti pẹ́. èmi mọ̀ pé láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà nípa òfìfẹ́ olùgbàlà a máa rí justice gbà ẹ máa rí tòlọ́sà.
ẹ ṣe gan ni wọ́n mi wà mrs abraham lọ. ẹ ṣeun.
kódà
tó akọ àbí tí mọ́mì ti fi rí òun ni wọ́n sọ yìí. hello. yèyí òkè wa.
Even though I've missed some part of the thing, can you sọ tó ready to make anything? Like me, mo ti miss some part. I don't want to take it back because of some of you, you know. Mo ti miss the submission. Anything I just be to contrary to their opinion, or maybe women will be saying it affirmatively. Really control so there's no much to pray. No, be out with Baba one. Where can I go?
So, I will be a be zero as you go. Mrs. Abraham will also see one. Hello, ma. Hello, Cousin. Ìyálóde wa wọ́n náà ló ń lè. Láàrin àbí ni. Láàrin àbí ni. Ẹ káàbọ̀ máa ń sọ mẹ́ta o, ẹ kú ètò. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò wọn
tó ti sọ̀rọ̀ àtàwọn tó ṣì máa sọ̀rọ̀ ó máa nà abroad. Kẹ́rí ìgbà tí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn tó já ràn-ìràn lórí social media mo kàn wò ni pé ó sọ fáwọn pípù gbogbo àwọn ènìyàn gbà mí ìgbàgbọ́ àwọn èèyàn kò tó. Kẹ́rí bàbá yẹn tí wọ́n blame kò sẹ́ni tó lè blame ẹ̀. Kẹ́rí nínú ìlú tá a wà yìí náà ìlú òyìnbó tá a wà yìí wọ́n lè wà nídìí kéèsì kan fún ọdún 10 kó máa wá díẹ̀. Bọ̀dé ó lédè ní wípé gbogbo àwọn tó wà nínú ilé Mohbad ń gbà yẹn irú especially irú ìyàwó Mohbad àwọn àbúrò ẹ̀ wọ́n máa wà nínú ilé wọn níjáde wọn níbi kankan tí wọ́n lọ. Gbogbo àwọn tó bá ti kó ẹ̀sì yẹn èèyàn bí tó ti ń ṣe àlàyé ẹnu wọn wọ́n ti mọ ẹni tó mọ̀ kankan pa ẹ̀ ẹni tí ò mọ̀ kankan nípa ẹ̀. Àwọn yẹn ni wọ́n máa dìtẹ́nì. Wọ́n wá fún oníkálukú àwọn tó kù wọn fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n máa lọ sáìn títí tí wọ́n máa fi dá ẹjọ́ yẹn. Wọ́n lè wádìí ẹ̀ lọ́dún 5 ọdún 10 kó máa wádìí ẹ̀. So àwọn èèyàn kò máa mọ́nítọ̀ ẹ̀ ni. Àwọn tó dẹ̀ mọ́nítọ̀ ẹ̀ lábẹ́nú wọ́n ṣe investigation wọ́n mọ́nítọ̀ ẹ̀ wọ́n ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. Nínú òyìnbó ìtẹ́mi sọ yìí náà ni o. Ó lè gbà wọ́n ní ọdún 4 ọdún 5 kan tó rí ìjì nǹkan tí wọ́n fẹ́ rí ni. But wọ́n máa wà lẹ́nu ẹ̀. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí Mrs. lọ ṣe sọ yẹn ni ìlú tó dá wa tó ta dé ni. Ṣé mo pé torí pé evidence ti wà gbogbo èèyàn sọ pé lágbájá ìkòkò bàbá aṣáṣùn àwọn náà mọ̀ pé àwọn náà gbogbo àwọn yẹn náà máa ti wà nulẹ̀ kì í ṣe pé torí pé wọ́n wà nulẹ̀ wọ́n kàn máa gbé wọn lọ wá lọ dájọ́ fún ọba yẹn no wọn ò ní dá wọn náà lẹ́jọ́ bá yẹn àwọn máa rí díẹ̀ kodoro kó torí pé wọ́n dá wọn ní ẹjọ́ yẹn nítorí pé olóòtú àwọn ìjọba àkọ́dídò ìgbà àwọn tó ti sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn náà fún wọn ní àyè náà fún gbogbo àwọn tó ń sọ oríṣiríṣi ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn náà fún wọn ní àyè. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwọn náà fún wọn ní àyè torí pé tó bá ṣe iṣẹ́ wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí iṣẹ́ ni kí ló tọ́kọ̀ àwọn aka máa sọ pé justice àwọn èèyàn lè máa sọ pé ó ti pẹ́ àwọn abọ́síta kan béèrè ìgbé kìíní kan wọ́n lè rí ibi tó máa ṣàlàyé fún wọn àyè tó máa jáde á ṣàlàyé fún wọn pé àwa lórí ẹ̀ ikọ̀ tá ìlú àtúnṣe ni. Àwọn náà fún àwọn gbogbo àwọn tó ń fi pa owó tó ń gbé sókè tó ń gbé sísàlẹ̀ tó ní kálukú sọ ọkọ tí ò tó tí ò tọ̀ ọkọ tí ò rí ètò jẹ́ òtó. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ibi tó jẹ́ òtó wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sọ. Irú bàbá Mohbad tó ní tó dúró yẹn bó ṣe wà yẹn ìgbàgbọ́ ló fi dúró ti Ọlọ́run pé ìwọ Ọlọ́run yìí tí mò ń sìn mo mọ̀ bó ní dojú tì mí tó bá ti dásìkò wàá ṣe gbogbo nǹkan tó yẹ kó ṣe kò ní para ẹ̀ kò lè para ẹ̀ gbogbo ìtọ́ni ọlọ́pàá kọ́ lọ ṣe kiri kan báwo ló ṣe fẹ́ lọ ẹni gbogbo nǹkan tó wà nílẹ̀ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣé wọ́n rẹ́dì láti ti gbọ́ ohun ẹ̀bẹ̀ tí ó bá ṣe pé àwọn èèyàn pariwo wọ́n ń pariwo ni bàbá yẹn gan wọ́n ti lè mú kúrò lọ wọ́n ti lè di táìmù kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ alàyè wọ́n wò pé táwọn bá jẹ́rú àwọn èèyàn wọn ò ní gbà ráyọ̀ tí lè dé kọ̀ọ̀kan báyìí náà sílẹ̀ òun gan Ọlọ́run ẹ̀ ló dúró tì wọ́n pé tẹ́mi fẹ́ kí mo káwọn èèyàn ṣe èmi ò sọ àwọn tá à ń sọ àwọn yẹn tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn o torí kálukú sọ nǹkan tó ń wọn èmi fẹ́ ká mọ̀ nìyẹn. Sùúrù ló máa gbà wá. But wọ́n á rí justice. Bàbá ẹ̀ kọ́ mọ̀ pé òun máa rí justice. Torí ẹ̀ ló ṣe wù everybody. So kò ní lọ ẹnì kankan nínú àwọn tó wù wá yẹn. Èyí tó bá mọ̀ ní pé ó ti sún òun. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìyàwó ẹ̀. Táwọn kó sọ fún ìyàwó ẹ̀ pé tó bá pa òun, kò ní kẹ̀jà rẹ̀ tó máa fi kú. Ó tọ́ rẹ̀ ni.
Ó sọ fún.
Yes, ó pa ìdán sọ fún ní tó bá pa òun, ó kò ní kẹ̀jà rẹ̀ tó máa fi kú. Tó bá dẹ̀ pa òun ò lè pa gbogbo ẹbí òun. Ó ní bàbá yẹn sọ pé owó ọtí ẹ̀ mọ̀ pé òun wò ẹbí wo ló ní kò mọ̀ pé gbogbo àgbáyé lẹ́bí ẹ̀. Kì í ṣe ẹbí kì í ṣe alọ́ba. Àwọn tí ò lọ́ba gan ni ẹbí ẹ̀. Torí pé àrí kọ̀ọ̀kan táwọn àti àwọn tó tẹ̀ dọ́bí àtàwọn tó bá jẹ àtàwọn tó bá sókè àtàwọn pẹ̀ àrí kọ̀ọ̀kan tí wọ́n ṣe.
Oníkálukú sún sẹ́yìn.
Àrí kọ̀ọ̀kan tí wọ́n ṣe. Oníkálukú sún sẹ́yìn. Wọ́n á dúkòkò mọ́ wọn bí wọ́n á dúkòkò mọ́ wọn náà. Èèyàn kan tó bọ́ síta ó ní ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ tó bọ́ síta kí ni wọ́n ṣe fún tán? Kí ni wọ́n ṣe fún tán? So nǹkan tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ nìyẹn ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe sùúrù lọ́dọ̀ tí wà lè ní sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ṣe sùúrù. So àwọn tó bá kù tó ní pílátọ́ọ̀mù míì tí wọn bá lè jókòó kọ́ rò pé ìwọ lọ́hùn yìí ó ṣáàpọ̀ ó ṣáàrè jáde sùúrù. Tó bá lè ṣe ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n máa sọ ọ̀pọ̀ tó bá wù wọ́n. Kò dá ìdè gbọ́dọ̀ ti ara bàbá Mohbad ká ṣe Ọlọ́run. Torí ọ̀rọ̀ téèyàn bá sọ sígbà mi àti sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn sí lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ nígbà tó sọ pé olóní kó lọ sin ọmọ tí bàbá kan jáde tó ní ti pè wọ́n lóru ní gbogbo ọkọ àti àdá wá pé òun fẹ́ gbẹ́lẹ̀ òun fẹ́ sin ọmọ lóru kí lè tó mọ gbogbo èèyàn ló sọ̀rọ̀ sí bàbá yẹn báyìí téèyàn ò tí mọ nǹkan tó lọ. Gbogbo téèyàn ò tí mọ nǹkan tó lọ èèyàn tó bá ní ọpọlọ á rọra withdraw. Torí pé ọ̀rọ̀ míì wá téèyàn bá tọ́ á gbẹ̀ṣẹ̀. Ẹnu bí ọmọ nǹkan tó sọ torí ìsọkúsọ tó sọ lọ́dọ̀ ṣe fìyà jẹ. Ṣé kọ́ńtínítà ti yẹ yín? Sọ nǹkan táwa máa ṣe nígbà wa ibi táwa wà lè ní sọ mi ò sọ pílátífọ̀mù mi ò. Ṣó ti yẹ yín sí irú pílátífọ̀mù mi ẹ tó bá wọn àlè ṣe ti gbọ́